Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets to share with you guys, new Trump voters entering the find out phase. So, first, I have a video of someone that you guys might recognize. His name is Owen, Owen Schroyer, trying to combine his first and last name. I have mentioned him several times before because he was one of the January 6th participants. He used to be a co host also on the Alex Jones show, the InfoWars show. Well, Schroyer and Jones had a falling out last year, and it was due in large part to the fact that Jones just refuses to call out Trump, refuses to be honest about him, and Schroyer is more vocal and more honest about it. And his failures and violating the promises he made to his base. Well, Schroyer quit. He started his own show. And the other day, he was doing a live stream and he was taking calls from the audience and he was asking them to grade Donald Trump's presidency. And then he said, tell me what you think, what your thoughts are on the Iran war. It was basically a nonstop parade of pissed off Trump voters. So I have the first video for you here, and then I'm going to have more of them in upcoming FAFO videos. So take a look and listen to this.
Fucking F across the board. Where they could let us down, they did. It's an F. Am I MAGA? Hell no. I would say conservative values, of course, the Second Amendment, freedom of speech, but identifying with Ben Shapiro, the current MAGA movement, no, it's embarrassing to say that I voted for Trump 3 times. It's an absolute embarrassment, this whole administration, whether it's because he cut deals or he's being blackmailed. It's so obvious he's bought and paid for by Israel, and everyone just goes along with it. He picked a bunch of yes men for his cabinet, and I guess we get what we voted for, but it just makes us all look like fools.
Makes them all look like fools. So here's the thing. I may have said this before. It bears repeating, though. I think what we're witnessing is the reverse of what we saw in the polling leading up to 2016. Back then, we had what pollsters ultimately referred to as quote unquote shy Trump voters. You guys remember that? So these were people who were embarrassed to admit that they were going to vote for him. And so there was this disconnect. It was like, how did he win? Everybody was so shocked because all of the polls said that Hillary was going to win. I believe we now have the situation where it's the reverse. It's the shy Trump regretters. I think they don't want to be kicked out of their social circles. I think that they feel like fools, as this man said. And they don't also, I think what factors in is they don't want to give the libs the satisfaction of admitting to us or admitting to pollsters that they were wrong and that we were right. So, I think that's why we're seeing Republicans just having their asses handed to them in special elections. So we'll see. We'll see if that pans out. But anyway, next up, I have another member of the Leopards Eating People's Faces party to tell you about. So in July of 2024, a woman named Jessie replied to a post about Donald Trump, and she posted this. She said, she responded, "My true president, 100 American flag," but somebody had said, if you support this man, I want to follow you. So that's how it started for Jessie. Here's how it's going as of last Saturday. She said, "Middle class is over. In a few months' time, my energy bill, water, and property tax tripled. My annual bonus gone to tariffs, and now I've lost $12,000 in 4 days of my 401k and got back $2,000 less on my tax return while being poisoned 24/7. I can't believe how hard I fought for Trump." Clown emoji. It's too bad we don't have a sad clown emoji. I would I would love that. I would so overuse it. Anyway, I also have more posts from voters who are pissed off about the war. So there's a man named Marvin, and he posted this. It says, Trump's a backstabbing traitor. And as you can see here, there's a kid with a MAGA cap on drowning. And you see Donald Trump, which is so gross, in a bathing suit, it looks like, holding up a little baby Netanyahu that says MIGA. So make Israel great again. He's saving Netanyahu with his little Israeli flag bathing suit, his little onesie on there. Anyway, I also have a post from a woman named Lisa. She wrote this. She said, you cannot be a true Christian and support Trump. You absolutely cannot. I mean this 100%. Well, another woman named, or actually, I don't have this other woman's name, but anyway, another woman slammed her. She slammed Lisa and called her a liberal, as if that's such an insult. And then Lisa told her this. She said, who are you talking to? I voted for Trump. I attended his rallies. I didn't vote for this. And then, as I almost always do, I check that woman's feed just, to make sure that she's actually MAGA. And yeah, she is. She was being honest there. She used to be a Trump supporter. She definitely was MAGA. It just cracks me up. There's so many people, especially on Twitter, the diehard, the Kool-Aid cult. They cannot wrap their heads around the fact that some other Trump voters have woken up and are turning on Donald Trump. They just don't get it. It's like they are so deep in the cult. They just, as soon as someone says anything negative about him, they just automatically assume, without even looking at their feed, that, oh, you must be a liberal. You must, you're just pretending. You're lying. You were never MAGA. Blah. Oh my God. Anyway, next up, I have a second video to share with you guys. This is from another person that you will likely recognize. She hasn't reared her nasty, bigoted head in a while, but she's speaking out now about Donald Trump's illegal war. So take a look at this.
Mad at Trump right now.
I think this war is a disaster. Disaster. The three pillars of the Trump campaign, both in 2016 and 2020, that set him apart from every other Republican and every other Democrat. I mean, for the first time, this is the basket of issues I wanted to vote on. Number one, the wall, deport illegals, the whole immigration program. Number two, bring back manufacturing, the tariff stuff. I'm all in favor of that. Our working class in America has been absolutely wiped out. I don't think we need a lot of schlock from China. Why are we building them up? I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with labor unions, but solve the problem of labor unions. Don't just outsource everything we make, either by bringing them here to work cheap, or by having it done over there. And the third pillar was no more pointless wars.
And for anyone who is fortunate enough not to know who that was uber racist former conservative pundit and author Ann Coulter. Before Donald Trump's first term in office, she actually wrote a book called In Trump We Trust. Yeah. She was lodged so far up Donald Trump's ass. To do a colonoscopy, the doctor had to probably remove her first. That's how far up his ass she was lodged. So she's definitely had a change of heart over the past several years. She is now pissed off about not just the war, but, other things as well. Because, yeah, I mean, he's George Bush. He just morphed into George Bush. And this next post that I have comes from another January 6er. So this guy is definitely pissed off about the war, pissed off about other things too, but he is very embarrassed by the videos that the White House keeps putting out about the war in particular. So this is January 6th convict Nathan Hughes. So he posted this on Twitter. Why is the White House, and he tagged them, posting cringe memes of us dropping bombs on Iran after they just blew up an elementary school full of children? And no, I'm not a libtard. I'm a January 6er that voted Trump 3 times, but I didn't vote for this retarded ass shit. And then a guy named Kevin replied to him and he said, nope, I didn't vote for this either. It's like we completely forgot the Iraq disaster. This is not America first. Yeah. So there you go, guys. Even the January 6ers are turning on him. Even the January 6ers. I mean, that is how bad it is. So I will have more for you. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So some people in the Republican Party are finally starting to realize that this SS Trump-tanic is headed for a massive iceberg. So over the past few months, some of them have been issuing warnings. While also some of them, sometimes the same people are out there smoking their copium vapes, just trying to make excuses. Well, yesterday morning, some of them started freaking out because Trump hit an all-time low on his approval rating. So, and I would have had this for you yesterday. I apologize, you guys, but my eye was really bad. The good news is I have a surgery date scheduled finally. So anyway, here you can see it in March this month, 2026, Donald Trump now has a 33% approval rating. This is in the UMass Amherst poll. This I don't need to tell you. I mean, this is just abysmal. This is the lowest he has ever had in either of his 2 terms. 62% disapproval. And you can see, if you look all the way over to the right, you can see his approval rating was 44% with them just about a year ago. So it's not like, oh, this is just a bad poll for him. They always give him bad ratings. That's his excuse that he uses with Fox. No, it was much higher and his disapproval was much lower. So Megyn Kelly completely freaked out about this. She posted on Twitter. She was pleading with everyone to end this Iran war. So here's her tweet. She said, 5-alarm fire. For the love of all that is holy, we need to get out of Iran and work full time on people's money worries. I mean, first of all, that is not the issue. I mean, that's part of it. That's a big part of it. But she acts like, but for the Iran war, Donald Trump would be doing great. And then, trying to convince the Kool-Aid cult that you're headed the wrong way, you're going the wrong way down a one-way street, that is nearly impossible. That's a fool's errand. So she received all of the usual arguments. There were people telling her, oh, this isn't a legitimate poll. You don't know what you're talking about. They keep citing that ridiculous poll that came out. I think it was maybe about a month ago, maybe not even. And it showed that 100% of MAGA supports Trump. That's like saying, 100% of people who love blueberries. Or blueberry lovers love blueberries. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, they don't get it. The people who wear the red dumb fuck finders on their heads, they are just way too uninformed to know that Trump only won in 2024 because of independents, because of non-affiliated voters, all the stuff that I've been sharing with you guys, the swing voters, some of them who are Democrats who swing back and forth between parties. They're still stupid enough to believe They're the silent majority. It's ridiculous. The few that have functioning brain cells, they are sounding the alarms, because it's not just the Iran war that is the problem, and they know that. The ones who are a little more intelligent actually can figure that out. So take a look at Donald Trump's approval rating in that same UMass Amherst poll. Take a look at how he's doing on all of these other issues. Again, this is crazy. 24% on inflation, 71% disapproval, 30% on jobs, 35% on immigration. Okay. And if you look down below, you can see where he was before that. He was at a 50% approval rating on immigration just 1 year ago. He has dropped 15 points in just 1 year on his signature issue. I mean, look at that. Tariffs, 28%. This is craziness. Okay. And the UMass Amherst poll showed that 17% of Trump's 2024 voters are now questioning their decision. So, like I said, some of them get it. Some of them are panicking. So check this out. This is what Todd Blanche told the audience at a conservative conference from last weekend. And I'm sure you guys know this, but for anybody maybe in another country, Todd Blanche was one of Donald Trump's personal attorneys. He defended him in a private case, and then he became the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. So here's what he's telling an audience at CPAC.
Is afraid that the next administration, if we don't win, we're going to all be investigated and indicted. Think about that. This is not a third world country. This is America. And the existing administration is afraid that they're going to get indicted. And why are they afraid? Because that's exactly what happened during the last administration. All of President Trump's cabinet, everybody that worked in the White House, his Secret Service detail had to go to the grand jury.
Oh, his Secret Service had to go to the grand jury, you guys. Yeah, you know why? Because he's a freaking criminal. Because he committed crimes and they needed to speak with the people around him. I mean, of course, Blanche would argue, oh, well, the Democrats are just going to make things up. They're just going to indict all of us for fake crimes. Okay, well, if it's that easy to do, Todd, then why are all of the cases that you guys have brought against Democrats falling apart? Apparently, it's not that easy to do. Apparently, it takes actual evidence of a crime, of which there was a lot against Donald Trump. And don't you love the hypocrisy here? Oh, clutching the pearls. They're going to bring charges against us. They're going to indict us. Isn't that what you're doing? Isn't that what you guys are doing to Letitia James and trying to do to Fonnie Willis and all of these other people? Like, oh my God, they live in a state of perpetual victimhood. It's pathetic. And then take a listen to this next video. So this is Frank Luntz that I have to share with you. If you're not familiar with him, he is a Republican pollster. He's a strategist and he conducts focus groups. And then, based on what he finds in these focus groups and these polls, he then counsels Republicans and tells them what they should and shouldn't be doing. So here's what he had to say in a recent interview.
For Republicans right now is that Democratic turnout in this primary, and it's been happening already in these special elections, is incredibly high. If you're a Democrat, you can't wait to vote. And we've seen this on the other side in previous elections when Barack Obama was president and Joe Biden. So make no mistake, every Democrat is looking to participate. Some Republicans are satisfied with what's happening and they're staying home. And the consequence of that could be a Democratic victory come this fall.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that excuse that he made? Oh, some Republicans aren't coming out to vote because they're just so satisfied with what's going on. Yeah, that must be it, Frank. That's why. Oh my God. I mean, hopefully he is more honest than this behind closed doors, because how can you act as a strategist for a party and how can you help that party if you're not willing to be honest? That is not why Republicans aren't coming out to vote. And in fact, he made that statement before what we saw go down. I think it was in Texas, where, there's that massive amount of turnout from Democrats. Well, it was proven after the fact when they looked at who actually came out to vote. There were just as many Republicans that came out to vote as it came out to vote in previous elections. But the Republicans did worse. The Republicans were losing. So it tells you they're still coming out, but they're voting against their own party. So these people just live in another universe. Anyway, one problem that the Republicans have, because Lord knows they have many, but one of the problems that they have is that the part of Donald Trump's coalition that's most opposed to this war, that's the same part that helped to push him over the edge in 2024. And they were already considered to be low propensity voters. So I'm sure you guys know I'm referring to young voters, right? Especially young male voters. They are not known for coming out to vote, especially in off-year elections. So I mean, you have to really get them energized and excited to get out there and vote. And here's the thing. You don't have to take this from me. You don't have to take it from me. I made it that way. You don't have to believe what I'm saying. Obviously, there's people that are probably hate watching right now who are going, oh, you're a stupid lib, blah, 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 blah. I don't believe anything you say. Okay, well, how about Natalie Winters? Natalie Winters is a Gen Zer. She is a MAGA woman. She is a political commentator. She's a co-host of Steve Bannon's show. And at the beginning of this war, so at the very beginning, the first week in, here's what she said. This was in response to, them asking her this. I forget what news outlet this was, but this was in response to a news outlet asking her, what do you think? How do you think the audience is going to react in the base? Blah, blah, blah. Here's what she said. He has a maximum of a month. And then she went on to say, after that, people will start viewing this as just another dragged out conflict. And she made it very clear that this is pissing off the base. As long as he wraps it up quickly, he might not pay a price. Obviously, like I said, that was a few weeks back. He is clearly blowing past that deadline, right? We're already a month in. He's ramping things up, not winding them down, although he talks out of both sides of his mouth. Like today, again, he was, we might just walk away. We might just leave the Strait of Hormuz closed and let everybody else deal with the shit show that I caused. But then again, he talks about, no, we're sending in ground troops and we're ramping things up. So who knows? And then yesterday also, Steve Bannon spoke out specifically about boots on the ground. He is saying that this absolutely should not happen. So here's the article talking about it. Bannon said, I don't want to use American kids. Let's use theirs. So he was specifically referring to Israeli soldiers, Arab state soldiers. I agree with him. Here's the thing. It's kind of like a, you break it, you buy it thing where Donald Trump started this. He's the one that got everyone into this. And now he's just like, oh, okay, well, I lit the fire. Now you're going to have to put it out. So in that respect, I feel bad leaving everybody in that area to deal with the fallout. And let's be clear, it is going to affect us. Financially, it's going to affect us either way. But I also don't want to see U.S. lives lost for Israel's war. This is Israel's war. Let them fight. I don't even think Saudi Arabia or anybody else should be out there fighting. They didn't start this. Israel did, and they dragged us into it. Now, of course, all the IDF knows how to do is kill women and children, kill journalists. So probably wouldn't go too well for them, right? Trying to fight grown men with weapons who they aren't starving, who actually have enough food in their belly and enough energy to fight. So yeah, they're not used to that. But anyway, so I have another video I want to share with you guys. This is another Republican strategist who shared what Donald Trump supporters are saying behind closed doors. Now, keep in mind as you watch this and listen, he made these comments also only after about 1 week into this war. So things have changed.
Nothing good. Let's just be clear here. We went from America first to America strikes first pretty quickly here. And I think a lot of the MAGA base, let's remember, a lot of the MAGA base is wherever Trump is at the moment is still with him. But we are, hours, days into this. Militarily speaking, it's going incredibly well. Taking out their leader, a lot of taking out their military. What comes next? A lot of questions. And now you're seeing some of the MAGA influencers raise questions. The longer this goes on, the more skepticism. And then beyond that, what is the priority of the American public right now? The economy.
Yeah.
We are a year in. Everything has changed except for the economy. So what is our message as we head into the midterms? Thank us for the big, beautiful bill. That's it. We have no ideas, no legislation. No one's feeling good right now.
Yeah. So if they were saying that, nothing good to say at the beginning of this war, imagine the conversations they're having now. And around that same time, around the beginning of this war, there was a conservative radio host. This is a specific radio host in Georgia. She told the Washington Post this. Let me bring it up for you guys. She said, if this goes on beyond, I'd say 2 months, then people are going to be really concerned about it. We're headed into the second month. And then she also told this news outlet that every candidate that she has been interviewing has told her that they're hearing from people the same thing. Yeah, nobody wants to pay more, but they understand this is a short-term thing. That was weeks ago. And again, even if we ended this war today, even if Donald Trump said, you know what, done, I'm out of it, good luck, Middle East, we did our part, you're on your own, we're out, bringing all of my troops home. It's not going to get better financially because of the disruption to fertilizer and gas and all the other things. It's not like the Strait of Hormuz is just going to magically open because Donald Trump says we're done, right? And then you also have a backlog now. It's kind of like with COVID. You now have people who've been waiting for weeks and weeks and a shortage of supply. And then you have all of these energy sites that were destroyed by us or by Israel. That they're going to take, that one is going to take like 5 years, they said, to undo the damage, to rebuild it. So this is not going to be over just because Donald Trump walks away. I don't think his voters, not all of them, but, the Kool-Aid cult, they're out there watching only, Fear News Network and all the rah-rah, yay, Trump websites. So they're not getting the real story. They don't understand how bad this is going to get in the coming months, even if we ended it today. They're not getting the real deal. So anyway, voters, some of them are now losing patience. There was an article that was published on, I think it was Sunday, and an Arizona Republican county chairman told Politico that Republican voters are pissed off and they're actually threatening canvassers. So these are Republican voters threatening Republican canvassers. He said, quote, "We're even going around canvassing neighborhoods and registered Republicans are yelling out the door, 'Go away or I'm calling the police.' I find that very discouraging." What a nice way to say it. I find that very discouraging. I bet you do. So, anyway, but like I said, it is not just the war that's tanking Donald Trump and the Republicans, because after Democrats broke their turnout records in that Texas primary I was referring to earlier this month, there was a Republican mayor named Javier Villalobos, and he told the Washington Post this. He said, "The excitement there was with the Hispanic community, and the Republican Party is kind of waning." And then he admitted that some of his family members voted for Trump, and now they're coming back to him and saying, "I think I made a mistake." And then he also conceded that this whole gerrymandering thing that the Republicans did in Texas, yeah, that might backfire, according to him, because apparently 4 out of the 5 of these redrawn districts that they created, they have majority Latino population. So if those voters are no longer voting for Republicans, they just screwed themselves. So Villalobos said, quote, "There's a good chance that we may lose 1 or 2 of those, maybe even more, based on the way the things are going right now." And then there was a Latino-focused Republican strategist. His name is Mike Madrid. He spoke with the Washington Post as well, and he said that these voters have become basically wild cards for both parties, like Latino voters, meaning. He said they're not fully aligned with either party. But he said that as of now, Republicans, quote, he said they have completely overplayed their hand. So, yeah. You done played yourself, Republicans. And then I'm going to leave you guys with this. So there's a journalist and Gen Z MAGA influencer. His name is Eric Spracklin. So a couple weeks back, he posted a tweet, and he has like 250,000 followers. This is very long, but I want to read this all to you because it's very relevant to what I'm talking about. So it says, "I have supported President Trump for 10 years now, and I am proud to say that I knew he would win in 2016 when nobody else believed it. Anyone that knew me personally early on in the MAGA movement thought I was crazy. I lost hundreds of friends over my diehard support of President Trump and my unwillingness to concede to them that he wouldn't or couldn't win. I was actively participating in and witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime political takeover that was happening in real time. I guess I could see what others could not. I attended countless rallies across the country. I was running anonymous pro-Trump social media handles and witnessed firsthand how the movement grew organically each day. It wasn't if we were going to win, it was just how big. What I'm seeing now is the total opposite. Trump is losing the faith of his most ardent supporters, seemingly by the minute. He is losing the people who truly campaigned for him, the people that knocked doors, the people who convinced their brothers, sisters, parents, aunts, uncles, neighbors, friends, etc., to give Trump a chance back then. The people who won him the election in the first place. But now their criticisms are becoming more frequent, and the old silently majority is speaking up about what it is they thought they had voted for. Those same people that his earliest supporters convinced to vote Trump when they didn't want to are now coming back with frustrations and feeling betrayed by both Trump and those that convinced them to support him. Many in the DC/admin bubble might think everyone is still with them, but the reality is far more grim in the real world. And it truly pains me to say that. I pray the president and his team can get back on track for the American people, because right now it looks like we're sprinting towards a midterm disaster in both the House and the Senate. And I also checked this guy's feed just yesterday. He is now posting about how we're wasting $1 billion a day on this war. I mean, who wants to tell him it's more? He also posted pissed off about how Lindsey Graham was caught at Disney World while he's pushing for Americans to go over and fight for Israel and die for them. So Republicans should be freaking out about this. They should be freaking out about the midterms. I mean, like this guy said, he personally knows people who were convinced to vote for Trump, and now they're not only pissed off at Trump, but they're pissed off at the people who convinced them. This has legs, guys. This is going to grow and multiply, because when you start allowing for a permission structure like this, when more and more people start speaking out that have large audiences, it gives permission to other people who were afraid to be the only one. I mean, there's a lot of followers in the world, right? Not everybody is a leader. So a lot of people don't want to be the only one. I don't want to be different. I want to be with the in crowd. So it's done. It's done. DON ain't got time or money to buy the vowel for the E. Done. So anyway, I will let you know if I hear any more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have more Trump regrets to share with you, more Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journey. So first up, I have a video to share with you. This is from a MAGA podcaster who now realizes that Trump isn't who he claimed to be. Take a look at what she has to say.
Expect you to be a good little cuck and sit in the cuck chair while a president that you voted for screws you over. That's what they expect. And you know what that represents? That represents their ultimate disdain for you. You're sitting here like an idiot being loyal to a president who doesn't give a shit about you, and they're laughing at you. They're taking your vote and they're laughing all the way into the Middle East to start yet another war. If you care about America, you will let it go. It's time to let it go. It's like chasing some guy that's never going to be, guy or girl that's never going to be interested in you. At some point, after so many hours of no response, of no contact, at one point you got to be like, he ain't that interested in you. She's not that interested. Let it go. Let it go. That's what this is. This is like literally this is like a toxic relationship. The American people are in a toxic, manipulative relationship with a girl or guy who doesn't give a shit about them, is using them for whatever they can get, meanwhile is off sleeping around with everybody else and their brother.
Yeah, we kind of told you guys that. That's exactly what we said. We said you were in an abusive, toxic relationship with him. Anyway, as you may have seen on the screen, that was Lily Gaddis. She rode the whole woe is me victimhood wave into infamy after she said the N-word on a live stream. And she got, rightfully called out for it and, kind of canceled in some sectors. And so, of course, the right rallied to her defense because they're such free speech warriors, or at least they were until Donald Trump took office. So anyway, this is one of those broken clock scenarios, Yeah, okay, she's right on this. Let's see where she ends up. I mean, she's still young, though. I'm hoping that she grows up and realizes that all of her conservative ideas were just ridiculous, or at least her MAGA ideas. Next up, I have a Twitter post for you guys. It's from a woman named Michelle. So she replied to a post from Trump. He was boasting, or his account was boasting about what a great job he's doing. And Michelle disagreed. She said this. She said, "Disgusting piece of shit. I wish I had never voted for you." And then another woman responded to a post from a January 6th criminal, Derek Evans. You might remember him. So Evans claimed that Trump voters don't regret voting for him. And this woman very much disagreed with him as well. She set him straight. She said this: "I literally regret it. Every day since he started crashing the stock markets all over the world with his idiotic war, I so regret it. I wish I had never, ever voted for him. The man is a deranged lunatic." Gosh, if only someone had warned her. This next guy perfectly explains why we're in this mess in his first sentence. So take a look at this. He says, "I worshiped the man." That's your problem right there. "I thought he was America first. I would tell people, Trump is far from perfect, but he's the best president we've ever had. Then Venezuela happens. And I'm like, this is not right. Worry about America. Pass the SAVE Act. Pressure the Senate to get things done. Fill appointments. Lower the cost of living. Deportations, crime, Epstein files, gerrymandering, so many domestic things to do. Then he started meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu way too much and moving battle groups toward the Middle East. A month before his unprovoked attack, they were negotiating. And I knew that last time he attacked while negotiating. I posted that if he attacked and started a war, it would end MAGA and his legacy. Betrayal is the worst thing he could do, and did. Betrayal turns love to hate. MAGA is dead. Either Epstein files or Israel, probably both, were the reason he did it. All hope is lost. America is screwed. We're done with him. And there are millions like me who feel betrayed by him. I mean, he at least gets it now. but why? What has Donald Trump ever done to make this man worship him? Right? The best president we've ever had? Like, I seriously don't get it. You worshiped a man who cheated on all three of his wives. You worshiped a man who screwed over anyone who ever did work for him and every business partner he's ever had. You worshiped a complete and total bigot. You worshiped a man who sexually assaulted or has been accused of sexually assaulting and harassing dozens of women and allegedly young girls, and has been, found liable of assault of at least one woman, which the judge called rape. You worshiped a failed businessman. Anyway, this next person posted this. They said, "Never thought I'd wish a president I voted for impeached within a few months of taking office." And then next, I have another video to share with you guys. So this one is from Owen Schroyer's show. For anybody who missed my previous FAFO video where I talked about this, Schroyer was a January 6er. He was a co-host on InfoWars, and he went off and started his own show this past year because he had a falling out with Alex Jones. Well, he recently took live calls and he asked his audience to grade Trump's presidency and to share their feelings on the war. So check this out.
An F. MAGA, I think, is dead. I voted for him 3 times, and I just can't believe the second administration, and Iran is a total disaster. I just can't believe everything I voted for, he's done exactly the opposite. I started souring on him early. I didn't like his handling of the Ukraine war. I expected a peacemaker. He seemed like it's even worse. He seemed to, instead of going in there and demanding a settlement, just seems like it got worse. And then Iran, that's the nail in the coffin for me. This is so damaging. This is the end of his presidency. I think we can only hope that he gets impeached.
Can only hope he gets impeached. It's the end of his presidency. So that was a California woman named Alexis. I'm glad she's finally seeing the light, but anyone who thought that Donald Trump was going to be a peacemaker, you were not paying attention during his first term. In his first 4 years in office alone, he did more drone strikes around the world than Obama did in his entire 8 years in office. And Obama had a lot of drone strikes. It's something the left doesn't like to talk about, either that or they're just not aware of how much he did, but it was quite a bit. And Donald Trump exceeded that in 4 years. In any case, I'm going to have more of those Schroyer videos for you in upcoming FAFO segments. Next up, though, I have a post from a Trump voter named Ryan. So he shared the price of gas in his area, and he wrote this: "I didn't vote for this." And then another guy posted this: "Over $5.30 a gallon here in Central California. Diesel is over $6. I own a small landscaping company, so it's not ideal, LOL. It's gonna hurt. I didn't vote for this." Oh, but you did. You did, mister. The rest of us didn't, but we're having to pay for your stupidity and the stupidity of the majority of the Central California voters who voted for Trump. It always cracks me up too. Like, people in the central part of California, they are the least wealthy part of the state. That is the least wealthy part. And they always vote against their own best interests. The majority always elects these self-serving, donor-humping Republicans. Anyway, this next person replied to the MAGA influencer who runs the account on TikTok called, it's on TikTok. It's also on Twitter. Anyway, it's called Libs of TikTok. If you haven't heard of it, she is just a raging homophobe and all around bigot, just a horrific person. Her name is eluding me at the moment. But anyway, she was warning that Donald Trump and his administration will be prosecuted if the Democrats win. And here's what this person said to her. This is a Trump voter who said, "I'm OG MAGA and will have no problem with this after Trump stabbed us in the back. I hope they throw him in prison for something he isn't even guilty of, too. You reap what you sow." Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Oh, Chaya Rychik, I think is how you pronounce her name. She's a piece of work. Yeah, she is totally anti-trans, and the ironic thing is that she looks like she would be a trans woman. So anyway, please tell her I said that if you know her. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I want to talk with you guys about, first I want to give you a couple updates on what's going on with Iran, because literally right as I was getting on here to record, there was a major update that Donald Trump has now tacoed again. He is now saying he's going to extend the supposed 5-day pause in hostilities. He's saying that the discussions, the negotiation is going very well with Iran. Again, there is absolutely no evidence of this whatsoever other than his word, which we all know doesn't mean jack. According to people who are speaking with the Iranian government, there is no discussion going on. There is no negotiation. In fact, the Iranians have put out a statement saying, we will never negotiate. We will never discuss any of this with someone like you, meaning Donald Trump. So again, is this his imaginary friend he's negotiating with? Is he chickening out? Is he, finally maybe getting some real information in his little bubble that he lives in, and people finally telling him this is going to be a disaster if we do a ground invasion? Thousands of people are going to die, and everything is going to cave in on you because this is already not popular. So who knows? I welcome it, though. I'm glad he's doing the taco for once, or always, really, because it's usually for the betterment of our country. Anyway, so that's going on. I also wanted to share with you guys the costs of this war. So, beyond the lives that we've lost, which is horrific, the destruction of so many countries in the region, Trump's Iran war is absolutely tanking the global economy, and it's costing Americans a fortune. The war itself is reportedly costing approximately 2 billion American tax dollars every single day. We have now been in this for almost a full month. And we have the largest military budget in the world already. It's like a $1 trillion budget. And then the Trump regime is asking Congress for another 200 billion. And this is as Republicans, as you all know, are taking our health care away, taking away other life-saving programs like cancer research. But this is what Pete Hegseth had to say. This is what Donald Trump's defense secretary had said. I can't remember if this was at the beginning of this week or the end of last week. You guys may have seen this already, but if not, it is absolutely a must-see and a must-hear, because there is just absolutely zero self-awareness in this administration. So check this out.
As an energy-rich country, could be, should be. Instead, like so many other places driven by a radical ideology, they've spent that money instead of investing in their people. And that's why you had millions of Iranians protesting. Because they felt like their condition, quality of life didn't match what it could be or should be. And what was the Iranian state? There's a reason we call Iran the #1 state sponsor of terrorism, because they took the money they make and they invest it in tunnels, and they invested in missiles, and they invested in launchers and UAVs, and we are destroying and degrading that in historic proportions.
Okay, first of all, again, no evidence that what they're saying is true and that they've degraded all of this so much. Second, the cognitive dissonance is just off the charts. It is stunning, truly. Oh, this, extreme ideology that they have, this, religious fundamentalist extremist ideology, that's what's driving them to use all of their money for things other than their people. Hello, pot, meet kettle. Are you freaking kidding me here? Like, do they not realize that this Christian extremist ideology, literally, this is a guy who has tattoos of an extremist Christian ideology on his body. And you have Mike Huckabee and all of these military leaders out there telling the troops that this is God's will, this war. Oh, this is so that we can help Israel and bring about, a return of Jesus and blah. They're absolutely, completely unaware of how batshit crazy they sound and what total and complete hypocrites they are. Anyway, on top of the immediate cost to us as taxpayers, we are looking at spending a fortune in repairs to repair the damage of this war. So, and this is just a part of it that I'm going to show you. So the BBC reported that we have already incurred $800 million in damage to military bases because of Iranian strikes. So this was reported last week. Just today, there was another report that came out. I think it was in the Washington Post, and they were saying that all of our military bases are uninhabitable, that our military members are now working remotely. They're sitting in hotels, they're all over the place because the military bases, US military bases in that region of the world have been completely obliterated. So we're going to have to repair all of those at some point. And two, like you have all of our military now as sitting ducks and putting other people at risk. Because what if people are there and they're secretly telling the Iranians, hey, we've got military members staying at our hotel. And then the Iranians go, okay, well, let's strike that hotel. Let's take out their people at that hotel or wherever they're staying. And then because of Iran's attack on the Roslafen liquefied natural gas complex, I'm sure you guys heard about this. This was in Qatar last week. Analysts are saying that energy prices are going to absolutely skyrocket and they're going to remain high for the foreseeable future. So here's one of the articles about this. Anne-Sophie Corbeau, I think is how you pronounce her name. She is the former head of gas analysis at BP. She told the Daily Beast, this was in this article, quote, I woke up this morning and thought, no, please, no. This has always been my nightmare scenario, my Armageddon scenario, the one I didn't want to happen. So this Roslafen facility literally took 30 years to build. And the Qataris are saying it now has, quote unquote, extensive damage. And after hearing about this strike, there's a clean energy investment banker who told the Financial Times, quote, it is apocalypse now. The coming months for gas importers are going to be a bloodbath. So we're not feeling it yet. We may look at the gas pumps, we may look at our energy bills and go, wow, this is really bad. This is out of control. This is the tip of the iceberg, is what these people are warning. And another expert, a guy named Tom Marzek-Manser, said a retaliatory attack on Roslafen is exactly what the global natural gas market feared the most. This was completely preventable. This had nothing to do with us. So this was a retaliatory strike by Iran because Israel hit their South Pars natural gas facility. That's the only reason why they did it. So of course, everything is spiking. Oil prices are spiking, and then they're retreating. This has been going on since last Friday. They shot up last week to like $115 a barrel. Then this week they've been fluctuating. They've been like between $90, $95 a barrel, which still isn't great, but it wasn't over 100, so people weren't really freaking out. Well, then Brent crude, their oil, or that oil, metric, which is the most widely used metric of oil prices, that was up to almost $108 a barrel today, the last time I checked. So predictably, this sets off a chain reaction in the stock market, happened again today. And here's the thing. We could look at the bright side, right? The good news is the Dow is no longer above 50,000. So I guess now we can talk about Jeffrey Epstein. We can talk about Trump violating young girls. Guess that's free game right now. But anyway, Market News, or Market Watch news outlet, I should say, and CNBC had reported that investors are now doing something that they haven't done since the 2008 global financial crisis. So we are in very dangerous territory here. What they're doing is investors are moving their money out of long-term investments and into 2-year treasury bonds. So not a good sign. It signals that they're very concerned, and everybody is saying this is just, it's teetering on the brink. So that could be why Trump made that announcement today, because he sees oil, oil prices spiking again, the stock market tanking. I mean, it seems like every time that happens, he comes out with good news, and tries to make it seem like everything's on track and going to stop. Now, if I had to bet money, I would say that Trump is going to do something crazy on Saturday, because here's the thing. We have the next No Kings rally coming up this Saturday. So Donald Trump is probably looking at this. It's probably going to be the biggest protest in our nation's history. The last one it was over 7 million participants. This one is slated to be even bigger. So I don't know if he's trying to distract from that. I don't know if he's thinking, people are going to be distracted by that and they won't notice a boots on the ground operation in Iran. Who knows with him? But if I had to bet money, I would say he's still going to do something this weekend, because we are now literally running out of defensive ammunition, defensive missiles. There was an article, can't remember what news outlet it was in, but they did like a full breakdown of how Israel is almost out. We are now a day away from what they estimated to be out. Other allies in the region are almost out. So it's go time. Like he either has to end this or make a drastic move to take back the narrative and to take back control. So we'll see. But anyway, we also have total chaos at the airports. As you all know, we have these long TSA lines. People are waiting 3, 4, 5 hours to get through a line, missing their flights because of the partial government shutdown. And, everyone in the world is likely canceling travel plans, not just because of that, but because of fuel costs, because it's shooting the price of travel through the roof. And this is when we're in the busiest travel season of the year, right? We've got spring break, Easter, we've got summer coming up, but plane tickets are just astronomical at this time. So take a look at this. In this article, the Washington Post spoke with a man named Clint Henderson. He was trying to book a flight for his mother-in-law, and she's not going anywhere spectacular. She was traveling from the Bay Area in California to visit them, I believe, visit he and his wife in Missouri. This is a guy who runs a travel website. Okay, so he knows what's going on with costs. He keeps his finger on the pulse of what's going on. He said he thought the ticket was going to cost maybe like $400 to $500. That's what he would normally pay. The cheapest seat was $1,500, 3 times the amount. And then check this out. There's a CEO of United Airlines. His name is Scott Kirby. He told his employees on an employee call, I think this was last week, that jet fuel costs have more than doubled in the last 3 weeks. And Kirby told them United expects oil prices to hit $175 a barrel this year, and that they're going to fluctuate but remain above $100 a barrel until the end of next year, till the end of 2027. And he said, instead of laying people off, the company is now cutting flights. And I'm not talking about like, oh, they're going to cut flights to the Middle East, which is obvious because nobody wants to travel there right now. It's too dangerous. They're eliminating a bunch of red-eye flights, a bunch of other less popular trips. So, if you were hoping to finally take your vacation this year and get away and, get away from Trump and like decompress, you're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to go by by ship, by plane, by truck, by car. I mean, only the wealthiest people are going to have that luxury. And as I've mentioned before, the rising fuel prices are going to impact everything because everything we buy, it comes from somewhere, right? It has to be transported to or from somewhere. And then you add that cost to the rising cost of fertilizer, which I also mentioned recently because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed or effectively shut down. We're in for a very, very expensive foreseeable future. And experts are saying even if Donald Trump ended the war today, even if he said, we're out, Israel, you can deal with this, the Middle East, you can deal with this, even if he stopped everything today, the effects of his little excursion or whatever he called it, this is going to go on for quite a while. This is going to go on for not just months, possibly years. The effects of this, the damage is done. And this is the worst of all worlds because, as you guys all know, job growth is almost non-existent, right? It's about to get even worse because of because of AI and Donald Trump's refusal to regulate AI. Young people are in a world of hurt. There was an article that came out, I think it was yesterday or today, talking about how this is the worst job market for recent graduates in decades. And then you add to that, manufacturing plummeting, housing costs are remaining stubbornly high, and it's mostly because of low inventory. So you've got a supply and demand, imbalance there. So this is the textbook definition of stagflation. High costs, low wages, low job growth. And we are just burning through cash. The administration that said they wanted to save money, the one that implemented Doge so that we could get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, the ones that laid off tens of thousands of government employees and have made everything in our country worse. And for what? So they could go start a war and burn through more cash? I mean, we already know they didn't save us anything. We already know that the debt has continued to grow under Trump. He said he was going to get rid of it. I don't know. And then, I should mention this one other thing that popped up before I jumped onto. Some people are saying he may be doing the taco because the Arab states, the Gulf states, are all saying, look, like this is costing us big time. This is costing us, financially. And so all of this money that we pledged to invest in the United States, we might have to now pull back on that. We might have to cut that out because we can't afford all of this. So anyway, there you go. It's a complete and utter shit show still. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have fun news to share with you guys because it is not going well. It's not going well at all for Donald Trump and the Republicans. Actually, that could be the biggest understatement ever. And I have proof for you. Some of it comes from a conservative event that just took place in Texas, where some of the attendees actually cheered for Donald Trump's impeachment. I also have the latest comments from some podcasters who've turned against Trump and his war, and on other issues as well. I have a video to show you from a January 6er who called out his fellow MAGA members for being too cult-like. So before I dive into all these details, though, please do me a huge favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is free for you to become a subscriber. It really, really helps the show. It gets more eyeballs on this information because then YouTube sees it as valuable and they push it out to more people. So appreciate that. So here's the deal. So last weekend, accused male crotch groper, also in his beard, otherwise known as his wife, Mercedes, they held their annual conservative political action conference. So I'm talking about CPAC, and I'm talking about Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. Conspicuously absent from this event was Donald Trump. So I think this was the first time that he hasn't been present and hasn't been the headline guest at CPAC in probably since he came on the scene, like 10 years ago. So, of course, they made up an excuse. It was just laugh out loud funny. They said, oh, he didn't think it was appropriate to attend the conference while there's a war going on. Okay. I mean, someone might buy that if he hasn't been, down at Mar-a-Lago every weekend golfing since he started this war. Anyway, it became very evident right away there is a huge divide within the MAGA movement. And that's could be, I'm thinking, the real reason Donald Trump stayed away. So take a look at how the crowd reacted when Matt Schlapp asked this question.
How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. That was the wrong answer. Let me try it again. How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. Can someone bring some coffee out for the people in CPAC?
I know.
We've got to keep this House majority. How many of you agree with that?
So that, as you saw, that was Matt Schlapp. That was the guy who was accused of, quote unquote, pummeling another man's crotch. So yeah, barely anybody showed up for this event. I think that has something to do with it, the fact that he is an accused sexual perv. But anyway, not exactly the response he was expecting, probably not the crowd size he was expecting. And even when he asked again and, told them, oh, no, that's the wrong answer. Did you hear? There were still some people who cheered. So I don't know if the audience is just brain dead and they didn't understand the question. He's thinking like impeachment of Democrats or something, or that's the, that is the generous observation or explanation for this. But anyway, it's great to watch these, MAGA minions realize in real time Trump is actually losing support. This isn't what they thought it was. This is not going to be this grand movement for all time. Anyway, so Republicans are freaking out. They're freaking out about this divide. They're freaking out about how MAGA maniacs are just out there devouring each other. Pretty much every speaker at CPAC pleaded with the audience and with each other to put their differences aside and focus their ire on Democrats. In fact, Trump humper and podcaster Michael Knowles gave a speech at this event, and here's the title: Why Can't We All Just Get Along? And then other speakers, though, were like, no, I'm calling this shit out. They called out the fractures within MAGA and questioned the hypocrisy. So check this out. This was very shocking. What you're about to see here is January 6er Brandon Straka. He told the audience that, this is not right. We can't be like a cult. Check this out.
When did we become the left? When did we become hive-minded, mean, and tribal? When did we decide that not only must we cancel those we disagree with, but we must control the people around us with intimidation, demanding that they think the way we think and join the cancel mob too, or be branded themselves? And when did we allow some of the most toxic, nasty, and vicious people on the planet to become the spokespeople for MAGA? But perhaps, most importantly, when did we decide that it was off limits to question our own government or the government of any other country? If you call yourself a patriot, but you believe that it is your obligation to only praise and only worship your president, then you must not be a patriot of this country. Because leader worship is how citizens behave in nations that aren't free. You can love your president, and you should. But it is your duty and your obligation as a free citizen of the United States of America to challenge and question your government every day, regardless of who the president of the United States is.
So I have so many thoughts on that. I mean, first of all, people cheered. People cheered for his presentation. And that was just a tiny fragment of it. It was like a 15-minute long speech. But, and he went on, you know, he slammed the Democrats, of course. But I find it so interesting that Brandon Straka, first of all, like forgets history. You know, oh, when did we become the left? When did we become mean? You've always been mean. The right has always been mean. I mean, that's just like built in, right? The whole realignment was because of slavery, right? The original realignment was because, you know, the people in the Democratic Party who wanted slavery decided to leave and start the Republican Party. And then the other thing is he forgets, you know, when he said, oh, when did we become tribal? And when did we become, you know, that we can't question our government, blah, blah. I don't know. Does Natalie Maines ring a bell? Do you guys remember Natalie Maines from the Dixie Chicks, now called the Chicks, who dared to call out Bush for the war? And she got completely filleted and just slammed death threats by the Republican Party, by Republican voters who told her to shut up and sing. And, you know, I'm going to kill you. They're teaching their children, you know, to say mean, horrible, nasty things about her, threaten her life. I mean, this is who it's always been. He got sucked in because he was saying things that they liked. Brandon Straka was saying things and agreed with positions they already had. So of course they welcomed him and they liked him and he was their token gay, right? But, and if you didn't know, that's who he is, right? He started the walk away movement. He claims, oh, I walked away from the Democratic Party because everyone was so judgmental and wanted this forced groupthink. I mean, are you kidding me? Have you seen how they treat people online who disagree with them and Trump? Anyway, he is just a joke. I mean, the things that he's saying are just ridiculous. If he knew anything at all, if he had paid attention in years past, he would know that what he's saying is just, he's talking about the Republican Party. This is who they've always been. That's who they've been. That's who they're going to be. Not that that doesn't go on in the Democratic Party, but to say that it's only the Democrats is a freaking joke. And then to say, oh, when did we allow the worst, horrible, evil people to be the spokespeople for our movement and for the right? Have you seen Donald Trump? Have you heard him? Do you know anything about him? Like, you just described him, Straka. You just described him, Brandon. That is who you have as your spokesperson for the right. So yeah, hateful, evil, cruel, disgusting. Yeah, that's who you support, if you didn't know. And the problem for Straka is, you know, he's like, oh, I don't want to walk away from the right. No, you can't walk away from the right because he burned his bridges on the left. Right. And then again, he's still slamming the left. Even in this CPAC speech, he's talking shit about the Democrats. But, you know, some right wingers are actually now admitting that things were better when Democrats were in control. Unlike Brandon Straka, some of them actually get it, which is shocking. That I'm going to show you the video. I'm going to show you and who this is. But this person actually is saying, no, things were better when Biden was in office. Take a look.
Stood in the way of all of this? Just a fact. Just a fact. Don't let me inconvenience you. Do you know who stood in the way of this entire thing? Joe Biden. Joe Biden did. Because Joe Biden did not take the bait. He didn't take Israel's bait and fight Iran. He had two opportunities. When Israel provoked Iran in April 24 and in July 24, Joe Biden deterred Iran but did not attack them. It was Biden's National Security Council. It was Democrats in the Senate that tried to constrain U.S. weapons supplies to Israel. They wouldn't give Israel 2,000-pound bombs. And when Joe Biden got in, the first thing he tried to do was reconstitute a nuclear deal with Iran. Go figure. That was the first thing he tried to do. What happened in August 2023? Just 2 months before October 7th, Joe Biden had a prisoner exchange with Iran and unfroze $6 billion in assets that were tied up in a South Korean bank that then made their way to Qatar and were on their way to Iran. Because Joe Biden was trying to make a grand bargain. It was under Joe Biden that China brokered a rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which is a diplomatic revolution. So think of Trump ripped up the nuclear deal. Trump killed Soleimani. Trump designated the IRGC a terrorist group. Trump allowed Israel to annex all of Jerusalem and declare it its capital, which set the stage for Al-Aqsa flood, which set the stage for what is happening. Trump oversaw the repassing of the Memorandum of Understanding. Actually, I think it was renewed under Obama, just before. Can't blame everything on Trump, but he set the stage for all of this. Biden tried to interrupt it, and then Trump was brought back to resume. And the Jews didn't even want him. The Jews wanted DeSantis, then they wanted Haley. Finally, they settled on Trump, and then they were all in. And now you see why. 8-front war. They can't fight it alone. They can't fight on 8 fronts alone. They're a tiny, pathetic country of 8 million people. You think they can fight all these enemies all at the same time? They can't. They need us. That's why the 8th front is the most important. They needed a revolution in America, color revolution in the United States, so that we would sponsor all of this.
I mean, who knew that, Nick Fuentes was going to be the voice of reason? Although I think he's giving Biden a little bit too much credit because, Biden didn't work that hard to get back in the nuclear deal. And, he absolutely got behind Israel on way too much and gave them funding and just kept up with all this crap. And, even though they were committing war crimes, the ICC said that they were committing war crimes, that Netanyahu was a war criminal. I mean, yeah, he's giving Biden and his administration a little too much credit, but point taken that it was better than what Donald Trump is doing, starting a freaking needless war. So, it's not just the guy at the gas station now who misses Uncle Joe, quote unquote, and Fuentes is pushing his former Trump supporting audience to either stay home, to either not vote at all, or to actually vote Democratic, to vote for the Democratic candidate. There's a bunch of posts online from his followers showing, I don't know if you guys know, but they have the Groyper mascot is like the green frog. And there's all these different images that they're posting now saying, vote Democrat, vote for a Democrat, blah, blah, blah. And here's what he posted last weekend on Twitter, or it might have been during the week, but here's what he posted. He said, if you're against the Iran war, but you keep voting for the party that started it, then you are a ridiculous subhuman goy. You voted for mass deportations and no new wars. Instead, you got no mass deportations and a new war. So, of course, he always has to throw in something anti-Semitic and disgusting. But, I mean, the thing is, if Nick Fuentes wasn't a racist, if he wasn't anti-Semitic and just a hateful bigot, I could actually hang out with him because he's a funny guy. He is insightful. I think he's intelligent in a lot of ways. So, yeah, it's a shame that he wastes his talent on this filth. But anyway, here's the thing. This is resonating with a lot of young voters There is a huge generational divide among the attendees at CPAC. They spoke with a bunch of people, various news outlets, I should say, spoke with a bunch of different people. And it was just a stark contrast between when you were talking with someone, say, under 40, more of them were against the war. Everybody over that age was totally for it. It's just bizarre. So, case in point, Politico spoke with a 30-year-old veteran named Joseph Bollock. He said he feels like Trump has betrayed his voters, mostly with this war, but he's upset about other things. So here's what he told them. He said, he's lied about everything. If you go into a war where there's no end game, how is it going to end? There's no clear objective. So, and then they also spoke with a 21-year-old guy named Andrew Belcher. He is the president of the Ohio College Republicans. So kind of important, an important state. And here's what he said. Belcher told them, Trump and Republicans in general are going to have major issues in the midterms in 2028. If we can't wrap this up in a relatively quick amount of time. And then he said that, Trump is doing relatively poorly with the hyper online young men. That was the news outlet's characterization of the type of young men that he's doing poorly with. But they also CNN got someone else on camera. So this is another young man. His name is Alex Stone. And here's what he told the CNN reporter.
Happy. I'm not happy at all. I mean, President Trump ran on no new wars. I feel like we've been opted into a war that shouldn't be ours. It should be Israel's.
Yeah. And then supposedly young White House staffers are also unhappy about Trump's 180 on this. So there was a source that told Politico this. Let me bring this one up for you. Quote, they're very frustrated. They didn't love the war to start with. And since it began, the constantly contradictory messaging from the president himself is just brutal. Brutal for staff to deal with and making their life really hard. He puts his people in a really tough position, especially people who are public facing. I would imagine that's kind of referring to people like, I don't know, his mouthpiece, Kim Jong-levitt, those who have to go out there and lie for him. So the moral of the story here is the vibes that favored Trump in 2024 have completely and totally shifted. And even Joe Rogan last week on his show said something to the effect of, there's all these unintelligent dorks in MAGA. I mean, this was a guy who promoted Trump, who had him on his show, who endorsed him, pushed his audience to do the same, to vote for him. So this is what young male conservatives are now hearing from podcasters like Rogan, like, Andrew Schulz and others who, align with their anti-war beliefs. And then they're hearing pro-war, pro-Trump BS from the true MAGA grifters, the pro-Israel genocide deniers, people like Ben Shapiro and, Tim Pool and others. So, of course, they're going to take the first group more seriously. They're going to put more faith and stock in what Joe Rogan and the others have to say, because they're like, yeah, you guys said you were anti-war, and now that it started, you're cheering it on. So I don't trust you anymore. And this is going to be a big problem with some of these MAGA podcasters. They are already seeing their audience deteriorate. They're seeing their numbers go down, whether it be subscribers or just views or both. So they're going to have to wake up. And the problem is a lot of them are funded by the pro-Trump, pro-war, pro-Israel Zionist agenda. And so what do? Are they going to give up their gravy train, their sure thing, investors and the people who are funding them to the tune of, sometimes 6 figures per video, 5, 6 figures? Or are they going to give their audience the truth and hope that their audience supports them in it? They got a tough decision to make. Anyway, there you go, guys. It's falling apart. I'm loving it. All right. I'll talk with you guys soon. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
So, folks, we've got to talk about Trans Day of Visibility. It's Trans Day of Visibility right now, actually, as I speak. And I really wanted this to be a segment of just like cool stuff that trans people are up to, cool art that trans people are making, etc. But then as I sat down to prep this show and segment, I realized that I hadn't talked about a lot of different problems besetting the trans community right now, and that I needed to go over this. Because as a trans person, I have been to a little extent here, trying to protect myself and my mental health by not diving headfirst into all of this. I will charitably call it a cesspool of hatred being directed towards trans people and our rights here in America. And it's time to do that so that we can talk about kind of the state of trans rights in America. And it's going to be an uncomfortable dialogue that we're going to get into here. And I want to recognize that up front and just give you guys an out, like, hey, this is going to be a rough segment. And I do think that there is hope. Again, as with so much in the Trump administration right now, that hope is predicated on people coming together, people organizing, and, fighting back by not just passively accepting the destruction of trans rights in this country, and instead standing up and saying, no. So let's talk about it. Now, the first thing that I wanted to talk about today is specifically that the Supreme Court issued an almost unanimous decision today regarding a Colorado law against conversion therapy. And I do want to be clear about what this specific Supreme Court ruling is and is not. Okay? This is not legalizing, hooking up gay or trans people to car batteries to shock them into being straight or cis. That is not what this decision does. It is not like we need to be realistic about what it is. However, what it does say is that the Supreme Court will not really take a side in whether or not talk therapists can engage in what is considered conversion talk therapy. And that is actually a really wide array of interventions when it comes to conversion therapy. And talk therapy can also be, of course, extraordinarily harmful. I would recommend, by the way, if you want a history of conversion therapy, Philosophy Tube did an incredible job breaking down kind of the history of conversion therapy. And I would highly recommend it if you are in the headspace to be able to just like stare into an absolute abyss of awful, awful stuff that has been done to transgender and queer people in general. Okay? Absolutely wild they would allow this on free speech rights. Well, so what they are doing is not outright allowing it. What is happening here, and I would recommend folks, if you want to do more reading on this, I would recommend checking out this article by Law Dork. Chris Geidner does incredible work covering jurisprudence here in America, and it's a very good piece. It goes over Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissent, where she calls it, she calls out the majority of the court for making talk therapy effectively unregulatable, and that the fallout could be catastrophic. Because of course, when you say that people who are ostensibly providing a medical service, a medical mental health service, can advocate for treatments that are not successful, like conversion therapy has never worked, but you can allow these people to pursue quack claims of being able to convert people. You can, and this is bad. She is absolutely right. And I want to be clear here. Geidner does a really good job here breaking it down. Colorado's effort to justify the law as a traditional licensing law, Gorsuch wrote, doesn't work. Whatever traditional interest a state may have in ensuring a professional possesses a particular set of qualifications, that interest does not automatically entail a right to dictate a professional's point of view. Colorado's law, he stated, of Child's case, censors speech based on viewpoint. The problem with that, Jackson countered, is that regulation of the practice of medicine is pervasively and unavoidably viewpoint-based. When a state establishes a standard of care or punishes a doctor for providing care outside of that standard, it necessarily limits what medical professionals can say and do on the basis of viewpoint, which is true. You can't just say, well, my viewpoint is that you should inject bleach into your veins. I'm a doctor with a PhD. I just inject bleach. Like, you cannot legally do that as a doctor. You can't tell people legally as a doctor to do that. Not just because it is against the professional obligations you have to, your colleagues, not just because of, idealistic doctor-patient relationships, but because it is illegal to harm patients like that, right? And what is happening here with this case is a grave miscarriage of justice, because essentially the Supreme Court is kicking this back down to a lower court to reevaluate it on free speech grounds, rather than what the court initially ruled on, which is, of course, professional licensing grounds. And the grounds for professional licensing are pretty strict. The grounds for free speech in America are pretty not strict. So it is likely that effectively the Supreme Court decision made today is going to have sweeping implications. And the mystery that a lot of people ran into with this case is, why did the other two liberal justices side with the conservative majority? And the answer to that is apparently out of fear. They realized that if conservative justices were going to rule this on free speech grounds, they wanted to also air concerns that if, for example, they were to uphold this decision and be the majority, right, that what would happen is that it would allow states to pass laws banning gender-affirming talk therapy, which could also have sweeping negative ramifications across the country. So those are kind of like the different arguments at play here from the conservative majority as well as from the liberals who, also went with the majority. And it seems to be a case where the court has gotten either ideologically invested in the outcome of this, basically, allowing conversion therapy to take place via talk therapy, just on ideological grounds. As we know, some of the conservative justices are quite ideologically compromised, we'll say. And on the flip side of that, you have justices getting lost in the weeds when it comes to the actual jurisprudence of it, like kind of the textual element of it. And it really seems that the only person who is looking at this and saying, hey guys, we should be looking at the broader picture and how this is going to affect actual real people, that was obviously Justice Jackson. And it's there's nothing good here. Nothing good about this case is going to come about. It is yet another reminder that if we seek, queer liberation, if we seek the liberation of transgender people in this country, to allow trans people to live and thrive as equals with cis people in society, what is going to be required is the Supreme Court needs to be changed. We need to pack the court. We need to ensure that this kind of conservative judicial malpractice can never be repeated again. This is, it's just an unspeakably awful decision, all across the board. Yeah, and I get the Kagan Sotomayor position for sure, and I imagine that part of the reason they went with the majority is so that they could add their reasoning to the decision in order to strengthen kind of the precedent for not regulating the speech of talk therapy so that actual therapists can continue to practice. The real solution here is we just should not be allowing conservatives who are so fucking in the weeds to be running policy in this country through the Supreme Court. Now, we also, of course, need to talk about the fact that the Trump administration has been pushing everywhere to attack trans people and destroy the rights of trans people to actually live and thrive and survive and be able to get the care we need to live, right? An example of this has been the concerted attack on trans youth. And a lot of people, still to this day, in the Democratic Party, seem to be holding on to this idea that we don't understand why, what do Americans want? Golly gee, we don't get it. Hey, we need to understand what is happening. And I gotta be honest with you, the prime offender that I'm thinking of here is Alyssa Slotkin. I have a theory. What works in the middle of the country will work on the coasts, but not in reverse. That's why we need to hear from people in places like Michigan, Idaho, and Kansas City, because I'm in the business of winning elections, and we're all seeing what happens when Democrats lose focus on the middle class. And it's just I gotta be honest with you, this is just an attack on trans people. Every single Democrat that talks like this makes the argument that, we lost focus on the middle class because we were too busy defending LGBTQ people. That's the argument here. It's what frustrates me so much about this particular brand of Democrat. And especially when this isn't a problem that you need to necessarily, you don't need to talk about this because you can just open a newspaper and look at the effects. The Trump administration is using Medicaid money to try and block hospitals and health clinics from providing gender-affirming care to minors. It started as an issue around trans youth in sports, and then it blew up to trans youth getting access to healthcare in general. And they aren't going to stop there. Project 2025 and the Conservative Project has always been, how do we eliminate trans people from society? And I mean, frankly, what method that they're trying to use right now is dangling that Medicaid money in front of hospitals and hoping those hospitals close down their gender affirming care programs for youth. And in the future, they're going to try and expand that to close down hospital care for gender affirming care for adults, essentially. This is all happening across the country in a concerted effort. There's an article in the Boston Globe about how Massachusetts families are getting more and more worried because of limits on gender affirming care for children being pushed by the Trump administration into hospitals. And Massachusetts is not unique in that regard. This is happening all across the country in a myriad of different places. One of the things that I really wanted to look at here, the fact that while all of this is happening, right? While all of this is happening, conservative Democrats and, establishment Democrats who don't really want to have pro-working class economic policy, they just want to kind of virtue signal, use the buzzwords that are given to them by like Third Way and whatnot. What they really want to do is use those buzzwords and then also use trans people as a way to show their conservative credentials. This is not going to work long term, because effectively what they're doing is they're just cribbing out of the Republican playbook. And the Republican playbook right now is double, triple, quadruple down on hating trans people and pushing anti-trans legislation, right? Conservative Democrats are trying to play catch up, these centrist Dems. And this is all coming at a time when the New York Times even is acknowledging there is scant evidence that transgender rights were a top concern motivating voters in the 2024 election, and transgender and non-binary people are estimated to be about 1% of the country's population. So even the New York Times is out here being like, well, actually, it doesn't really seem like hating trans people moved people in the general election of 2024, but a lot of conservatives are still harping on that because it's kind of their brand now. They have nothing else to offer other than hatred. And frankly, centrist Dems are trying to do the exact same shit that Republicans are doing, just with different branding. And it's deeply, deeply frustrating to see, especially as more and more attacks have mounted. This piece from Mother Jones, just a handful of days ago, I had to sit with it. It chilled me to my core, because there's a historical precedent. Trump's minions have quietly disappeared most federal data on gender identity. Some agencies went even beyond what the president ordered on day one. So basically, guys, of more than 500 federal databases affected by Trump's myriad executive orders, nearly 3/4 were revised because of the Defending Women order alone. Most of the cases involved removing trans-inclusive gender identity options from survey forms, leaving people to choose between male and female. Yeah, these changes have affected really critical programs like the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline or data collections about runaway and homeless youth. It's more than just petty, right? If you had to be analogous about this, there is another period of time during which data and research on trans people was destroyed. And many of you may be familiar with it, even if you don't know exactly the event I'm talking about. Back in the Weimar Republic of Germany, there was the Institute of Sexology, and this was where a lot of cutting-edge research on trans people was done in the early 1900s. Okay, this is where, one of the first places in the Western world where, like, trans people could go and they could get actual identification, giving them the ability to navigate society as their chosen gender. A lot a lot of irreplaceable research was done during that time. The Nazis burned it. Most of the famous book burnings you've seen in photographs are actually burning of the research outside the Institute of Sexology in Berlin. Yes, the Magnus Hirschfeld Institute of Sexology. When I see the US government doing what amounts to a mass digital book burning by removing this data from accessibility, from existence, well, I feel a chill go down my spine. And it's very, very scary. And, I'm always an advocate of we need to base ourselves in the reality of the situation we find ourselves in and not try and imagine new scary shit happening. This is one of those things where no matter how I think about it, this raises just an entire field of red flags for me. Okay? And I mean, you've also got this story from, again, the same day, by the way, as the previous one about how transgender identity data being removed by the federal government. Transgender women athletes banned from the Olympics by new IOC policy on female eligibility. They're going to start doing sex testing of female athletes or women who choose to participate as women in the Olympics. And I want to remind everyone that this is being done a month after a massive, massive study was done. Basically, guys, a huge metadata study came out analyzing data from over 50 other studies and involving a total sample size of around 6,500. What this meta-analysis shows is that they're after 1 to 3 years on HRT, any kind of athletic performance difference normalized. If you're a trans woman and you're on HRT, after 1 to 3 years on HRT, your athletic ability is brought down to parity with that of a cis woman. Which largely, by the way, parallels my findings when I looked through mountains of studies on this several years ago, right? And it's nice to have that confirmed. Basically, if you actually are familiar with the data, the only question is, should athletes be on 1 year of HRT before they switch divisions, or 2, maybe even 3? But what is happening now is just, it is all a reactionary backlash against the fact that trans people exist, and we are becoming bolder and louder and braver and more vibrant and beautiful with every passing year. And it is causing a certain segment of the world to be scared. And those people aren't scared because we present any threat to them physically. They are scared because our existence and our ability to question their assumed truths about themselves and about the world, it scares them. They are afraid to ask questions about their own identity. Because if a trans woman can so easily set aside her identity as a man and embrace an identity as a woman, well, what does that mean to people who have built their entire lives on the idea that they are men? It's one of the reasons why cis men tend to just, not all cis men, obviously, but a lot of cis men get weirded out by trans women. There is this inherent questioning by our existence. It's sad, really. Our existence messes with their normal. Exactly. It's frankly just awful. It's just awful. Okay? And that really brings me to this point. What we're seeing right now is not a logical reaction to trans people existing. And I'm sure almost all of you know that, right? Our existence is natural. Trans people have always existed. Intersex people have always existed. I want to remind everyone that the idea or knowledge of how sex works is relatively recent. Like as a species, you know, the idea of gender predates the understanding of biological sex. Just, that's a fact for you to hold on to. And
I love your content and thanks. You give me confidence to be who I am.
hell yeah, Ravenstar Games. And thank you for the $10 super chat. And you are seen on this Trans Day of Visibility. Appreciate you. But it's also worth noting that, like, what we're seeing right now is an escalation. If it feels like a lot right now, if you're trans and you're feeling like completely overwhelmed, as I am too, you know, I want you all to know, as a content creator, I'm a human being and I'm overwhelmed by this shit. There's frankly not very much precedence for the degree to which trans people are being targeted right now in the United States. For making up about 1% of the US population, there have been 300 plus laws passed in the States over the past 5 years. And the bills being introduced have, of course, escalated. You know, the number of bills being introduced, not every bill being introduced is being passed. And so when we're looking at the news and seeing, oh, this state introduced a bill, and this state introduced a bill, and this state introduced a bill, it can be so overwhelming. It is essentially a flood the zone strategy targeting very specifically trans people. I want you all to understand there's not really a precedent in US history for this many bills being introduced to target such a small minority so quickly. There's just not really an analogous situation, right? So if it feels a lot, if it feels anomalous, it is anomalous, okay? And I mean, we're talking about all of this when, you know, the state of Iowa, I think it was just this past year. Time is losing all meaning for me right now. It's so much has been happening. But Iowa has become the first state ever to remove civil rights protections that previously existed. They passed a law to remove civil rights protections from trans people. It's the first time that has ever happened in US history, that any state has removed civil rights once granted. And it was barely a blip in the national conversation. I have a theory. I think they are pushing so hard because they know that if they don't soon, they won't get a chance to. I mean, that's definitely part of it. And Jason Kelly, thank you for being a member. But the other part of it is anti-trans bills are effectively Republican busy work. It can look like they are doing something for, you know, the Republican cause while actually not harming the majority of their constituents, not doing anything to provide any material, assistance to their constituents, certainly, unless their constituents are millionaires and billionaires. But it's effectively just a way for them to look busy and loyal to the cause without actually doing anything that would help their base. It's just a way to look busy. And we are a convenient scapegoat for everything that is going wrong. And I wanted to talk also about this, because this has made me so fucking angry. Idaho's governor signed into law earlier today, making transgender use of bathrooms in the state of Idaho a felony. So if you are in the state of Idaho now, and you use a bathroom that aligns with your gender identity, that might not align with the sex you were assigned at birth, you can be charged as a felon with up to 5 years in prison for needing to pee as a trans person. I do want to remind people that another part of what this administration has done is effectively turn prison into detransition camps. You know, they don't need to do conversion therapy if they just arrest you first. Because in the conservative worldview, transgender people are an anomaly who can simply be tortured until we, turn out okay. It's what conversion therapy has always been about. It's why they are intentionally making the system cruel for trans people. Their hope is that by making the world as cruel and as hard and as jagged as possible, that they will stop our existence from happening. That people like us will simply look at the world and say, it's too difficult to be trans, I guess I won't. I want to make it clear here that, of course, this isn't going to stop people from being trans. What it is going to do, however, is it's going to scare a lot of people into the closet. It's going to terrify a lot of kids who are trying to find hope in the world. It is going to lead to people dying, predominantly children who see a world where they think there's no hope for things to get better. Or it will lead to those people fleeing the state and finding a place that won't persecute them like this. Either way, when you criminalize the use of bathrooms out in public, and we're talking private bathrooms, public restrooms on government property, etc. When you criminalize that, the entire purpose is to push trans people out of having the ability to leave their homes. Their goal is just to remove trans people from society outright. But we will persist, on Trans Day of Visibility, of course, Ohio's House introduced a bill to do exactly what Idaho has done, plus so many other additional hateful caveats. This new bill in Ohio bans trans people from bathrooms, even in private businesses. And also, much like the Kansas law, it invalidates people with IDs that have changed their gender marker. And I want to be clear. It also forces teachers in schools to misgender children if they are trans. I want to be clear, this is not passed. It's merely been introduced as legislation in the state of Ohio. But if it gets through the House, gets through the Senate, and gets signed by the governor in Ohio, then it will become the law of the land. Wasn't it Idaho? I'm talking about another one, Brassman. Idaho passed the bathroom ban already. They did that today. But also today, Ohio introduced this bill. This is what I mean, right? What I mean when I say this feels like a lot. We're talking like every single day in so many different states. There are so many bills being introduced or reintroduced to try and eliminate trans people from society. And it's really, really fucking scary. And I know that it's scary. Okay? They waited until today, of course, because their intention is to make us scared. Their intention is to make us afraid. Their intention is to be as cruel as possible so that we simply stop. And yes, Storm, the conservatives want us to kill ourselves. They want us to die. The cruelty in these bills is such that they know that it will cause trans kids and trans adults to take their own lives or harm themselves. They simply do not care because we are useful political pawns to them, dead or alive. And I think that one of the things that we need to all get wised up to real quick is the idea that we need to organize. We need to organize. We need to organize. Because right now, men smoking cigars, dressed up on fancy leather furniture, they're lounging about and talking about how manly they are. It's great to be a man. It's great to be a woman, but not like that when it comes to trans people, right?
And I love women. Let me be very clear about this.
But
and in fact, I have quite the reputation for loving them a bit too much.
Yeah.
And my wife helps, by the way. So y'all can kiss my ass. But the point I'm trying to
wait,
make.
your wife helps the hypergo? No,
You got girlfriends, G.
Really?
Yeah, man. I live the dream, bro. I live the dream.
Yeah.
Same
Do you
thing.
think having these girlfriends is good for the girlfriends?
Yeah, in many ways.
In the long term, is it good for the girlfriends?
That's a very interesting question. I think that it would be a long-winded answer because I help them in so many ways.
Yep.
But I think in the stage they are in their life, that it generally is a good thing. I know that they want to be with me. I know that they follow up a lot, and I'm busy. Again.
Can I just say, just real quick, if you're a real alpha male, you understand that when you sit down in a chair, you're supposed to unbutton your jacket. Just as an FYI, the reason your suit looks silly as hell when you're sitting like that is because you're supposed to open the suit jacket. I'm sorry. That's just, that's just a fact, right? But you've got these two guys, these two absolute jackasses, sitting in like a room that looks like it was designed for Dr. Evil, smoking cigars and talking, oh man, I'm just so manly. I fuck a lot of ladies and I'm real good for them. And, my wife's real cool. She lets me fuck other ladies. And, we're going to smoke some cigars and be on this leather. The performance of masculinity here is so unbearably funny to me. It's just everything that these people do. And the guy, the guy who's just incredulously asking questions there, Michael Knowles, he's sworn on stage multiple times to destroy transgender ideology. These people who hate the idea of gender as performance have nothing at the end of the day besides performance. It is crazy to me. And they are out there being like, it should be illegal for women to wear pants. It should, we should have bathroom cops like they had in England. We should have, we should live in a better, safer world where those trans people are kept in their place. And of course, as we all know, for a lot of conservatives, the place that they want trans women is in their beds. But, I digress. It's so frustrating that these people will like fetishize us in private while also publicly denouncing us to attempt to destroy our rights, etc. And ultimately, it's all in service of a plan that cannot be accomplished. You will never be able to stop transgender people from happening. Even if they got their wish and every trans person in the country was, they pressed a button, all of us disappeared, there would be another generation of trans people. Because trans people are natural. Trans people happen. Trans people exist. I want you all to know that at the end of the day, we need to organize, not just trans people, but trans people, allies, wherever we can get them. We need to organize. Organize in your Democratic Party. Kick out these transphobic, centrist Democrats. Join your local Democratic Party. Kick them out. Join your local DSA. Kick out any transphobes in there. Work together with working class people, because guess who's overwhelmingly working class, folks? That's right, it's trans people. And so when we are talking about going forward, we exist. We are going to continue to exist. And we have to fight for our right to take up space on this earth. Because if we don't, they're going to try and take every single inch we got. Not like that, except in a few cases, maybe. All right? Like, man, poor choice of words there. Oh boy. But that being said, we gotta organize. It's the only way forward. If you need help organizing, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. You can join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help organizing with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing with your local Dems. And I also just want to say, one of the ways you can also organize and boost this idea of trans inclusivity and trans rights as human rights, as a, not just like a slogan, but as a platform level issue, is in your local Democratic Party and is in your, local indivisible group. Your advocacy on a local level matters a whole lot, because guess what? Especially if you're trans, most people in America do not believe they have ever met a trans person. So, and the number one thing that changes minds when it comes to trans issues is meeting a trans person. Simply knowing one of us. Simply the simple recognition that we are human beings who take up space in the community, who give back to the community, who participate in the community. That is the path forward for us.
I want trans people to be allowed to have the same unpleasant gas station sit down to find out there's no paper experience I'm entitled to as a cis guy.
Hell yeah, Red Rudy. Hell yeah. Like, I don't know, guys. Like, it's just, I've really been feeling this particular topic in my bones on like a deeply unpleasant existential level. Especially when after I went on the line last week, God, and there was a caller who was trying to say that like trans women in like walking through changing rooms was somehow an inherent threat to children, but a trans woman walking through a men's changing room wouldn't be an inherent threat to the children there. It like, these people have no consistent set of values. They just think trans girls are icky and shouldn't be allowed around people. There is no consistency whatsoever. I listened to that call. That was insane. It really was. Dude was on camera being recorded and said with his whole chest effectively that he thinks men are inherent threats to children. But I've been thinking a lot about that call and that interaction, and like, we cannot allow that kind of prejudicial thinking to become the norm in our society. And I want you to remember, as we go out into the world doing our business day after day, that most people in America do not hate trans people. Most people in America support trans rights. Most people in America think that we deserve to exist. That these hateful bigots that are pushing this legislation, they are doing it because we are a convenient political tool to them. A chip to be sacrificed to further their, pathetic political careers that will inevitably come crashing down when they are either tapping their foot in a men's bathroom, or when they're caught in a scandal cheating on one of their wives or, their mistresses or what have you, or being caught on Grindr, insert any number of different scandals that these conservatives are going to get embroiled in that'll bring their careers crashing down. I hope sacrificing the lives of children was worth it. It never will be, though. All that being said, folks, the only way out is through. We are in a particularly bad time for trans people. And the only way our rights are protected is if we stand up and do something about it. So you got to organize, 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 organize. You have to do that. Because nobody is coming to save us except for us. And if you are an ally of trans people, get loud too. Get loud on our behalf, because we are small. There are not that many trans people in America. So stand up and help us if you can. Okay, folks, all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment longer than 8 words, helps in the algo.
Why is this country so cruel to children?
Because this country believes children are property. Like, just full stop. The legal precedent in America is effectively that children are property of their parents. And historically in America, when a human being is property, they are not treated very well. That being said, let's keep on going. I know that this has been a doozy of a segment, not a particularly upbeat one. I am going to say at the end of this, I think that some folks out there are taking things really to heart right now. They're feeling really under attack. They're feeling really scared, trans people in particular. So if you know folks who are really struggling, do consider reaching out to them, seeing how they're doing, seeing if they need anything. Because frankly, a lot of us feel alone. A lot of us don't feel safe. And a lot of us feel just awful. So please reach out to the trans people in your life. Last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It's gender euphoric lingerie designed for trans femmes. It is non-tucking lingerie. And if you need lingerie that affirms your femininity, that fits, that is elegant, that is sexy, do check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link should be down in the description. Go check that out. I know that's an awkward place to insert an ad read, but genuinely, I'm wearing it right now, and I've never worn as affirming undergarments in my life, and I would recommend them wholeheartedly, because the last thing any trans femme needs is to feel dysphoria from their underwear. So check that out if that is something that appeals to you. And I say this at the end of every segment, but let's keep on going. And I mean that. I'm pointing at the screen. I'm looking at you guys. You know, if you are struggling right now, you keep on going. Don't give them what they want. We all keep going together. So, folks, we got to talk about No Kings. No Kings 3. We already passed No Kings 2, so I don't have another Electric Boogaloo style riff on that. It's just No Kings 3, all right? And I gotta say, the discourse I saw around No Kings 3 this time, largely positive, but man, I had to hold my tongue for a little bit of it, okay? It very frustrating stuff. Let's open it up with this clip from Timothy Snyder, who put this out, encouraging people to go to their local No Kings protest, and why, okay? Specifically, he put out 5 reasons why people should go. Let's take a look.
Why do we protest? Reason number 1, nonviolent protest works. We know from history and we know from recent experience that nonviolent protest makes authoritarian regime change less likely. It makes it more likely that we'll have a future of open, free politics. Reason number 2, it changes the atmosphere. If we all stay at home and we all think our own thoughts, we don't set an example. When we go outside, when we join together, we help show the country, we help show the world, we help show everybody else that this is not normal, that we are on the wrong path. And by putting ourselves out there, we show what the right path can look like. We change the atmosphere. Reason number 3,
if we're going with the memes, it's No Kings 3D.
Damn it. That's good. That's good, Pluvius. Thank you for the $5 dono and for saving the form of the joke. Can it even be called a joke? Anyway, thank you. It makes me feel better.
Disorganized. In order to win, we've got to be with other people. We've got to be with people who are better organizers than we are, who are more courageous than we are, who are out there doing the work. When you go out next Saturday to No Kings, make sure you meet new people. Make sure you make new plans. Make sure you help us stick together. We can get through this together. Number 4, protests win elections. We're in a situation where we've got a very important election in front of us. The future of the Republic depends on it. The opposition has to win, but the opposition isn't just a party. The opposition is a coalition. And when you take part in protests, you build that big coalition. You build that force and that energy which can actually lead us to victory in special times. Protest wins elections. Reason number 5, protest brings joy. Protest makes us happy. If you're feeling alone, if you're feeling isolated, protest is just the thing. Because when you protest, you're with other people and you feel like you're making a difference, and you feel that way because you are making a difference. Hopelessness turns into hope. Join us, No Kings, March 28th.
And these are all excellent reasons, of course, to participate in No Kings, right? And I saw a lot of people online kind of trying to openly wonder, like, hey, why are we even doing this? Like, what is even the point? It's basically just a big parade. It's basically just a big party. Like, how is this actually moving the needle? It's predictable. It has, it doesn't seem to have like super concrete demands. Like, obviously this is, a known inconvenience for the regime. So it's not actually going to spur any kind of change or difference. Having a theory of change that's just a lot of people don't like you doesn't seem like a very effective way to get things done, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. And that is, some stuff about like, oh, well, it's all controlled opposition, it's not effective, all that stuff. Right. I want people to understand that you might be in your leftist circle very active doing things, but you are not indicative of where the average American is at when it comes to protest. And that is something a lot of us have to internalize.
Protests send a message. Breaking the record for biggest single-day protest in U.S. history for the 3rd time in a row is a goddamn message.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The point of doing this is a couple-fold, right? In addition to what Timothy Snyder had to say, who wrote the book on tyranny, literally, that is, a protest sends a message, which is, it might largely be, not unified behind any given huge message that you can see, because a lot of people are showing up to protest along with a bunch of their own demands. There's not like a unified kind of voice on that. But the No Kings protests themselves do have goals. They do have stated opposition to the Donald Trump regime and the GOP and their cronies and, their various little insect-like appendages that they call, cabinet members and such. They all do react to public pressure. They do react to seeing, oh, this is so unpopular, millions of people are turning out. Like, the total turnout is estimated to be over 8 million people. It's the largest single day of protest in U.S. history. And it represents around 3% of the U.S. working adult population. It's massive. It is absolutely massive. And so what you're looking at is an unprecedented mobilization, which is important because the United States, by and large, does not have a protest apparatus like this. Most Americans don't participate in protests. Most Americans, are busy. They're not, they don't have the impulse or desire to show up at these things. And even if they do, a lot of people have work. A lot of people are tired at the end of the day. A lot of people have kids, et cetera, et cetera. But what this is doing is connecting people with their local community, their local organizing apparatuses, and getting them involved while also demystifying the act of protest, which, again, for a lot of people, we're talking about baby's first protest. We're talking about, guys who have never been to a protest showing up. That is kind of what No Kings is building, right? It is building the muscle memory of protest. It is building up the ability to turn out, to know what to do, to know how to turn out. And that is really important when it comes to building up an electorate that is willing to turn out and actually like stand for something. The United States has had for the past century had the protesting spirit constantly belittled, mocked, marginalized, etc. Martin Luther King Jr. died one of the most hated men in America because of his protests. And the media was complicit with that by and large at the time. And it is only in retrospect that many leaders of the civil rights movement were cast as heroes in the mainstream. What I'm getting at here is that it takes a lot of coordination to pull off a No Kings Day. But what we're looking at beyond just No Kings 3D is, what does No Kings 4 look like? What more action can people take? Because we've gotten the normies on board now. The normies are turning up for No Kings. What do you do with that? How do you train these people up? What is the next kind of action? And that is, I think, maybe the most important question, right? And so here is what Indivisible put out immediately after No Kings, right? No Kings 3D.
So you're one of the millions of Americans who attended Saturday's historic No Kings protests, and you're wondering what's next? We've got to keep this momentum going and start organizing all the new people who gathered with us at more than 3,300 nationwide events on Saturday. Join our mass call on Tuesday night to discuss our two major initiatives after No Kings Day. First, we'll be launching nationwide meetings to welcome protesters into ongoing political organizing. This is how we help people who are politically awakened by No Kings to get involved with sustained local actions around ICE monitoring, election protection, and non-cooperation. We put together a toolkit to make it easy to organize your local meeting. Second, we're gearing up for a national day of economic disruption on May Day. After building a large, broad-based coalition of folks ready for higher level actions, we're preparing for a labor-led day of no school, no work, no shopping on May 1st to put the oligarchs enabling Trump's power grab on notice. Join the No Kings Coalition's mass call on Tuesday night to learn more about how we're going to keep building power and defying Trump's authoritarian agenda. Can't be with us on Tuesday? Don't worry. Go ahead and register now so you'll receive the follow-up materials.
So, yeah, exactly. This has been a training montage. What No Kings is not just a day to have a parade where you say, fuck Donald Trump, and then you go home and that's it. The entire point, the entire time, has been to get normal, non-political people engaged in this specific arena of politics that has, for a very long time, for people in the United States, been something that they do not participate in. They show up to vote, maybe, and then they go home and they don't think about it for another 4 years. A lot of folks skipped the midterms, in the past. It was normal to just kind of skip the midterms, check out, and then just check back in for the general, right? And what is being trained up here is this capacity to show up in the street, to be able to show up in opposition to the presiding regime.
I want so much more energy and excitement in the voiceover. Could she not have done one more take?
Right. I also wanted that too, Sake Tanuki, but I didn't say anything. Thank you for speaking up. And for the 2 tier 1 subs. Yeah, we've got people being trained up and also getting excited, getting geared towards future mobilizations and future ways that this kind of mobilization can be used on a mass scale, but in different ways. And when we're talking about a mass day of labor action, I know obviously I can hear it in my head right now. People grumbling about, oh, well, it's going to be you know, it's just one day, it's predictable, you know, this isn't going to be anything. But what it is an escalation. It is an escalation of the nonviolent tactics. And when you're talking about a group of 8 million people, you know, absent like some kind of existentially large external threat, you know, like what we had here in Minneapolis was like that, with ICE roving the streets, executing people like Alex Preddy, you know, in broad daylight. Like that was an external existential threat that brought the community together in a way I've never seen before. And that was really, really cool. But No King seeks to do that for people who might be pretty comfortable right now, you know, with retirement funds coming in, et cetera, who are not the target demographic that ICE is going after, et cetera. Like, what is happening right now is an attempt to radicalize even normal people who are unaffected largely by the regime, at least unaffected directly. Because a lot of people are seeing what's happening and they think this is just wrong. This is just fucking wrong. And so having an escalation from a day of turning out and protesting with signs in the streets to a day of economic disruption, that's a big deal. Because what it then does is it leaves room to flex muscle for additional economic disruption, for additional escalations, because this is not the final one. And so when we are looking at, oh, hey, it's so predictable, this will never amount to anything, keep in mind that the goal of a one-day economic disruption is to make it easier to do a 2-day or a 3-day or a 4-day or a week-long economic disruption. You need to build capacity for that. You need to build public support for that. You need to build the on-the-ground support networks for that. Because when you're starting to talk about that, you're starting to talk about, like, people could be putting their healthcare on the line, you know, if they're, you know, someone who depends on a health insurance program through their work. It is something that I think is very, very useful for this. And I find that particularly cool and interesting to see. Hunter Young, thank you for the $5 super chat. As a 24-year-old common sense Republican, I would love to have a friendly debate. You seem very well-spoken and passionate for your point of view. I am indeed. Thank you. Let's see here. Just wanted to play this clip of Jane Fonda here from the No Kings rally.
Becca Good, the wife of Renee Good, has asked me to read a statement, which I am honored to do. Hello, Minnesota. This is from Becca Good. I am so proud to call Minneapolis my home. I can't stop talking about how absolutely beautiful it is to see how Minnesota shows up for its people. I want to say thank you for how you've shown up for me, how you've shown up and shown out for all the people victimized by this horrible moment in history. So many people have reached out to me and surrounded me with safety and care, and I know I am not alone in feeling in awe of your generosity. Neighbors are paying people's rent and groceries. Hundreds of businesses become community hubs. This is beautiful. And beyond Minnesota, people all over the country and the world care about what happens here to all of us.
What a just fundamentally decent statement to put out through Jane Fonda. Her partner gets gunned down for no reason and still finds a heart in there. But yeah, Hunter Young, I have no idea what you want to debate, but you know, I'll respond to you in chat, of course. Otherwise, I do a debate show you can call into called The Line. And I do also want to point out here that not only was No Kings 3D the largest single day of protest in American history, It also spanned every single continent. This is from Antarctica, literally everywhere on the planet. Just interesting. Just cool stuff. And, just to give you an idea of everyone coming together, here are the feeds from several different cities. I feel bad for Renee Good being shot and killed. I really do, but I feel she made terrible decisions leading up to that fact. I don't know, man. Try following two conflicting instructions from several guys with guns who pull up outside of your house, and then even as you're saying, "Hey, I don't hate you," like you still get shot in the fucking face. I've seen the camera angles. We watched it millisecond by millisecond on this channel. At no point was the officer's life in danger. He shot after the car had already cleared his body. And I don't know, any argument you want to make about that, I don't think or believe that you are a common sense Republican. I believe that you are someone who is out to justify the murder of a woman by the state. If you were a common sense Republican, you wouldn't be here carrying water for agents of the state shooting a woman in broad daylight in the fucking face. Common sense Republicans, just so you know, back in my day, I'm a little bit older than you. Okay, but common sense Republicans were people who would say things like, "Oh, I don't believe in the ability of a jackbooted thugs from the government to come to your door and be, put the government in all your business." And in this fucking case, we're talking about masked fucking dudes from the federal government coming to a neighborhood for no goddamn reason because a guy on YouTube made a bunch of videos about how Somali daycares were scamming people because they wouldn't show him children when he demanded it as a stranger off the street. And then you're like, well, that woman made some poor decisions. No, the federal government made some poor decisions by sending a bunch of masked armed men into our neighborhoods to terrorize black and brown people for the presence of their melanin in their skin. All right? And then you come in here and you're like, well, I think she made some bad decisions. A man shot her in the face when there was no threat to her life. No threat to his life, rather. My God, was there a threat to her life? But like, you can't call yourself common sense. And then, I've seen the video. He shot her after the car was clear, as she was driving away. If he had been in danger, if she had been trying to run him the fuck over, that car would have run him the fuck over. It's specifically why the training manuals and all of the training that ICE agents received that he would have well known about because he worked for ICE and Customs and Border Patrol. Guess what? You never shoot someone in a car that is pointed to you because it will kill you. Hunter, do you know what happens when you shoot somebody who is behind the wheel of a car? Do you know? Because I'll tell you. And it's what you see in the video. The foot goes limp on the gas, and then the car goes. It shoots the car forward like a goddamn missile. If you are standing in front of the car, and your excuse is, oh, well, it's a threat to my life, congrats, you just killed yourself. So his life was not in danger. And not only that, you're like, well, when people tell me to be detained, she was being told multiple things by multiple officers, as attested to by different witnesses on the scene. And when you're like, well, she was being detained. No, she wasn't. One guy came over to say she's detained. Another guy told her to leave. She was getting conflicting orders from guys with guns. So when you are telling me, oh, well, just comply. You can't comply when two different officers are giving you two different orders And not only that, those guys are not able to arrest American citizens. They are simply not. That is not their job. They are not beat cops. They cannot arrest American citizens. ICE cannot do that. So when you're like, well, she's being detained, bitch, you don't know what you're talking about. And if you, on the off chance you do know what you're talking about, and you're coming here being a common sense Republican who's arguing, well, ICE can detain you, you should know your rights, and you should stop sucking the dick of every authoritarian that comes your way. Stop it. Stop it. You do not have to debase yourself like this. So I don't know what you came here expecting when you justified masked men from the federal government killing people with impunity in my fucking neighborhood. Because guess what, motherfucker? I live here. But your common sense would get you spat on by basically everyone who lives in my fucking city. And you'd deserve it. So I can tell you that a city of millions thinks you're a fucking fool, a coward, and just an absolute goddamn blight on this society. And guess what? 8 million people turned out to tell you to go fuck yourself. And we'll fucking do it again. We'll get 12 million people next time. If the officer had not stepped to the side as he shot her, he would have been run over. No, actually, like it's crazy to me. People are wild. Like I mean, your Hunter Young, your argument is just if a guy with a gun tells you to get out of your car, you get out of your car and do whatever they say. Your argument is just applicable, I guess, to any kind of thug or criminal who walks up to you with a gun pulled. Like, that's your argument. You live in a world where a guy can walk up to you with a gun and then you just do whatever he says. It's a sad world you live in. A sad world where people with guns just get to lord over you. And honestly, I've known a lot of principled old school Republicans, and they have nothing but contempt for little guys like you who can't even bother to stand up for yourself. You deserve the contempt too. It's weak. It's weak as hell. Well, I know if a guy with a gun walked up to me and pointed at me and I just do what he says. Yeah, that's not how our federal government is supposed to work, bud. And when a random citizen does that, we call that person a criminal. When a Fed from the Trump administration does that, you all call him, well, like it's a very reasonable thing to listen to him. Why? Why defend him? Why defend this administration that sent him, that continues to protect him, that continues to stop any kind of prosecution against him, that covered up evidence of his crime for him? The kind of world you are seeking to create is the kind of world where men with guns rule with impunity, and you have no rights. And I reject a vision of a world as bankrupt and as awful as that one. I would suggest that if you're going to remain a Republican, become a far more reasonable Republican than you are now. Yeah, ICE agents on the scene blocked a doctor from responding to her, blocked ambulances from getting to the scene. Like, the fact that you are here making this argument is disgusting. It is truly disgusting. And know that, like, you are not reasonable. You're simply afraid. And I encourage you not to support a party that would have you live in fear and advocating to everyone else to live in chains so that they can be safe. Because I'm here to tell you there is nothing to lose but your chains. So fucking lose them already, man. Man, Hunter, you got to lose this fear. You got to lose this fear.
If you're going to proclaim the world as a battle between good and evil, those who literally shoot good must be evil.
Indeed. If given the choice of pride in my life, I will choose my life. I don't know, man. She followed orders to leave the scene. She tried to do so, and she was shot in the face. Also, how you going to be suing officers in a court of law when they're hiding their identities? Shut the fuck up. Like, Hunter Young, I implore you to just think through your reasoning, like, even 5 seconds more. If a guy walks up to you and says, I have a gun, come with me, or I'll shoot you. Your argument is literally, yeah, you should follow and do whatever that guy says. Insane worldview to have. You have a slave mentality, and you need to break it. You need to break it. You cannot be willingly enslaving yourself like this. Stop it. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you. And appreciate everybody else.
Funny thing from the one in my city was we were all supposed to wear blue, but most didn't get the memo.
Oh. Well, you're a Ascended Kitten. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for the $5 donut. Very much appreciated. All right, folks. Also, I did have one additional thing that I wanted to show before we round out this segment here, which is folks down in Nashville. Yeah, I wanted to pull this up. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So folks in Nashville were marching, and notice that multiple Apache helicopters were flying low over the city. And in fact, one of them took a picture of how low. And I want you to understand, this is very low. I don't know. There's something about the protest garb and attire and the militarized helicopter overhead that, to me, there's something very evocative about this image. Something fiction becoming reality, something. A lot of people had a lot of questions about this. Was this done out of intimidation? Were they trying to, what were they trying to do? Why were they there? Yeah, is it intimidation? Right? And, well, it turns out it was for a much stupider reason than you might expect.
What appears to have been a private air show for a controversial Nashville celebrity, along with a flyover at Nashville's No Kings protest, now has the U.S. Army investigating its own. The Army's AH-64 Apache helicopter is a fierce machine. It's one of the critical tools of the 101st Airborne out of Fort Campbell.
But flights by 2 of its crews on Saturday have raised eyebrows and have now led to the Army itself asking questions. News Channel 5's chief investigative reporter Phil Williams continues to follow this story that he first shared on social media.
Hunter Young, this is the last comment I'm going to say to you, but choosing to live on your knees rather than die on your feet, you are embracing the literal terms of enslavement. That was literally, for many, many people in many, many circumstances throughout history, it was a choice between either living as a slave or attempting to gain freedom and possibly dying in the attempt. And, a lot of people were brave enough to try and fight for freedom. And you here, as somebody who is coming here as someone who professes to be an American who believes in freedom and the virtues of freedom, you're coming here encouraging others to live and adopt your living on your knees strategy. And I'm sorry, but the people who are actual Americans, who actually believe in freedom, who actually believe in resisting state tyranny, they will never accept you. And the fact that you have deluded yourself into living with this enslaved mindset is, I think should be a wake-up call for you. The fact that you've turned that into like a political statement for yourself, that you show up here and you're like, well, actually that mom that got shot in the face in your community by a federal agent that was sent here on bogus reasons, well, actually, she should have just complied with state power instead of standing up for what is right. And instead of trying to leave the scene as she was asked to do. You come here to defend her slaying, her murder, for not complying. And I think I missed the part in the American Constitution or any kind of American law where you can be killed for simply saying no to the state. And I think it's pretty abhorrent and sad, frankly, that you have internalized this idea that you must bow to the power of the state as somebody whose inheritance is freedom and democracy. Willingly putting yourself back into bondage, I don't know. I think there's something deeply fucked about that. And that's the last I'll have to say to you. If you want to talk more, you're welcome to call into the line. I'm usually there every other Thursday. I won't be there this Thursday, but I'll be there next Thursday. So you can call in then if you would like to continue this back and forth verbally. But I want you to know your mentality and your politics disgust me as somebody who fundamentally loves freedom and believes that all people everywhere should be free.
Media. This video posted by Kid Rock shows the two Apache helicopters giving him a personal air show on Saturday at his home just north of Nashville. This is what got the U.S. Army's attention, but others are also asking about what these flight crews did earlier in the day.
We will build coalitions, we will build resistance, we will build spaces of bravery.
Thousands had gathered in downtown Nashville for the so-called No Kings protest against the Trump administration's policies when two U.S. Army Apache helicopters twice flew over at low altitude, appearing to be following the Cumberland River. From there, flight data shows they headed here to Kid Rock's home just north of town in Whites Creek, a 27,000 square foot mansion built to resemble the White House.
Can we just take a moment? You built your house to be like a lame copy of the White House. I did not know that. Yeah, so basically these guys recreated a scene out of The Handmaid's Tale in order to do a flyby of Kid Rock's house. It's actually insane.
Kid Rock himself posted this video on X showing him saluting one of the Apaches as it hovered just beyond his swimming pool.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. He literally calls it the Southern White House. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's so lame. He's so lame. Yeah, he is worse than that Dilbert guy. Oh my God.
His caption read,
I'm sorry, I didn't take in the full scene. He's standing next to a copy of the Statue of Liberty. This man who stands for like mass deportations and thinks mass deportations are the most brilliant idea ever has a copy of the Statue of Liberty next to his fucking pool. Does that Statue of Liberty have the poem on it? Is he that much like which did he care more about? His hatred of immigrants or his dedication to recreating Americana? I'm genuinely fascinated.
Caption read, "This is a level of respect that the governor of California will never know." Another video shows the Apache appearing to face Kid Rock's home in an attack position as the second helicopter swoops across the background.
Yeah, Kid Rock, also known as that guy who made a song in Osmosis Jones about how he believes that while some people call it statutory, he believes it's mandatory. The kind of lyrics you would put into a song made for children.
A Facebook page, I heard from thousands of you reactions like, who paid for that? It's coming out of his pocket, right? On the other side, no big deal. They do a flyover by my house all the time. But the U.S. Army took notice, saying in a statement, Fort Campbell leadership is aware of a video circulating on social media. An administrative review is...
Tweets aren't news? I'm sorry, the United States government doing a flyover for a very special, like, millionaire boyfriend of the administration isn't news? As they also en route terrified, the millions of people who were turned out for No Kings as they flew overhead? That's not news? Stop it. Stop being silly.
Underway to assess the mission and verify compliance with regulations and airspace requirements. The statement concluded, appropriate action will be taken if any violations are found. As for the flyover at Saturday's protest, some were suspicious. Over on my Blue Sky account, among your comments, deliberate intimidation for No Kings protesters, personal approval just for Kid Rock.
This is video.
I am with you there when it comes to just like, oh, listen to what this person's. I don't care what Jackie Knott thought about all this. I don't know who this is, but I do care about Kid Rock posting videos of the helicopters outside his house because we paid for that.
Rock. This is video one of you shared with me. Now, to be fair, people who live downtown tell me it's not uncommon to see Army helicopters flying fairly low on weekends. Still, the Fort Campbell...
On weekends? Why would that be common on weekends? Yeah, on weekends, we just get a little bit more loosey-goosey with our airspace.
Spokesperson told me, quote, "We just don't know if it was incidental or if it was deliberate."
I'm sorry, you don't know if it was if they just happened to fly right by Kid Rock's house?
Hand emoji, heart hands emoji. I can't stay for stream, but I wanted to thank you for everything you and the community have done to keep me going. I
Appreciate
love y'all
it.
so much. I'm back working, and it's
Hell
going
yeah.
really well.
Hell
Seriously,
yeah.
you all got me through so much.
Hell yeah, Bintarong, thank you for the $50 super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Oh, hiccup. And also, congrats on the gig. Also, oh, they train on weekends, so they fly lower? That makes more sense. I also just don't... the idea that they just somehow coincidentally flew close to Kid Rock's house allowed him to do a photo shoot and then flew back. I don't buy that for a goddamn second.
Of course, we'll let you know what we find out. Phil Williams, News Channel 5 investigates.
I do want to say, Phil Williams this is not the first time we have seen him like investigating different news stories. He's one of those guys who's kind of on a lot of the goings on down in the Nashville area. And I, for one, appreciate his investigative rigor as it is. Phil's voice is very pleasant too. It's true. It's true. I believe they did a really, really good they've done a good investigative series into a white nationalist, white supremacist like conference that happens in like the Nashville area. And I wanted to play this clip because I thought it was maybe the most important part of the No Kings protests.
This is the largest protest in Minnesota history. Good job, everybody. Now, if you know anything about Indivisible, we have a real bias towards action. So we're going to give you some actions. Leah just gave you one action for everybody in the Twin Cities. There are millions of people watching now. And for the millions of people around the country, around the globe, we've got to work in concert with the Minnesotans. When Trump tries to sabotage the midterms, we need to match the depth of the organizing that we've seen here in Minnesota with the breadth of the organizing we're seeing all over the world for No Kings 3. So what does that mean? Let's get specific. I want everybody here to put this on your calendar. The next major national action of this movement is not just going to be another protest. It is a tactical escalation. An escalation. It is an economic show of force inspired by Minnesota's own Day of Truth and Action. We all saw this. Thousands of teachers and nurses, community leaders, faith leaders showing up in sub-zero temperatures, showing this state that they were not going to put up with business as usual while a secret police goon squad was murdering Americans in the streets. We need to do that nationally, y'all. We need to do that all.
I just want to say shout out to this whatever the hell this is. I love it.
All over the country. So on May 1st, on May Day, across the country, we are saying no business as usual. No work, no school, no shopping. We're going to show up and say we're putting workers over billionaires and kings. This is the large.
Now, I want you all to understand May 1st. Mark it on your calendar. All right? Make plans to not be at work, to not do economically productive activity. Mark it on your calendar, folks. Okay? It is a day that honors workers already. May Day is, of course, a working person's holiday. But also, number two, it is, as Ezra is saying here, an economic show of force. It's effectively a shot across the bow. Obviously, all of us understand one day of economic non-participation is not going to change much. But what it will do is get a lot of people's attention. It does, in fact, disrupt the systems that require us to show up in order for work to be done, requires us to show up in order for things to keep running smoothly. And when we do not show up, when we do not participate in commerce, that becomes noteworthy. And it also, as I was saying at the very beginning, to bring it full circle, it builds up that political organizing muscle.
Hello, everyone. Hi. All right. Welcome to Politically Environmental Coffeehouse, whatever. I'm still streaming on Environmental Coffeehouse. I have not figured out what the little snafu is with Political Coffeehouse, the YouTube. So eventually we'll fix it, but it doesn't matter. So peace. I didn't tell. I don't know who's going to join us on any channel because I don't let anybody know, but I do have a full show of stuff. And one of the first things I'm going to show you is I'm very tired. Now, last night was a fun show with Dawn, my daughter, and Andrea. We had a lot of fun, but I do want to show you what I've been dealing with here. We have some definite issues in our area, climatologically, weather-wise. You can watch any of those people, Brian Hall, Max Velocity, any of the local weather people, talk to the climatologists. They're going to tell you things are changing. Well, this is what my place looked like the other day. Now, that's next to my house. It wasn't that far away from the house. So it's been exhausting. It was really exhausting that particular day. That was 2 days ago. And there were the whole county was under a state of emergency, the whole county. And that's my place. That's my picnic table. You saw my carport. It came over the side. It was insane. I couldn't believe it. So this is the shit I was dealing with. And now I have to deal with figuring out how to possibly shore up. There's a lot of dead trees on the side of my creek. A lot of things fell, and I knew where the water was coming from. So I talked to a friend of mine today, and I'm hoping he's going to come over and we're going to walk along the whole creek and see. He may have an excavator friend. I don't know. We've got to look because I can't do this. Climate's changing. We are now in Tornado Alley. I was in the basement during the whole mess. People had 2-inch hail here. I don't have any of the pictures. I probably could pull them up if I want, but I actually have a show I really want to do other than talk about that. But well, I wanted to talk about it because it was scary. I looked out and I think, we see flooding warnings a couple of days before, and it's so easy to think, it's not going to happen here. It really is, even though I live next to a pretty bustling creek. I know I didn't want to bore you with too many videos of what that looked like, but it was intense. It was intense. And the water was definitely up to my shins or higher. I mean, almost to my knees. And I do have sandbags on the one side of my house from one other flood. And I'm a prepper. I have preparations for everything. And now that we live in Tornado Alley, I literally have an area in my basement. I've probably talked about it. And I have a freaking motorcycle helmet. So I put that mother on. Let me tell you, I put it on because it was scary outside. You could hear it. It missed my house, but 3 miles down. It was awful. Went out today. My friend picked me up. We went out and saw people all the towns are out with their excavators and with they're trying to fix ditches, and the whole the whole county in an emergency. This people here don't think that happens. They don't understand it. It is a very rural, very red area. They don't understand it. And of course, I posted on the community page a couple of my videos, and all I simply said was, well, the jet stream's changing. I can't do this, like argue with them. I'm not a climate scientist. I just want people to understand that this is nothing that's going to stop. And it was the second tornado warning we got this year before April that I had to take cover in the basement. It's scary. But I'm a prepared person. Not everybody is. And I think people are going to have to learn how to do that. And hello, all of you that have joined. It's really good to see you guys. Hi, Moon Man and Kim. Thank you for moderating. And Alex, it's the last minute because when I'm on with this Space TV, I can't set up the video beforehand. Like on my channel, I already have the video for tomorrow night set up. Carolyn Baker, Dr. Carolyn Baker. And by the way, I put the article from Substack into the show notes because I want everybody to read that article before they come to the show tomorrow night. We need it. We need a psychotherapist tomorrow night. We really do. So anyway, it's good to see you guys. So I'm going to start out with another little video, this little ditty I made just to get us warmed up.
Think of it. These people come from a crooked country, disgusting country, one of the worst countries in the world. Acknowledged to be one of the worst countries in the world. Some people say it's the worst. They have no money, they have nothing. They come to our country, low IQs, and they rob us blind. Stupid people. And they rob us blind because we have crooked politicians and we have dirty cops. The Attorney General's a dirty cop. It's my opinion. It's only my opinion.
That was me. All right. That was to get you ready because actually that dirty cop is getting fired. She's done. And they're talking about, here, let me make sure my head's not cut off. They're talking about possibilities. They're going to put that Todd Blanche in instead of her, but they were talking about Lee Zeldin. Now, Lee Zeldin has been the architect of the EPA, dismantling the EPA and rolling back environmental laws. He is absolutely horrible. He was a congressman from Long Island. He is quite a piece of shit. He is, he's awful. They put him in, but then I saw, they're trying to call back that other one from Florida with all the Botox. who know? I forgot. A guy. But you wonder, all the people that are being terminated are women. They're women. Come on, guys, give me that person's name from Florida. He had to quit the Senate because he's another one with the 17-year-old. I can't remember all these idiots' names. I guess I could look it up on Twitter, but he's awful. I'll look up Bondi. Maybe they'll say what his name is. He's awful. He's really awful. Come on, guys, give me the name of the guy. He's got Botox. He looks absolutely awful. I don't know how to. But if they put Todd Blanche in, Todd Blanche was Trump's lawyer. He's not so wonderful. Absolutely not so wonderful. He's pretty bad. But the one that they were talking about, Matt Gaetz, that's it, Matt Gaetz. And this is what he says. Matt Gaetz says, oh, well, Pam Bondi will be known as one of the greatest crime fighters of our time. Are you fucking kidding me? She's a patriot, has all of our appreciation. Todd Blanche left his comfortable job at a major firm to defend President Trump against horrendous lawfare. Now, these people are completely 100% delusional, as you know. They're delusional. How did she do such a wonderful job? All she's done is obfuscate. All she's done is lie. All she did was hide and retract things from these files. They lied about the files. Yeah, really. Bondi needs a flush. And you know what? I actually literally do have the flush of the day ability today. I have the video file for the flush of the day. I believe I do somewhere here. I'm hoping I do. I thought I had it. But even if I don't, it doesn't matter. We might be able to flush her. But let me see if I have it. Today I'm tired. Let me tell you, I was out and I woke up. I took a nap. I woke up not too long before I needed to do this. Oh, I do have it. I don't know if it's going to come in, but anyway. So much going on constantly, all the time. So much going on. The next thing I want to talk about. So we talked about Pam Bondi. We know she's just a criminal. She's just awful. Just like I put in that little video, because I, of course, edited the snippets. They're all criminals. They're all liars. They're all low IQ. But I wanted to edit the video. Absolutely. All right. Let me move on. I'm going to move on to another video. It was the day before yesterday. I was in this office. I was working on a video. And I was going to make it for the other channel, for Political Coffeehouse, which I have to fix. And yeah, it was Matt Gaetz, Wanda. I got it. So I was working on a video, on a clip. And we're gonna talk about this clip a little bit. We're gonna talk about what all this really means. I mean, because this is pathetic.
Imagine an Iranian regime who, instead of spending billions of dollars supporting terrorist groups and building up all these weapons, had invested that money into Iran, for the people of Iran, so they wouldn't have water shortages.
Let's hear that again.
I mean, imagine an Iranian regime who, instead of spending billions of dollars supporting terrorist groups and building up all these weapons, had invested that money into Iran.
They did. They have an exemplary university system, and women actually have access. Women have access, and they do very, very well.
For the people of Iran, so they wouldn't have water shortages.
And they talk about it as if, okay, yes, Iran has, it's the Shiite Islamic. There's the Shia, the Shiite, but these are Islamic people. Yes, their religions seem very orthodox. They seem very to us in a way, right? But the United States is full of white Christian nationalists. Pete Hegseth's pastor sits there with Pete and says he would like to get rid of the 19th Amendment, I believe, get rid of women's right to vote. They all sit around the White House and they pray with Paula White, who is a grifter. Paula White, she's a pathetic grifter. I thought I had a video of her too. But they all sit around there and they talk about, they literally have the nerve to talk about those people as being controversial or religious fanatics. Look around, Rubio. Little Marco, I don't think little Marco gets it. I don't think he quite gets it. I mean, it's like this was what here, let me show you what the cover was supposed to be of my show yesterday, the day before. Priorities, Marco. So every accusation is a confession. Seriously. Wins another for the Hall of Shame. And I actually have these separate, but this was what it was called. I made this and I wanted to show you because here we are. We're talking about Trump's budget. Let me see if I can make myself. All right. So we're talking about Trump's budget for the military. And Trump's budget for the military is the Pentagon, 1.1 trillion, but this may be a little different. It might be 1.2. And then Department of Homeland Security, DOJ, 270 what? Billion? And everything else. Okay. Whoop. Something's wrong with my screen. Goes off. And everything else. But then you look at, there's Iran, total social spending versus security. Now, their social spending is 33%, and their military security is 20%. And their social security, they have 47% infrastructure subsidies, administration, 100 billion total, 100 billion. Okay, you look at this again. Look at this again. 1.69 trillion. And the 100 billion. And they have world-class universities. They do. They are not a country like most Americans. We are told that the people are basically that they're already in the Stone Age, although that's what Trump says, that we want to. What did he say last night? We're going to bomb them into the Stone Age. I didn't listen to it, but it's disgusting. It's really disgusting because Americans are so Westerners, but I'm definitely going to have to say Americans for the most part because Americans are so ignorant. They just don't, they're not worldly. They don't understand other countries. They don't learn. They don't travel. They don't know. Now, listen, I don't travel a lot myself. I don't. I honestly don't. But I know enough because I study and I learn and I read. In fact, we're going to talk about this guy. This is the book I'm reading now, The Israel Lobby. The Israel Lobby, U.S. Foreign Policy by John J. Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt. That's among other books. I have, I'm trying not to look at the television and read before I go to bed anymore because there's just so much to learn. But we're going to learn. We're going to try to learn. So when Marco Rubio, himself, the balls to say those things, that to put that country down without even understanding that, yeah, they may be very repressive to women. I'm not going to say they're not. The women's rights, basically, there really aren't that many other than education. And I've watched a lot of traveling bloggers that show Iran, and not everybody's always wearing a hijab. They are allowed to have some different things on, and they have medical schools, they have medicine, they have the ability for their people to go to the doctor. They don't have what we have. Their country is not quite falling apart like ours is. I mean, of course, they've got poverty. Every country has poverty, but you're not going to see on their streets you're not going to see things like what I'm going to show you here. You're not going to see this. You're not going to see this. You're just not. I don't want to play I don't think it's a copyright, but you're not going to see that in Iran. So where's the money going in the United States? What is Rubio talking about? They go and they say, okay, we're going to bomb the drug boats in Venezuela. Have we seen any appreciable difference in what's happening in the cities in the United States? Do we even know what's happening? All right, let's see. Top-notch medical there too. Learned that from posting documentaries about bombed out hospitals on your Doomscroll. Okay. And yes, they did. Iran's women had plenty of rights before the U.S. staged a coup and replaced their government. We've been messing around with Iran for the oil since 1953, when we replaced their duly elected leader with the Shah, who was brutal. The United States, colonial settler country, has done this historically for decades. And Marco Rubio has the absolute nerve to talk about Iran and what they should spend their money on instead of bombs, when our budget, our military budget in the United States, is pathetic and ridiculous, and that's what we spend. What did the orange turd say today?
Because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up, but it's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing: military protection.
Oh my God. We have to take care of one thing: military protection. He is a psychopath. He's a psychopath. And even if ICE, if they send out their goons to the polling places, we being the collective of voters in the United States, people that vote, get out the vote, have to make sure nobody's intimidated by these fuckers. Absolutely not. And vote for anything that's opposite from MAGA, completely opposite from MAGA. Even if it is a Republican type that's a Thomas Massey type, anything opposite from MAGA. They can't take care of daycare. So here's another thing. All right, so he says, take it from the states, have to do it. We could give him a little break on the federal. You know what? Fuck him. Fuck him. Tell him in your state, if the state leaders have any kind of cojones, we're not going to pay you federal taxes. You're not doing anything for the people. We are not paying federal taxes. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Seriously, why should states pay federal taxes? Why should we even pay taxes to this government? I don't want to. I haven't done my taxes yet, but you're supposed to. The IRS has been so stripped and so defunded, they don't know whether they're coming or going. Yeah. It is unreal, right? Look at that. So many other countries have figured out how to care for their children, but the great U.S. can't do it. Thank you. Thank you. It is unreal that he said it, but he's a bumbling fool. And, all these people want to say, oh, he's got dementia. I mean, he's got Alzheimer's. He doesn't have Alzheimer's. I believe he has frontal lobe dementia. Frontal lobe dementia, you can still function, but it's not as severe as Alzheimer's is and a lot of Alzheimer's is quick onset. Alzheimer's would be better because we could get rid of him with the 21st Amendment. People are still cheering him. He does his speeches, and these idiots around him, these sycophants around him, still cheer for him. We have a very, very sick country in the United States, collectively. And it wasn't that it wasn't before, because when Joe Biden was president, he had the choice. He did not have to fund the bombs. He did not have to fund a genocide. He did not have to stand up and say, I am a Zionist, which is the biggest problem. That was it for me. When he said that, I was sick. And that's when I really started studying a lot more than I ever did before. Completely ever did before. All right. I'm going to play a clip. We're going to move over a little bit, and we're going to talk about the guy that wrote the book, Mearsheimer, and we're going to talk about him. Let's watch this clip.
Didn't even make any attempt to argue that the Iranians had done something militarily to precipitate our attack on Iran. There's no provocation here. We just decided we were going to go out and we were going to whack the Iranians, both last June and again this time. Furthermore, both the Israelis and the Americans are running around the world assassinating leaders. This was not something that the United States engaged in large part, or certainly in an overt way in the past. And here we are.
No, it was the CIA.
And, furthermore, there's the Gaza genocide, right? The Israelis, here's an apartheid state executing a genocide in Gaza, and we're complicitous in that genocide. If there were Nuremberg trials, right, where the Israelis and the Americans were brought before the court, President Trump, along with President Netanyahu and many of their advisors, would be hanged, right? This is a genocide, is it not? It is a genocide. What did we do in 1945 with those Germans who executed a genocide in Europe and who were not only accused of executing a genocide, but those German leaders were accused of launching a war of aggression? It bears remarkable resemblance to what we and the Israelis have now twice done against Iran.
Never in my life did I think I would be watching Judge Napolitano's podcast, but I have been, because he gets amazing guests. He's a libertarian. And to me, I used to look at the libertarian as the scorched earth party, because they don't want regulations for anything, which is what we're seeing now anyway. And it's not even the libertarians that are in charge. They're the regulations for the United States for environmental protections, Alaska, the out west, everything. They're just taking everything away. This administration is destroying everything. But this guy, I mean, I haven't gotten that far through this book because right now I'm reading one other one, but I'm going to. But never in my life did I think I would be on Judge Napolitano's podcast. But yet you can't beat the guests he has, because they're talking about this. They're very truthful. And you know, when you see things like this is Ben Gvir, and this is the Israeli. These are the Israelis that have just passed the death penalty for Palestinian terrorists, but not for Zionists in Israel that do criminal activities or murder. Oh no, but look at what these people are wearing. This is the kind of people this is what Mearsheimer's talking about. The Zionist right wing, the extreme right wing that has a hold in Israel they're wearing nooses as a pin. This is what they're wearing. So when Mearsheimer talks about this. Now, I don't know if I'll be alive to see what happens with history. I don't know when it will happen, but something's going to happen because between the West Bank and all of the crimes, Gaza and now Lebanon, and the fact that Israel would like to see the United States use every last one of our military. Where's the IDF? They sending them to Iran? No, they're so busy bombing. They're busy bombing the West Bank. They're busy bombing Lebanon, Beirut. They've destroyed Beirut. But look at the psychopaths there. But I look at Marco Rubio as just as much of a psychopath. He's just as much of a psychopath. Or am I? Okay, I lost myself. Just as much of a psychopath. I mean, it is really, it's mind-numbing. Now, I usually have articles. I usually have a real, slick presentation, and I didn't today. I didn't. I just had these clips because I started taking them out for the show, the flooding show the other day, which did not happen. And I just thought, okay, so I'm just gonna show images and clips and talk about them and really dive in. I mean, this is how I feel. These are the things that we need to address. And every time I say the word we, the tyranny of we, the United States government has to address this. And they are not. And now the president says we can't deal with any of these things. We can't deal with this. He says Medicare, Medicaid, childcare. Nope, can't deal with it. Meanwhile, Israel, I believe they have higher education tuitionless. All that money we spend in the United States on the military. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine? Just think about this. Here. Just think about all that money that goes for military. Can you imagine what the homeless situation would look like if we use those resources to clean up and offer people opportunity? Offer opportunity. Yeah. How are we going to do that when the president says we have a war? We have to put everything into the military so people don't get opportunity. Opportunity for jobs, which another show that we are going to have is completely on AI, because that's another area which I'm not prepared to talk about today, which is going to sap opportunity away from people. And it has to be addressed. It really does. I mean, I know Bernie Sanders is fighting data centers and wants to put a squash with AOC on AI. But that's for another show. It's just opportunity. We're talking about the military budget, going back to Marco Rubio, who is a joke, has the audacity. I mean, it's so funny how Marco, and I remember this back in the day, Marco Rubio was completely for immigration. His parents were immigrants from Cuba. And on his platform, when he was running for I think it was the Senate in Florida, he was talking about being a candidate that was cheering on immigration until the racists in the GOP in Florida and other places started getting into his ear and saying, no, that's not a good platform. Oh, no. And it was like almost overnight that his platform changed and he started to say that he was definitely against legal immigration. And you saw this week what happened to Trump. The birthright citizenship, the Supreme Court gave him that so far. So far, we don't know what's going to happen. And I know I'm flowing in and out of a lot of topics. Like I said, I don't have any bullet points. I don't have notes today or anything. I'm I'm free associating based on the pictures. But it started with Marco because he is a complete clown and a hypocrite, a clown, liar. He, in my opinion, this guy has wrecked his chances for anything. I don't think that he has a chance for anything. He's compromised himself so much. Priorities, Marco. Every accusation is a confession. Yep, they're all in the hall of shame. They're all in the hall of shame. And do you think, I mean, people talk about all the time, what does the United States need? A revolution? Will I ever see that in my life? I don't know. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked Army Chief of Staff General Randy George to step down and take immediate retirement. That's great, isn't it? Just great. We have the clueless moron brigade in our military. Truthfully, the clueless moron brigade. You know, the God. You know, God is on our side. We're fighting a spiritual war. Meanwhile, the orange turd who is absolutely not a Christian, he can lie all he wants. He's a pedophile. He's not a Christian. He's a freak. He's a liar. They literally talked about going into Iran, not understanding the terrain, because anybody that's going to tell Hegseth the truth or even tell the president anything is going to lie. And they want to take the uranium. What do they think? They're going to swoop in just like they did in Venezuela and go in and let's just get truckloads of uranium out of Iran. Are they insane? Yes. We live in the Suicene. How many times have I said it? There you go, Alex. We just flushed Hegseth. Hegseth wants someone who will implement the vision President Donald Trump and himself for the Army. And what is the vision? It's incompetence. It's really, really insane. It's incompetence. They are all morons. Yeah. But we live in, I could say so many, the Moronocene, the Suicene. I am really interested in the Suicene. Yeah. Let's see. Dale, economies around the world that give people housing and help do better. Sure. Of course. Because that's what countries should be about. The citizens. Not the perceived royalty in this ridiculous White House. The White House, that's another. He got struck down right now to build that wing with the bunker and all that crap. You know what makes me think? Is there a bunker under Mar-a-Lago? I should have brought up my bunker baby video. I have so many videos. I've made videos on everything. I just think it's quite pathetic, the timeline we live in. And when I say the Suicene, I really mean it. We are headed for such a crash, such disaster. Facts don't lie. In 2017, I inherited a 75 consecutive month economic growth. I destroyed it in 4 years' time. This year and last year, I inherited last year. He inherited the strongest economy in history with the lowest unemployment rate in a 50-year, and the inflation was at 2%, and the stock market increased by 4%. I destroyed it in 30 days. Now, don't let me give you the inkling that I am pro-capitalist stock market all the time. I'm quite not. I think there's a better way. I'm not an economist. I'm not a professional in that area. I just know that I don't see what's happening now in this country working. And of course, Citizens United was quite well, it was one of the starts of the end of everything with the way, with the way the lobbying got in, right? But it's funny. This week we saw CPAC, the bunch of hypocrites ran by Matt Schlapp, who is a little boy diddler himself, supposedly, allegedly. CPAC was very poorly attended. And I wonder why. I wonder why. Maybe Erica Kirk has something to do with it. There's another story. Charlie Kirk's assassin, not the right bullet, not the bullet, allegedly not the bullet that came out of his his gun. Hey, Mark, hi. You hate all religions equally. Join the club. I think when you look back and listen, my partner Antonio is a religious person and studies it, and he has a temple podcast. I would never disparage him, but I mean, I am totally atheist, irreligious. I think if you look back historically from the very beginning, religion has been the undermining of humanity. It's always produced wars and fighting. I think the Ottoman Empire was around for a long time. That may have been, like I said, as a historian, I'm not, but that was a relatively long time under religion. But I don't think that it's ever done any good for mankind, the cultish thinking. And now we have Paula White in the White House, and we have them laying hands, and she's saying that Trump is like Jesus and he's been persecuted. And it's just the Morana scene. It's just craziness. And I don't know how much more I can say, Well, I probably could say a lot, but again, I'm unscripted today. I'm not scripted. So I do have another picture. I'm going to bring this other picture in. This one might show you what people are like. When I'm on X and on the not so much on Environmental Coffeehouse, but on the Political Coffeehouse name, right? I'm on X. I fight with a lot of people over a lot of things. Let me, and they call me names. So I made this meme. MAGA is so classy because right away, this is what I was called. Shut up, you lefty. And so I made this meme and I just put it up. Because actually X's can be insane if you're in the wrong places. Now on Environmental Coffeehouse, I pretty much stay in lane with the Climate Crisis Club, and I stay in with decent people. But on Political Coffeehouse, I am constantly posting under Laura Loomer, Randy Fine, that idiot that should be out of Congress. And he does have somebody running against him. Yay. The people that I think that I say this on Political Coffeehouse that, they bitch about anti-Semitism, yet Laura Loomer, Randy Fine, Michael Rappaport, Mike Levine from Fox, all those people bitch about anti-Semitism, yet all they do is spew hate. The more hate they spew, the more people are hating on them. They are more dangerous for Jewish Americans or even around the world. Look what happened in Australia. Was it Australia, the shooting? They are more dangerous, maybe these days, than the right-wing Nazis. I can't, there's no statistic on that. But the more they spew their hate, you should see the online stuff. It is an ugly world when you get into the bowels of X. Holy shit. Pretty bad. Politics and empires are pretty bad too. They all appropriate and manipulate people. And I don't want to put down religion if you are practicing pure from the heart, not proselytizing, not warring, not any of that. That's where I have to walk a very fine line because I don't want to do that. I personally don't like the parts of religion that have created all of the historical bloodshed and wars. But I'm not an expert in any of this. And I don't seek to turn people off or hurt people. That's not what I intend to do. So I don't want anybody to take that wrongly because there are people that follow us that have spiritual faith, like Antonio, like others, but they're not, but their faith is to help them through another day. They're not grifting. Paula White recently said, the White House spiritual advisor grifter who is married now to the guy from Journey who had a lot of problems, saying that she's asking for $1,000 from her people. Just send her $1,000, so she could have another plane or another mansion or whatever they have because it's disgusting. And you'll get your blessings or whatever you get. I don't even know what it's called. Dale or anybody that's in the audience that can understand what it is. But these people are grifters and liars. How do people fall for this? How do they fall for this? Evil and greedy people appropriate everything they can and use it to manipulate. They do it in religious, politics, economies, but we aren't all saying that all politics are the worst thing. Yeah, you're right. And I can't just pick on religion, but I do think that how about Orthodox religions or religions that proselytize? Maybe that's where I'm going because it's always a thorny issue whenever I talk about it. And like I said, I don't want to hurt anybody. Yeah, look into Paula White's past before MAGA. She's a cartoonishly, ridiculously crooked pastor. She is. She had $1 million homes paid for by parishioners that don't have a lot. She wanted to take over a black church. These people were so pissed off. They were like, oh no, this is going to happen. No, no, no. Yeah, exactly. They'll get nothing. $1,000 for humanity. They aren't examples for politics, economic justice, or religions. They are users who use people. And I will say the same thing about Zionism. I will tell you that I do not think that Benjamin Netanyahu has a religious bone in his body. It's all about power, and it's all about conquering, and it's all about land. I don't think he's as much as a religious or a spiritual, I should say, person as Donald Trump. None. So that's that for that, because I do not want to, again, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I really need to talk about, baby, what's going on? I mean, so much. So much. Let's see if I have another graphic. The image files seem to, they spur my thinking processes. Okay. This was one I had and I was going to use for the other show. So military budgets. I forgot to show this. Israel spends 8.8% of its GDP on defense. Second highest in the top is Ukraine. So let me make that one bigger for me. So if you look at this, look at the US, it's insane. And all these other countries, Austria, Poland, Israel, Italy, Russia, China. China has a pretty big one, but it goes down. Australia, they spent $348 billion. So you can see how the United States stacks up. That's what we are. And it's not being a superpower. I think it's being a stupid power. This country of the United States had, yeah, there you go. There you go. That's pretty much how I wanted to articulate it. Okay, you got it, Dale. Dale always straightens me out every time I go on that on this thing about how religion has kind of been a problem for the millennia. Thank you. So, as far as the spending goes, the United States could have been a country for the people and by the people like it's supposed to be, like, the Constitution says. But it is not. And the United States became a greedy country. And I saw it start. As far as my life, it's always been wars. Vietnam, Iraq, 1, 2. We just want to regime change. But the thing that is happening with Orange Turd, he sits and says, literally, I want the oil. I don't have that clip. That's what he's been saying for years. We should go in there and take their oil. We should go in there and take their oil. Just like Lindsey Graham, same shit. Lindsey Graham, we should go in there and bomb them. This is like the amount of hubris in these people. It's just sick. Is that capitalism? Is that uber capitalism that makes these people so depraved? There's so many good people in this world, but their voices do seem to percolate on top as much as they should. And that's the shame of it all. That's really the shame of it all. Yeah, he is. He's a lunatic. He really is. And he was just at Disneyland. He was at Disneyland. He said he had meetings in Florida. He's at Disneyland wearing pink with a wand. I kind of like these shows where I just go off the top of my head, but I'm really a scripted person usually. I usually do study all this stuff and I make my shows fairly following a process. And today I just didn't. I just had my clips. Yep. So let's see. What is I'll tell you. Let me read to you what the Orange Turd has said about Pam Bondi. He says today, 4 hours ago, Pam Bondi is a great American patriot and a loyal friend who faithfully served as my attorney. Oh, God damn it. There's a squirrel on my porch? How did it get in? My alarm just told me. My camera just told me there's a squirrel on my porch. But Pam Bondi is a great American patriot and a loyal friend who faithfully served as my attorney general over the past year. Pam did a tremendous job overseeing a massive crackdown on crime across our country. With murders plummeting to their lowest level since 1900, I would really like to see those statistics. We love Pam, and she will be transitioning to a much needed, important new job in the private sector. Okay. To be announced at a date in the near future. And our Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, a respected legal mind. Respected by who? I would really like to know. Because I don't think he's so respectable. He's the man. Remember, Todd Blanche is the guy who ordered Ghislaine to be moved to a minimum security prison. He's a part of that cover-up. So are we ever going to get justice? Are we? On the Epstein files? Because we can't forget about that. That's out there. There's more news about the Orange Turd. For sure. I would like to know how. There's something about these cameras. I know we were supposed to get rid of Ring cameras, but I didn't. And it says that there is a squirrel. Oh my God, there is. I can't show. I don't know if you could see it. Look there's a squirrel that got in under the firewood. Oh gosh. So after the show, I'll go unzip the door so I can get out. It'll get out the same way it got in. It probably got in under the little cracks and crevices underneath the plastic surround, but I don't know if it's a squirrel or a chipmunk. We got all these little chipmunks. We got all I have the sweetest things here. So I've got 8 minutes left or 7 minutes left. And you feed 2 coons, 3 feral cats, hundreds of birds, and now possum. Your Mother Earth. Your Mother Earth. Yeah, baby, Mother Earth. Well, that was funny. So anyway, I just wanted to finish with the ring. Never did that before. All of a sudden it implemented some AI bullshit, which I don't want. So that'll end because I'm certainly not going to pay for it. All I want is the camera to show me when there's movement. I want it to go back to the way it was. And I don't keep them on all the time. The ones that are on are outside. Nobody ever comes over. But all of a sudden now the the cameras are telling me, oh, there's a cat walking by your camera. There's this and that. AI is that sensitive. I don't want that. I want it the way it was. Oh, and by the way, Alex, if my alarm finally died, the beep's done. Then we'll get another battery in there one of these days. Oh no! Pup's bear might have passed away. Pup. His name is Pup Tentacle. He's going to be a guest, by the way, on our channel. Not with his real name because he wants to keep himself. But what we are going to talk about when Pup's a guest, it's going to be a Sunday morning. We are talking about solar everything. And it's going to be because Pup, he's an older guy. He's a veteran. But Pup built his own solar array back before anybody probably knew what solar was. Like, we're going to talk. So you'll come with all your questions because he's got a way to set it up. He's totally off grid and he's going to tell us and he's going to help us as in our our quest for prepping and being prepared for all of the things that are coming. And there is a video I'm going to end with, which is actually it is about climate because that's really what most of the channel's about. So, oh no. Are they going to be able to eat? Oh, that's terrible when things like that happen. My neighbor just told me her goats, she has goats, or she had goats, and the coyotes got them. So they're working on enclosing the barn and getting the right kind of dog. But, oh, I didn't want to hear that. I really didn't want to hear that. Okay, guys. I'm going to end with a video that's completely different than what we were talking about. Because after all, I did a show on the World Meteorological Report. Oh, Ernie. Hi, Ernie. Nice to see you. But I'm going to end with this video. The World Meteorological Report. I opened with the flooding at my home, which I showed you the pictures of what happened to my place, which the water has receded. It was quite awful, I'd say. This is, the side of my house was more than I've ever seen before. And that's not that far. We're supposed to get more. So I think it's a good thing to end with something from the United Nations. The World Meteorological Organization is awesome. I think they are premier. I say this all the time. They have great scientists. And I also feel that the United Nations does not get enough praise for their first responder group, which right on the top of my head, I don't have the name. But I will begin and end. And I put all the ugly stuff in the middle, but it's all ugly. It's all ugly. So let's end and listen to I'll be back to say goodbye, but let's listen to what he has to say.
The state of the global climate is in a state of emergency. Planet Earth is being pushed beyond its limits. Every key climate indicator is flashing red. That is the clear message of the latest report from the World Meteorological Organization. The report confirms that the Earth's energy imbalance, the gap between heat absorbed and heat released, is the highest on record. In other words, our planet is trapping heat faster than it can shed it. Greenhouse gases concentrations are higher than at any point in hundreds of thousands of years. Global temperatures continue to rise, and humanity has just endured the 11 hottest years on record. When history repeats itself 11 times, it is no longer a coincidence. It's a call to act. Meanwhile, our oceans are absorbing epic levels of heat, fueling ever stronger storms. Glaciers and sea ice are vanishing, and sea levels are relentlessly rising. These findings are not confined to charts and graphs. They are written into the daily lives of people. In families struggling as droughts and storms drive up food prices. In workers pushed to the brink by extreme heat. In farmers watching crops wither. In communities and homes swept away by floods. Those on the front lines urgently need a surge in adaptation finance to face the here and now impacts of the climate crisis. And in the edge of war, climate stress is also exposing another truth. Our addiction to fossil fuels is destabilizing
I love when he says
both the
that, fossil
climate
fuels.
and global security. Now more than ever, we must accelerate the just transition to renewable energy. Renewables deliver climate security, energy security, and national security. Today's report should come with a warning label. Climate chaos is accelerating and delay is deadly. The way ahead must be grounded in science, common sense, and the courage to act.
And so basically, when all the stuff I talked about from the beginning, which had to do with what happened at my place with the flooding and the jet stream and the horrors that happened to my county, and ends with the UN talking, the UN Secretary General talking about the biggest overarching issue on the planet. All of the shit I talked about in the middle is bullshit. It's bullshit. Because without a habitable climate and without air, clean water, decent food, we have nothing. So all that political stuff, it's bullshit. And we can flush it away. So everybody, have a wonderful day. And we will see you tomorrow night with Carolyn Baker. And I had that up. Yeah, I will put that up. Nicholas, you can take us out. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I really do appreciate my top of the head, just talking show. Covered a lot. Maybe it was a little disjointed, but I really enjoyed being with you today, live. Good night.
So there's apparently a lot of centrists who think that it's an own to compare socialists to fascists, when in actuality, it's more of a self-report, I'd say, because if you really can't tell the difference between socialists who want to liberate workers and oppress people and fascists who want an ethno-state, you're either terminally stupid or you're tacitly admitting that you don't really think white supremacy is that bad, seeing as how you disagree with it only as much as you disagree with socialism. And I have to explain the differences because some centrists on Twitter are unironically arguing that Hassan Piker is virtually indistinguishable from, wait for it, Nick Fuentes, which is crazy because one supports Medicare for all and equality for oppressed people, whereas the other thinks Hitler is cool and doesn't believe women should have the right to vote. But it's hard to tell the difference between these two gentlemen, according to some so-called centrists on Twitter. But I want to take some time to dissect the bullshit here, because this is very clearly a pathetic attempt to push a political agenda. And the people who are trying to perpetuate these smears against Hassan, they're not saying what they actually want to say. So let's jump into it. As this Mediaite headline by Alex Griffin puts it, House Democrat goes off on Michigan Senate candidate's rally with Hassan Piker. And he writes, Representative Brad Schneider pulled no punches this week following a report in Politico Playbook about how Michigan Democratic Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed is planning a rally featuring Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. Piker has long stoked controversy for his past statements, including saying that the U.S. deserved the 9/11 terror attacks that killed nearly 3,000 Americans. More recently, Piker raised eyebrows with his trips to China and Cuba, during which he praised the ruthless communist dictatorships in power in both. Now, let me just pause right there and say that I think that Alex is being a wee bit uncharitable in his Yas queening of Brad Schneider, because with regard to Cuba, Hassan went there as part of a convoy to deliver much needed aid, since our fascist government is starving the people of Cuba with an oil blockade. Furthermore, praising elements of a country like Cuba's healthcare system or China's technology and high-speed rail doesn't mean that you endorse every single element of that government. Just like me praising America for its First Amendment and really good movies and television shows doesn't mean that I endorse every element about our fascist imperialist government. See, learning from other countries is good, actually. But rather than stealing ideas from fascist countries like Hungary, where Republicans got their don't say gay laws from, maybe, we take some good ideas from other countries like Cuban healthcare or high-speed rail in China, right? Like it's not that controversial. So, to frame Hassan's trips to these countries as nefarious is extremely fucking disingenuous and dumb. And David Dole put out an entire video that I'm going to link to you down below, where he sheds light on just how silly the hysteria is over Hassan's recent trip to Cuba. Now, with regard to Hassan's 9/11 comments, listen, he made those comments a while ago in the context of blowback to American imperialism. It's a hot take, and I'm not going to defend it. But, if I was making the point that he was making, which I agree with ultimately, I would have tried to phrase it in a more graceful way. And to be fair, I think that he probably would try to frame it a little bit differently himself. But at the end of the day, Hassan Piker is a streamer who's going to say occasionally edgy and offensive things like all of us do. The difference is that, we're not on camera every single day, whereas he is. So from time to time, he's going to say something that you might disagree with or find offensive. And that's okay. You can find what he says offensive and disagree with it. It's fine if he's not your cup of tea. But I need to be clear here. The people who are clutching their pearls and attacking him for the things that he says, they don't actually care about the edgy and offensive things that he says, because they're associated with people far more edgy, we'll say, than Hassan Piker. For example, Brad Schneider, the corporate captured genocide supporting Democrat that spearheaded this defamation campaign, was all smiles in a picture that he took in March of 2024 with modern day Hitler while he was carrying out a genocide of the Palestinian people in Gaza. So, I could go through his votes, we could look at some of his campaign contributions, and I could explain how he's a bad individual, just like politically and personally. But strike 1, 2, and 3, you're out. You took a picture smiling with somebody conducting a genocide. And the difference between Netanyahu and Hassan is that Hassan said controversial things, whereas Netanyahu did controversial things. The controversial things in question, by the way, being mass murder, starvation, and crimes against humanity. And Brad Schneider, who apparently has no self-awareness whatsoever, actually thinks that he's more morally righteous than Hassan, even though Brad Schneider used his position of power to materially support a genocide at every fucking step of the way. But he thinks that we're going to buy his indignant bullshit, which is just crazy. So here's what he said about Hassan. Hassan Piker is an unapologetic anti-Semite. Democrats risk losing our credibility to condemn those on the right who traffic in bigotry, anti-Semitism, and hate when our own members of Congress and candidates are celebrating, or worse yet, platforming those who espouse hate of any kind. I am proud of our big tent and the fact that we welcome a broad diversity of opinions and priorities, sure, buddy, but we cannot allow those who preach hate and seek division to find safe harbor among us. We must call out hate and reject those who champion ideologies of exclusion and demonization, excluding Zionism, of course, which is inherently fascistic. But understand what this Democrat is saying. This Democrat, who is effectively in favor of the eradication of the Palestinian people, has the fucking audacity to call out the bigotry and the hate of a streamer. It's like he's trolling us. Like, Brad, you have blood on your hands. You're saying that words are more dangerous than weapons, that Hassan is more bad of a person than Netanyahu. That is fucking crazy to me. And I feel like you really need to look in the mirror before you make moral judgments of everyone else, given how you support a genocide. Now, he's saying that Hassan is anti-Semitic because Hassan is opposed to what Israel is doing and doesn't think that it should be an ethno-state. That's literally it. Otherwise, he would have given you examples and clips of Hassan saying anti-Semitic things. But you see, Brad wasn't the only hypocrite to pile on Hassan, because Ethan Wolf, who is a former staffer for Schneider, joined in saying, let's be clear, Hassan Piker equals Nick Fuentes. Very smart take here. Two sides of the same coin. Don't campaign with either. Now, Third Way joined in, writing Hassan Piker is anti-American. Oh no, anti-women bullshit, anti-Western, who cares, and anti-Semitic bullshit. He should be pushed to the fringe, not welcomed onto the stage. Now, Matt Bennett of Third Way took aim at Abdul El Sayed for associating with Hassan, writing, this is disgusting. You are a disgrace to the Democratic Party. Calm down, fuckface. Now, that is just a small sample of the dumb fuckery, but there's more that we're going to get to. But it's worth pointing out that all of these inexplicable attacks on Hassan came out of nowhere. So much so that it felt almost coordinated. And leftists quickly pieced together the real reason why this was happening. Blakely on Twitter speculated that Democrats and insiders must have gotten some polling that is good for Abdul El Sayed because there's suddenly a smear campaign. And they were proven right just hours later, because sure enough, a new poll dropped that showed that Abdul El Sayed jumped from third place to second place, surpassing Haley Stevens, who is the centrist darling and preferred candidate of genocide supporters. In other words, they probably got wind of the poll, panicked, and told everybody in their group chats to pounce on El Sayed immediately, because he's only going to get more popular if the biggest left-wing streamer goes out to stump for him. That is what this is very obviously about. They're so transparent. This is tactical. They could not care less about Hassan's edgy comments and are performatively clutching their pearls to sink El Sayed's campaign. That's it. But let's remember, it's not the first time that they've tried this.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11.
See, I don't really remember what happened in that election. Does anybody want to refresh my memory in the chat? Like, did that attack work? Did it sink Mamdani's campaign? I'm curious. I would love to find out what happened. Now, it's funny that the worst people in the country are the ones that are trying to make this argument. Andrew Cuomo, a perverted sex pest who served as legal counsel to Netanyahu, wants you to think that Hassan saying America deserved 9/11 is more offensive than Netanyahu doing the equivalent of 60 9/11s in Gaza. It is just so fucking unserious, which is why so many people called out this hypocrisy. For example, Kylie Chung responded to Third Way saying, where was this energy for Bill Clinton, a sexual predator speaking at the DNC, or the quote, reasonable Republican war criminals Dems are always embracing? It's only ever reserved for those who oppose Israel and genocide. Exactly. Mehdi Hassan replied to Ethan Wolf, writing, Nick Fuentes is a Holocaust-denying neo-Nazi who was outside the Capitol on January 6th and talks about bringing down the Jews and Jewry. Hassan Piker has said or done none of those things. You don't have to like or agree with everything he says, but to equate him to Fuentes is ridiculous and a form of Nazi minimization. And he is exactly right. Former Tea Party Republican Joe Walsh, whose movement materialized in response to the first black president being elected, decided to try to school Mehdi Hassan on bigotry, arguing, come on, Mehdi Hassan, be an honest broker. Yes, Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi, white supremacist, Jew-hating anti-Semite, and Hassan Piker is an American-hating, dictator-loving, terrorist-defending, Jew-hating anti-Semite. Their views are equally toxic, and both should be condemned. So we've got former Tea Party Republicans and genocide-supporting Democrats teaming up to scold Abdul El Sayed for associating with the streamer who said things that they don't like. Naughty words, to be exact. Like, you can't make this shit up. And it's funny because the centrist Democrats, who often claim that the party doesn't have a policy problem and more of a messaging problem, they also argue that it would be very useful to have a left-wing equivalent of Joe Rogan to help Democrats get the message out. And now they have that in Hassan Piker, but those same people are teaming up with Republicans to attack one of the most popular figures who can help Democrats reach more people. It's crazy. Like, and if it seems like a self-defeating strategy, you have to understand liberals hate socialists more than fascists. That is not hyperbole. They are much closer to Nick Fuentes ideologically than they are Hassan Piker, even if they would never admit that, because Nick Fuentes supports Hitler, who committed the Holocaust, and they support the modern-day equivalent of Hitler, who's committing a modern-day Holocaust in Gaza. So they view Hassan as a threat specifically because he is challenging the narrative that they're selling to the American people. And it's not just about Israel and Palestine, to be clear. It's also about capital as well. These people are in full agreement with right-wingers about capitalism being the best economic system humanity ever devised, because they're also very wealthy and they have more class solidarity with rich Republicans than they do with working-class leftists, which is why they're willing to tar and feather one of the most effective communicators on the left while propping up duds like Olivia Giuliana through organizations like Chorus, who are going to parrot their talking points without question and never ever challenge the status quo. But the reason why they're resorting to outright defamation against Hassan is because they'll never be able to beat him on the substance. So their best bet is to get people to reject what he's saying out of the gate by convincing people that he's bad. And whenever they do try to engage on the substance, it just doesn't go well for them. Hence why they pretend like he's some demon who is a terrorist sympathizer and anti-Semite. But I just want to show you what I mean. So Newsmax, they had a dickhead who tried to run a hit piece on all of the heroes that went to Cuba to deliver aid, including Hassan. But it all fell apart when he was confronted with reality by Ryan Grimm, who also went there and challenged his bullshit. Just watch.
Dropside News reporter Ryan Grimm also traveled to Cuba as well, reporting on all this. He's seen in this photo here. And Ryan joins us tonight, and it's good to have you back on the show. The Trump administration is trying to end a 70-year regime. It looks like these guys, along with you there, are trying to help it survive. Am I missing something?
Wait, they're trying to do what?
Trying to help this regime survive.
Who is?
Piker, most of the people there. I'm wondering if yourself, along with them, are included in that.
Yeah, the group that went along brought about 50 tons worth of medical supplies and solar panels. That's right.
Medical supplies and solar panels, and a lot of sympathies for the regime that controls the country, I imagine.
So let me try to help out your viewers a little bit here.
Right.
How do you feel about the fact that when Americans travel to a foreign country, in this case Cuba, they are told specifically a list of hotels that they are allowed to stay in another country?
I went through it because when I went and stayed there, it was the same. I stayed in an Airbnb. I think if you have
so
if
what,
our
what
country's trying to squeeze, our country's trying to.
What do you think of that?
I think our country's trying to end a regime that's been torturing people for a very long time, and they don't want to fund it. They don't want us funding it by paying money to a communist-owned entity like a hotel.
So if their system of government is so awful, why not just let it fail on its own? Why do we have to blockade them? And how
because
do you think,
they won't leave. They don't have elections. They won't leave power.
How do you think the United States economy would do if we cut off fuel for 3 straight months? No fuel has basically gotten into Cuba since the Venezuela operation.
Yeah, but I was there in 2019, Ryan, and it was still a horribly impoverished country. But we're cutting off fuel to try and get this leadership out. Get them the hell out of there because they won't leave. They won't have an election. They won't leave.
Why do you care about like who's in charge in Cuba? Who elected you to do that? It's such a bizarre. Like there aren't enough problems in the United States here for you to worry about. Like
that's another side of it.
Really, like I can't even get my mind to a place where I would think it's my call. Like who runs Cuba? Who runs Haiti? Who runs Mexico? Who runs Iraq? Who runs Iran? Like
that's a fair
Israel.
That's a fair criticism. That's a fair criticism. But I mean, do you think it's better for do you want this regime to continue to run this country against the wishes of the people that are all impoverished?
It's not up to me. I live in Washington D.C. I vote in Washington D.C. elections, and I vote in federal elections. Where do you live?
You live in that's fair.
Where do you live?
I live in New York. And it's not.
Why should you vote? Why should you like? What do you have to do with Cuba?
Well, I think the prosperity of that country that's only 90 miles away from our border can't be a bad thing. And I'm just saying, what I'm asking you is,
then why not let them import oil?
It's fine. It's not America first. Let's put it there. But do you think that regime should be running the country?
Why does it bother you if Mexico sells oil to Cuba? You live in New York. In what world is it a New Yorker's responsibility to stop Mexico from selling oil to Cuba?
That's okay. Fair criticism right there. My question to you is, why do you care? Why did you travel there? Why did you? If you don't care, why did you travel there to try and support the regime?
I'm a journalist, and the United States is literally killing people.
There's more, but I just want to pause to point out how poorly it's going for the Newsmax host, if that wasn't already obvious, who is forced to grapple with the real reason why Hassan, Ryan Grimm, and others went to Cuba at the risk of their own safety, might I add, because some of the Americans who went, like Katie Halper and Chris Smalls, were detained on their way home. But they went because they're good people who decided to not stand by and let our government starve an entire fucking population of 11 million people. This is a crime against humanity. But we're supposed to believe that the pain and suffering that's being inflicted on the Cuban people is worthwhile in order to drive the government out of power. That's basically the argument that this Newsmax dickhead is making. It is deeply, deeply immoral. Like, do you think Americans would be okay if a foreign government decided to starve us in order to force Trump to resign? Like, we don't like Trump. I don't like Trump. But I know Americans would not like that even if they did not like Trump. I mean, Americans lose their shit when gas goes up 50 cents or eggs go up by 25 cents. So, of course, they wouldn't accept this kind of abuse from a foreign government who thinks they should die to punish their government. Like, the lives of human beings in Cuba aren't fucking bargaining chips to be used by Donald Trump for his own self-serving purposes. And even though it's a far-right Newsmax host who's making this argument, all of the centrists who are attacking Hassan would agree, because communism bad. Therefore, it's apparently okay to kill innocent people who live in communist countries because our government, of course, cares about human beings, just like how Trump was so concerned with how the Iranian government was treating protesters, so he decided to invade them and bomb schools to punish them for treating their citizens so poorly. That'll show them. If you don't give your people more freedom, we're going to punish you by killing your people. And we care about freedom so much in America that we're going to take away freedom from our own people. Protesters like Lepicoria, who was jailed for a year without charges for protesting against genocide, if they oppose the things that we do to bring about freedom. It's just such a fucking joke. But Ryan Grimm goes on to give the Newsmax dummy even more of a reality check about our own government's barbarity. And even though he tries to cut away from what Ryan Grimm is saying and interrupt him, Ryan Grimm doesn't stop.
We are killing people. I toured 2 hospitals. One was a pediatric hospital.
Yep.
We implemented a new rule in February that says that if you're a private business, you can import oil. You can import fuel. So the hotel where we were required to stay is allowed by the United States government to have fuel. Hospitals, because they have a publicly run healthcare system, are not allowed to have fuel. I heard a lot of people complaining that the hotel still had power, but the hospitals didn't. Not understanding, apparently, that it is a U.S. rule that blocks the hospitals from getting fuel. I toured the pediatric hospital. You know what the nurses and doctors there told me? They said when the power goes out, they immediately turn on their phone lights and race to the babies on ventilators.
Let me ask you this.
Because there's a gap between hold on.
I understand.
Hold on one second.
We're killing babies with no power.
There's a gap between when the power goes out and when the generator kicks in that can be up to like 5 or 6, 7 minutes. Yeah. A baby can die in that time on a ventilator. So they have to take their phone, turn the light on, race, and hand pump the ventilator. Because the United States has decided that Mexico can't sell oil and fuel to Cuba. What does that have to do with the United States?
That's fine. If you want to say it's not America first, that's fine. But let me ask you this. How many tens of thousands of people have died over the last 30, 40 years as this country has lived in extreme poverty? 88% of the people live in extreme poverty. The government will not allow any kind of capitalism in to bring these people up, to bring the quality of life up. How many thousands and thousands of their own people has that government killed? We're trying to strangle out a government here. And yes, there's going to be there's going to be some negative impacts of that, like you just described. That's fair. But how many people have died because of the government in power?
I interviewed the number 3 guy in Cuba. I will let you have the interview. You can air the entire thing. He said Cuban nationals, Americans, are welcome to invest in Cuba. He said they're open to, in a holistic negotiation, compensating Americans for property that was seized during the revolution.
Well, they're capitulating now. Right.
What they want. No, they offered that in the 1960s. The United States refused it because we thought we were going to do regime change. So why take a deal if we're just going to do regime change?
Well,
we didn't overthrow the government. We failed over and over and over. We tried to assassinate Fidel Castro, like a dozen plus times. We tried an invasion, Bay of Pigs. It didn't work. Every other country, Italy, France, Spain, they all took compensation for what was nationalized. So they're saying you can invest here
Yeah.
We will compensate you for what was nationalized. All we're asking is that you lift the sanctions and leave us alone.
Now, ask yourself this question. After watching that, do you think that it would be easier for these people making that argument to try to debate the substance, or just smear the people dispelling their propaganda as communist sympathizers or anti-Semites? That's why they do what they do. See, Hassan is a target because he is the biggest content creator on the left, but the same centrists also have smoke for Ryan Grim too. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago, Jake Tapper retweeted an account accusing Ryan Grim of publishing terror propaganda, and Alex Griffin of Mediaite was right there once again to Yas Queen the smear merchants who refused to engage in good faith with Ryan Grim's fact-based reporting. And before that, the centrists on Twitter went after Kyle Kulinski after he said that Trump was worse than he thought he'd be, even though he knew Trump would be bad, because I guess it was scandalous that Kyle said that, but he was also critical of Joe Biden. Therefore, his criticism of Trump was null and void because he wasn't sufficiently loyal to the president that was committing a genocide, and he dared to criticize the president who was an opponent to Donald Trump. Therefore, he, I guess, implicitly supported Donald Trump. That's the scandal. Listen, I'm not saying that Kyle and Hassan and Ryan are above criticism. Nobody on the left is above criticism. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not in lockstep with everything that they say. They're probably not in lockstep with everything that I say. Leftists are not monoliths. But these superficial attacks and downright smears are only going to grow as people on the left gain more prominence, because there is a civil war within the Democratic Party, and these new media figures are challenging the narratives that we've been force-fed that reinforce the status quo. And they hate that. They want to win this war. And to add insult to injury, leftist content creators, they're not just talking shit on the internet. They're using their newfangled influence to boost candidates that actually challenge the status quo within the Democratic Party, which is antithetical to everything that third way represents. Now, the reason why Hassan in particular is such a lightning rod, obviously, is because, let's face it, this is a brown man with a Muslim-sounding name, and Islamophobia is still socially acceptable in America. So it's very easy to get claims of terrorism to stick to him compared to his white counterparts with similar politics. And that really is the most ironic part about this entire kerfuffle, because the people in the center who are crying bigotry are some of the most bigoted fucking people in the country. But the good news is that nobody's buying their virtue signaling, and nobody will so long as they're supporting a genocide with their full chest. Every concern that they purport to have about hate and prejudice rings hollow because they're cool with the extermination of an entire group of people. And the fact that they're bending over backwards to slander Hassan speaks more to their desperation to save their dying breed of politics than their actual concern about his edgy fucking rhetoric.
Get on your feet, boy!
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but...
How about all the kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
It broke my heart. That is the...
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers. And we are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy, blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country.
You just watched a snippet from a skit posted by comedian Drusky where he parodies how conservative women act in America, as he put it in a tweet where he shared it. Now, even though he didn't explicitly name Erica Kirk, I mean, the pyrotechnics as well as the fake tears were dead giveaways that she was obviously who he had in mind when he made this skit. And as you might have guessed, conservatives did not take too kindly to this. But I want you to guess the specific reason why they were offended by a black man satirizing a white woman, and the collective conclusion that they came to because he did this. I'll give you a moment. Yes, you are indeed correct. They found it particularly offensive because he was doing whiteface, which is understandable given the history of whiteface in America and how black people use that to discriminate against white people. And also they deduced that this now means that they could do blackface. You see, because it's not fair that black people get to do racially insensitive things while white people aren't allowed to do that. I mean, never mind the fact that they do racially insensitive things. Right-wing influencer Lily Gaddis posted a video of herself in blackface last October for Halloween.
You need to listen to black women when they speak, okay?
And white pro-Trump rapper Forgiato Blow just released a song titled White N-Word, where he says the N-word dozens of times. And last year, by the way, this same individual released a song about lynching people. Nonetheless, they think that there's a double standard because there's outrage when they do it, but not so much when black people do it. Okay, so I can't believe that I have to do this, but I need to explain why this is not a double standard in case any conservative stumbles upon this video. It's not a double standard because there's no history of white people being oppressed and dehumanized by black people because of the color of their skin, you dipshits. So that context is very important, but they're too stupid to realize that. And quite frankly, they just want an excuse to be explicitly racist, as if they weren't already explicitly racist without an excuse. But I guess that they're going to racism even harder now because their sensitive white eyes have been tarnished by the sight of a black comedian dressing up like a white woman. Now, it's not the first time that Drusky's done this. He's also dressed up as a redneck and went to a NASCAR race. But this time, he apparently went too far by going after a sacred cow on the right. As the New York Post reports, Drusky sparks outrage after dressing as Erica Kirk in latest skit. Quote, "This is too far." And they write, the black comic painted his skin and sported a white suit, blue contact lenses, and blonde locks as he mocked the Turning Point USA CEO in his How Conservative Women in America Act sketch, which has racked up more than 40 million views on social media. Drusky's skit began with Erica dancing as pyrotechnics went off around her in a send-up of Charlie Kirk's memorial service before answering questions from reporters about the Iran war in imitation of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Quote, "This is too far, man. You were completely disrespectful during NFL honors, and now you're making fun of Erica Kirk, whose husband was brutally assassinated. This ain't it," conservative commentator John Root wrote on X. Now, as you also probably could have guessed, the conservatives who are clutching their pearls here are complete fucking hypocrites. For example, the man who was quoted in that article who said that Drusky went too far also tweeted about how George Floyd's killer was fentanyl, not the cop who had his knee on his neck. So these people don't have a leg to stand on, and I guess that they think that we forgot about how they all just said a couple of years ago that cancel culture was bad and that comedy was legal again under the Trump regime. Nonetheless, I do want to share some of their salty responses with you because the amount of white tears caused by this one comedy skit may be enough to flood the entire country. So here's just a few examples. Clay Travis writes, Erica Kirk's husband was just assassinated in September. It's March, and a black comedian is putting on whiteface and mocking her in a video. Honest question. If a prominent black leader had been assassinated and a white comedian put on blackface and mocked his widow, what would happen? You guys would cheer for it and share it all around? Of all conservative women in America, why her? This woman is still grieving. Making fun of a widow whose husband was killed, go fuck yourself and your people. That your people there is, that's a little bit suspicious. I wonder who he's referring to there. Imagine being a fat piece of shit mocking a widow whose husband was gunned down in cold blood. Go fuck yourself, you little fucking arsler. Now, Lily Gaddis, the lady who did blackface herself, was also offended because, of course, and she chimed in writing, now do Jews. Because, of course, they're going to let their Nazi freak flags fly. But there's more. LOL, blacks use the Bible as a prop for comedy skits now. I guess it makes sense for something whose kind is doomed to hell. So I guess that this Nazi is saying that all black people are going to go to hell, so he's not surprised that they would make fun of a white woman. I mean, Jesus Christ, these are all just Nazis. Whites gotta be prideful again, LMFAO. Fuck these people. Oh, these people. I mean, they are really saying it here. Now do blacks. Well, never mind. You probably don't want to post a bunch of murder on your timeline. Jesus Christ. Sir, you are a racist. So being a racist POS is a thing? Yeah, read the comments around you, buddy. If this is the content of their character, it's time to bring back blackface. What would happen to me if I mocked someone like Michelle Obama if something happened to her husband? If blackface is unforgivable racism, I think whiteface should also be unforgivable racism. Black comedian Drusky puts on full whiteface, blonde wig, and prosthetics to mock Erica Kirk and conservative women in America. Imagine the meltdown if a white comedian did blackface to clown on Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, or any strong black queen trope. Career canceled in 5 minutes, endless think pieces about racism. But Drusky gets a pass because it's just comedy when targeting white conservative women who actually get married, have kids, build families, and fight for borders, faith, and sanity. Instead of OnlyFans, therapy bills, and regrets at 35. Yeah, I don't think that you're giving him a pass, buddy. It seems like people are ripping him a new asshole because they're so offended. This opens blackface for everyone, by the way. I never want to hear shit again about blackface. Never, hypocrites. Willing to bet you'd have a much different reaction if someone did the same type of thing about George Floyd's family or black Democrats. You guys already do that, so shut the fuck up. Quote, they, I wonder who's the they that they're referring to, are making Drusky go through the humiliation ritual before they're willing to start putting him in movies. Now, I have to read you this person's bio as well because it's too good to not share. Married, in parentheses, to a woman, MAGA Lana Del Rey stan, winner... This is, I swear to God, this is real. Winner of Nick Adams' Alpha Male of the Week. Political analysis and diet discussed on Red Scare. That is quite the resume. A certain group of people you won't go after. We know why. I wonder who that group is. When's the liberal woman one dropping? Aw, does someone need attention? POS. Dom Lucre says, despite her being taunted by smaller creators, we share a responsibility to know when something is too far. Her husband actually was killed a few months ago. You can go viral with ease, but why does it have to be at the cost of a family this time? Now, somebody very quickly pointed out this tweet that he made about George Floyd, where he said that he was stocking up on George Floyd Black Friday merch before Walmart sold out. So, yeah, I'm assuming that George Floyd's family was hurt by that, but they don't have any self-awareness, so not too surprising. Another sad male comedian in drag slapping on a wig to quote roast Erica Kirk. Nothing screams creative genius like a grown man punching down at a widow by mocking her appearance and grief for cheap laughs. Talent so thin you need someone else's tragedy just to get a giggle. Erica's running Turning Point. You're playing dress up. Who's the real joke? Oh, got him. Bro really spent hours getting dolled up like Erica Kirk just to mock women who actually build families, vote for secure borders. They keep going down the list again. Vote for secure borders and don't need 47 pronouns to feel special. Not to pile on, but you're kind of a piece of shit for this, brother. At least she's not a fat slob. There's that. Yeah, make fun of a woman whose husband was assassinated just 6 months ago. Real funny. This is not funny at all. Further proof that the left cannot meme or make jokes and that they are low IQ, bitter clowns. They also shared Elon Musk's go fuck yourself quote, as did this person who writes, is this a joke? You think this is funny? Making fun of Erica Kirk? You're a disgusting piece of you-know-what. And people in the replies also shared old tweets from this individual where he makes fun of snowflakes for being triggered and also jokes about George Floyd because, of course. And we are barely scratching the surface, but you get the point. There was a lot more angry replies to that skit. And, if you took the time to go through the post history of every single one of these individuals, you'd almost certainly find them antagonizing liberals for being triggered or complaining about cancel culture or them saying something terrible about George Floyd. But I mean, these same hypocrites have the nerve to pretend like a skit about Erica Kirk is beyond the pale. None of the shit that they do is beyond the pale, but if you touch one of their sacred cows, that's beyond the pale. See, this is why nobody takes you seriously anymore, conservatives, because you're inconsistent. You don't even try to be consistent. And the real double standard is that you think you're the ones who are allowed to say whatever you want, but everybody else, they get to be tone policed and canceled, even though you say cancel culture is bad, but I guess it just applies to you. And I just love this. They're like, how could you mock Erica Kirk, who lost her husband just 6 months ago? Motherfucker, you didn't even wait 6 minutes to start mocking Renee Good after she was assassinated by ICE. So spare me the fake outrage. Either all of it's offensive or none of it is offensive. And we know that you're full of shit because you very clearly have different standards for conservative comedy versus liberal comedy. And it's hilarious to me that they think that sharing Musk memes is some sort of an own when he's the same guy who said this during a ketamine-induced frenzy.
The left wanted to make comedy illegal, Like you can't make fun of anything. So then it was like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, when they say legalized comedy, it means comedy that they like specifically, in particular, racist and transphobic jokes. But, they're still allowed to cancel other people if they think that their jokes go too far. It's what they say is acceptable, and everybody else just has to follow their rules. They don't have to follow their rules, but you all have to follow their rules. So in case you weren't keeping track, offensive jokes about black and brown people and LGBTQ plus people and Muslims, those are acceptable. But offensive jokes about white people and multimillionaire conservative influencers, those jokes are not acceptable. Fuck off, you petulant, triggered little snowflakes. You are so full of shit. And I love how they're like, well, this means that we get to be racist and do blackface, as if you were holding back before. Suck my dick from the back. It's just so crazy how conservatives hate the taste of their own medicine. But guess what? You are the ones who wanted to do away with respectability. You elected Donald Trump, who claimed that cancel culture was ended when he came back into power. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if you're going to dish it, you better be able to take it. Otherwise, shut the fuck up, you losers.
I want every kid in Oregon and Washington and Vermont to understand that if he or she does their schoolwork seriously, does well, takes school. What? Now you see, this little bird doesn't know it. Oh, I think there may be some symbolism here. I know it doesn't look like it, but that bird is really a dove asking us for world peace. No more wars.
Everyone is sharing that moment again on social media because, believe it or not, it's been 10 years since that moment happened in Portland, Oregon, and watching that again absolutely broke me, which is impressive considering I've been pumped full of so many antidepressants that I think I'm functionally just a robot at this point, which is how I like it, by the way. Nonetheless, even I couldn't not tear up watching that again because I couldn't help but think about what could have been. And it's worse knowing that I was planning to go to that rally that day because, you know, it was in my city. But at the time, it was towards the end of the term. I had multiple term papers due. I was a PhD student. So I thought, no, you don't have to go. You could just watch it online. You know, you don't want to miss school. But man, I wish I actually went because, you know, being there to witness that special moment in person would have been, I think, that much better, albeit that much more harder to look back on. But I mean, everybody is kind of reacting in the same way that I'm reacting by seeing that and feeling nostalgia for that moment because, I mean, look at where we are now. Francesca Fiorentini responded saying, we're on the wrong timeline. Barbarism critic writes, it makes me really sad to think about what it felt like to have hope for the future because I haven't had it in some time. Can't Ever Die, aka Jupiter, added, it's hard to illustrate how it felt at the time if you were too young, but this happening after the shock Bernie primary win in Michigan was a nuclear hopium bomb. It felt like the world was on the precipice of something better. Cam says, don't show me this shit again, man. And Communism writes, pain. All I feel is pain. Yeah, I mean, nobody on the left thought that Bernie Sanders would be a panacea. Like, nobody thought electing him president would create a utopia in the United States. In fact, you know, I had a lot of policy disagreements with him back then, still do, obviously. But him getting elected would have put us on a completely different trajectory. Because we know he would have defeated Donald Trump in the general, and we would have never had a Trump era in this country in the first place. And I actually went back and I watched some of my old videos after seeing that clip. And it was cringeworthy to do that just because I sounded and looked like an entirely different human being. Nonetheless, you could see in my eyes how hopeful I was, especially after Bernie's surprise upset in Michigan. Like, just watch this quick clip from Humanist report from 2016.
This is a huge night. If you're a Bernie Sanders supporter, you should be jumping up and down right now, because what just happened is unthinkable. It's absolutely unthinkable for a candidate who was down by 18 points. Now, I'm not just talking about one poll. He was down by 18 points with respect to aggregate polling. So when you take all the polls and you average them out, he was down by about 18 points. Some polls had him down by, I believe, 20 or 30 points. Like, it was ridiculous. He was not projected to win this state at all. It all looked like it was going to go to Hillary Clinton. And look, he turned it out.
Who is that twink, and why is he so goddamn hopeful? Like, seeing that is crazy, because 2016 me is like Carol in the first season of The Walking Dead, and 2026 me is like Carol in the later seasons of The Walking Dead, where, you know, she's more worn and rugged and packing heat. Like, I feel like I've also been through a zombie apocalypse since the time when I recorded that video, and I'm sure that you all feel the same. And just to give you some context, you know, that was right after, I believe, the night of Bernie's Michigan victory. And that was important because it basically breathed new life into his campaign at a time when he was starting to fall behind. And then weeks later, the bird landed on his podium in Portland. And, you know, even though I was never really big on symbolism myself, even I felt like that was a sign from the universe to not give up hope. In retrospect, I was right to be skeptical of the symbolism, because it obviously wasn't a sign of better times ahead. It was a bird that just coincidentally landed on a podium. Nonetheless, it wasn't insignificant because it meant a lot to all of us at the time. Like, we shared that moment together where we all collectively experienced, perhaps for the last time ever, hope. And it felt like the future was bright. And like, comparing that to where we are today, it doesn't feel like that. But, you know, believe it or not, I'm not just sharing this clip to cry over spilled milk or jerk myself off about how right I was to support the candidate that would have stopped Donald Trump. I'm sharing that clip because I think that it has new meaning in retrospect. It meant something to us at the time, but these days it means something different. It is a reminder that as a country, we have never learned from the mistakes that culminated in Donald Trump's victory in 2016. In particular, the Democratic Party has never learned from their mistakes that ultimately paved the way for fascism to take hold. The DNC did everything that they possibly could to sabotage Bernie Sanders. They limited debates. They signed a joint fundraising agreement with Hillary Clinton early on, which violated their own charter and neutrality clause. DNC insiders like Donna Brazile fed Clinton questions at town halls, like the death penalty question, which she was weak on. They wanted to make her appear more prepared. And I'm still bitter about the fact that Democrats accused us, Bernie Sanders supporters, Bernie bros, which included a lot of women as well. Nonetheless, we were Bernie bros, and they insinuated that we were sexist because we supported the Jewish social democrat over Hillary Clinton. And now 10 years later, they're accusing us of being anti-Semitic for not supporting Israel's genocide and apartheid. And after all of that, some Democrats are now arguing that the new party leader has to be a straight white guy, coincidentally, because Gavin Newsom is the candidate that they're going to try to shove down our throats in 2028. And he happens to be a straight white guy. So woke is out for now until they need to bring it back strategically to crush the left. In other words, nothing really changed. Oh, and they're already trying to strangle the campaigns of leftist presidential hopefuls in the crib, just like they did in 2016. For example, the media is conspicuously leaving out Ro Khanna of any discussions pertaining to 2028, with a few exceptions. On top of that, centrist third-way Democrats are already cooking up a plan to stop AOC in the event she launches a presidential bid. And there's now a coordinated campaign to slander one of the most popular left-wing surrogates for progressive Democrats in the country, Hassan Piker, who was attacked after Abdul El Sayed, the Bernie Sanders in Michigan Senate race, announced that he'd be campaigning with Hassan Piker. His opponent, Mallory McMorrow, is comparing Hassan to neo-Nazis like Nick Fuentes, and Democrats like Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Alyssa Slotkin say that they refuse to go on Piker's stream because he's too controversial, even though these same people had no problem chumming it up with open Islamophobes like Bill Maher on his show, or literal war criminals like Netanyahu and Gallant. And with regard to McMorrow, it's ironic for her, of all people, to compare Hassan Piker to a Nazi, given and how her own campaign finance co-chair put up a post honoring her Nazi grandfather before deleting it after taking heat. But before comparing Hassan to a Nazi, McMorrow ironically made the case for Democrats to occupy more cultural spaces from people that the party doesn't necessarily like, and even encourage them to go on Joe Rogan's podcast because, as she put it, quote, snubbing these opportunities because of political differences contributes to the impression that the party is elitist. Right, because you wouldn't want to seem elitist, of course. Seeming Islamophobic, however, by comparing Muslims opposed to genocide with Nazis is perfectly fine, but, let's not turn away anyone else who agrees with us about Muslims being bad and genocide being good. Great strategy, Democrats. But as you can see, Democrats very clearly haven't learned from 2016, the most consequential election of our lifetime. They're still engaging in the same tactics to crush the left and doing the same cynical, disingenuous bullshit that drives away young people by attacking them. And it's more important than ever that we all learn from that election, because we may once again have another small window of opportunity to change things. We may be approaching a new crossroads with two different paths, seeing as how Trump's fascist project is collapsing. The question is, will we continue the death spiral until our empire collapses entirely, or will we try to salvage the country and pursue a new path that changes the trajectory once and for all? You see, the difference between 2016 me and 2026 me is that I no longer have hope that I once had. I no longer have hope that we're going to pick the correct path. Like, we're going to do the same shit that we did in 2016 and be as perplexed when the next fascist comes to power, because if we weren't going to do that, things would have already started to change. With that being said, that doesn't mean that I'm going to give up, but I can't not feel pessimistic when my cynicism has been proven right again and again and again and every single time after 2016 and especially 2020, seeing as how most Democrats very clearly have not recalibrated like they should have. To go back to McMorrow, she's campaigning on the importance of, quote, universal health care, but when push comes to shove, she's actively lying about the very policy that would bring about that outcome.
What's your stand on Medicare for all?
Great question. I support, unabashedly, universal health care. Everybody should have access to health care. Now, I said it the way that I said it because some people conflate Medicare for all with universal health care. But Medicare for all, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on. Now, I want you to imagine what that would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
Wrong. Medicare for All isn't a government-run healthcare system. It's a government-run insurance program. So either she is woefully misinformed or she's lying. But as you can see, 10 years later, and we're still hearing the same disingenuous talking points about the most common-sense policy proposal in the country. And just like in 2016, Democrats are ignoring their base and endorsing right-wing policies because they think that winning over moderate Republicans is their path to victory, as opposed to embracing their base. And it just seems like they still would rather lose than win with the left. To show you what I mean, Gavin Newsom indicated his support for Trump's illegal oil blockade of Cuba. And Josh Shapiro, another presidential contender, is an open genocide denier and even accused an activist of wanting permanent war for daring to say that Israel shouldn't be an ethno-supremacist apartheid state. And Andy Bashir dodged the genocide question altogether and smugly called it a litmus test. I'm not making this up.
Some of your fellow Democrats have called Israel's actions in Gaza genocide. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's becoming one of those new litmus tests that we said we would never do as a party again. It's trying to throw out a word, and are you going to raise your hand or are you not going to? I understand that Israel was hit with a terrorist attack, the likes of which it had never seen, and it has been through a lot, and that it deserves the right to defend itself and to eradicate that terrorist organization. I believe that it could have been done without a lot of the suffering, but I put a lot of that blame also on Donald Trump.
No, that's not BJ from the Righteous Gemstones. That's an actual presidential hopeful who thinks that it's a litmus test to call a genocide a genocide. That is utterly disqualifying. And when it comes to Cory Booker, he's so lost that he's framing his presumable support for the Iran war as opposition to Donald Trump. That might be uncharitable, I'll admit, but just watch what he's saying and try to see if you could, pinpoint the point that he's trying to fucking make here.
Do you support the Trump administration's efforts to try to negotiate a deal with Iran to bring this war to an end?
I don't support this administration, period. They've gotten us into what will be looked at as one of the greatest blunders, presidential blunders of our time. Remember, this president had stated objectives, none of which he is achieving right now, from the nuclear program all the way to, frankly, regime change. The regime is more extreme.
You follow that? So he seems to think that the war in Iran is bad, but he also doesn't think that Donald Trump should end it because he's just like automatically opposed to everything that Trump does, even though he still votes for Donald Trump's appointees. So what exactly is your position, Cory Booker? Like, do you support or oppose war with Iran? Like, you seem to be against it, but you don't want it to end if Trump is the one that's ending it. I mean, he's the one that's doing it unilaterally since Congress has decided to just let the president do what the fuck he wants. So, like, he has to end it. What are we doing here? Like, I know that his war criminal friends, Netanyahu and Gallant, don't want the war to end. So, like, is this his way of fence-sitting and not taking a position and just hoping that the issue goes away by the time he's running for president again? I don't know. But the point is that we're now 10 years deep into the Trump era, and Democrats have very clearly learned jack fucking shit. Meanwhile, other countries are actually looking at what we've done and they're learning from our mistakes. Canada, for example, is on the cusp of electing Pierre Poilievre, their version of Donald Trump, and then they saw us do that again and they decided to not make the same mistake. Better yet, Canada's NDP just elected Avi Lewis as their new party leader, and he is a Jewish anti-Zionist progressive who called in a genocide in his very first speech. Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, a Jewish anti-Zionist woman who doesn't just oppose Israel's genocide, she is continuing her country's FDR era by delivering for working people with affordable housing and other issues, and because of her party's dominance, fascism has not been able to take hold in Mexico. But back in America, the Democrats, whose failure led to the very disillusionment with the system that paved the way for fascism in the first place, are doubling down on a losing strategy that led to Trump's rise, and they're hoping that the fascists, I guess, are just going to choose to go away at some point on their own volition. So this is why so many of us look back fondly at 2016. We had hope that things could be better in this country, that we could rise to the occasion and take on climate change and secure Medicare for all. But 10 years later, we know better. And thus, all of that hope and optimism is gone, because after all of this shit that's happened, Trump's victory, the rise of fascism and Nazism, January 6th, a Supreme Court supermajority and devastating decisions, a global pandemic, the George Floyd protests, hyper-transphobia, war with Iran, ICE terrorism, the collapse of our planet's habitability. After all of this, we very clearly haven't learned a goddamn fucking thing. So that's why I think I felt so emotional watching that moment from 2016, because in retrospect, it's obvious that we were always destined to Mr. Magoo ourselves into this current predicament that we're in, not because it was our destiny or because of fate, but because we chose to do this to ourselves. And now that I am fully cognizant of how fucking irredeemably stupid we are as a nation, I don't think I'm ever going to feel the same way that I did back in 2016 during that moment, because if we haven't grown at all in the past 10 years, I have no reason to think that we won't fuck up again if we're ever presented with a different off-ramp.
The Humanist report is fake news. Mike only cares about Crazy Bernie and his wacky socialist ideas. Sad, very sad.
Avi Lewis, 39,734 votes. 39,734 votes.
Canada, mark your calendar. The NDP comeback starts now.
Over the weekend, the NDP picked their new leader in Avi Lewis, and I have some thoughts as well as many clips from his speech. And I'm going to discuss why this campaign is giving people so much hope. First, I want to start with this clip from almost exactly 10 years ago. This is March 24th, 2016 in Portland, Oregon. And there's a reason I'm showing you this clip.
Now, you see, this little bird doesn't know it. Oh. I think there may be some symbolism here.
Now, it is hard to describe what that moment was like in real time, but I saw Juniper, this is a writer for The Onion, all-around cool person on Twitter, post about this, retweeting the clip saying, "It's hard to illustrate how it felt at the time if you were too young, but this happening right after the shock Bernie primary win in Michigan was a nuclear hopium bomb. It felt like the world was on the precipice of something better." Going on to say, "Ask anyone in their 30s when the last time they felt pure optimistic hope for the future was, and there's a 90% chance it was around this time." It really was a special time. Bernie Sanders, at the beginning of that campaign, was not taken seriously by anybody in the media establishment, viewed as some fringe, left-wing radical. Yet over the course of that campaign in 2016, grew his support to being on the verge of knocking down a political dynasty in Hillary Clinton. And now in the subsequent years, people view that campaign as the one that could have avoided Donald Trump. You had somebody who was able to reach people who didn't normally vote, much in the same way Trump did. But instead of what Trump was offering, Bernie was offering real hope, real change, and a real working class message. And this is the hope I now feel with Avi Lewis leading the NDP. There's actually now a party leader of a major party in Canada speaking on issues that people truly care about with a real message that will actually deliver for people. So let me first start by just showing you how clear this victory was for this leadership race. He won with 56% of the vote. This is on the first ballot. This is by far the clearest victory of any NDP leader in recent memory. So surpasses Jagmeet Singh, who won it with 53.8% of the vote, surpasses Thomas Mulcair, who took 4 ballots to eventually win his leadership, even surpasses Jack Layton, who got 51.4% of the vote, though if you include the Labor vote. So there was, the way votes have been done over the years has changed a little bit, but essentially surpassed Jack Layton as well. Yet, I don't want to get too much into the negative coverage because, my goodness, again, I'm getting flashbacks to Bernie 2016. I'm getting flashbacks to Zoran Mamdani when he launched his campaign, sitting on 1%, going on to, of course, become the mayor of New York City, getting flashbacks to AOC, getting flashbacks to Jeremy Corbyn. Like, there are so many parallels here where the media establishment underestimates a left-wing insurgent candidate for the working class that only then goes on to stun them all. And I'm seeing the beginnings of that here with Avi Lewis as well. So I don't want to get too much into the negativity. I already did a video a couple weeks ago on how Lewis is being treated similar to Bernie was during his campaigns. And I'm sure that there'll be many opportunities in the future to discuss how, whether it's CBC, whether it's CTV, whether it's Global, whether it's whoever, how they're framing Avi Lewis as some sort of divisive character when he has the full support of members within the NDP, as well as has a message that can actually resonate with people broadly in Canada. But let me first get to the first clip here that I want to share from Avi Lewis's speech.
Friends, we are also at a crossroads in our history, in our world, with what remains of the international order being torn to shreds by Donald Trump. In this moment of intense uncertainty, our country needs a vision to guide the path we take, one that makes us safer and more secure, one shaped by values shared by most Canadians: fairness, compassion, equality, international solidarity, and love for the natural world. The Prime Minister is very popular at the moment. He's a smart guy, and most Canadians still want to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's fair. But I think when you connect the dots, his moves do not add up to the vision that Canadians truly want and deserve in this perilous moment. $500 billion in a decade for weapons to make Canada a major arms exporter in a war-torn world. Slashing our cherished public services. Sweeping aside Indigenous rights. Full steam ahead, no regulations on AI. And pipelines. In the last federal election, Canadians voted to say no to Trump and Trumpism. What they're getting instead is our government following the U.S. into a future of wars, fossil fuels, austerity, and job-killing generative AI.
So look, as somebody who was very happy to see Mark Carney and the Liberals form government over Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives in the last election, I think it's clear to a lot of Canadians that what Carney is now offering for Canada is not what we voted for. Now, I mean, to point out the obvious, I think Carney is clearly still the better choice over Pierre Poilievre and what he would have done. But that doesn't mean that we should just be complacent and happy with what we're getting in Carney, which is massive cuts while investing into the military. Like, on the military front, and we'll get to some of the budget cuts stuff in a second here, but I get the feeling that some Canadians get from, you know, a larger investment into the Canadian military. It makes us feel safer in some way. But the reality is, who's our biggest adversary right now? It's the U.S. If they decided to get into a war with us, which I want to be clear, I don't think is likely, but if Trump decided, hey, I want to take Canada, we are not going to be able to do anything about it. I mean, it's going to be a long battle. It's going to be like, you know, Ukraine and Russia, but we're done. A lot of our weapons, a lot of our technology even relies on American technology. So this idea that we should be cutting all these public services while investing into making Canadians feel safer, even though that reality may not truly be there, I think is a little ridiculous. So before I get to Avi Lewis's vision, because he does, after this, discuss what he wants to see, I do want to just briefly go over some of these cuts that we're seeing from Mark Carney, which, again, I don't think is what most Canadians voted for. In the latest budget, Prime Minister Mark Carney's government said it would partly rely on AI to eliminate 40,000 public sector jobs. Canada's two largest public service unions warns Canadians could see a decline in the quality of the federal government services as a result. And I think a lot of you are already seeing that. I mean, try getting through to the CRA. It was already terrible. It's only going to get worse. And that's just one slim example. But as Global News writes here, to chop spending, Ottawa will cut science, tourism, foreign aid programs. So they go on to write, this paints a picture of a Carney government with a heavy focus on national defense. Year-over-year defense spending will jump nearly 12% or $5.3 billion, while dialing back spending on health, the environment, and funding for regional economic development. So cuts to services that Canadians rely on to focus on defense spending, which we're looking at the American economy. Is that what you want? You want to feel more like you live in America, where there's a lack of public services, but a heavy investment into the military? How's that worked out for them? So you can go through the spending hits here. You know, we're talking CRA, Indigenous Services, Global Affairs, Canada Post, via rail. I mean, on and on, public health, on and on and on it goes. But I will link to this below the video under sources on YouTube. Let me get to the next clip now, and this is Avi Lewis's vision.
Our NDP has a different offer for this country. Our plan is to Trump-proof the economy by investing massively in Canadian economic independence, using the unmatched power of public ownership to ensure the fundamentals of a good life. A network of public providers for food, phones, and internet. A public housing developer and public construction companies to build millions of non-market homes. A 21st century electrical grid, an EV bus revolution, and a heat pump in every home. built with Canadian steel, creating tens of thousands of unionized jobs. Investing in the care economy as true nation building. The education, healthcare, elder care, and child care that holds our social fabric together. And finishing Tommy's dream. Eyes, teeth, mental health, medicine. They are all part of your health. They have to all be part of our universal public health care system.
So a real investment back into the public to benefit all Canadians. I break down some of these ideas in longer format in my video on the final debate, One Candidate Rises Here, where I even I compare provinces that offer, for example, a public option when it comes to insurance and where they rank in terms of cost versus where the provinces that don't have any public insurance rank. And if you notice, public insurance, when offered, is the cheapest among everyone, because you have a situation here where you take the profit motive out of the system, be it in insurance, be it in groceries, which I discuss and also break down this article here from Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, how public grocery stores can work in Canada. When you have a public option, it removes the profit motive, allowing costs to come down and benefiting everyone. Now, it may anger some people who aren't able to be the CEOs of these companies and make a ton of money off of it, but who cares? Like, why are we so focused on these private investments for companies that don't give a shit about us? Like, look at what GM just did. We gave them, what was it, $500 million, and then they leave to go back to the US because Trump threatened them. Like, it's insane. It's ridiculous. We should have real investments back into the public in every sector that we can. Now, this gets to the next clip, which is the how do you pay for it question. And again, getting shades of Bernie Sanders here.
Of course, we can already hear the howls from the establishment. But how will you pay for all this? Well, let's remind them that this country is awash in wealth. We can have nice things. Banks made $70 billion in profits last year alone. Oil companies are expecting a new windfall in the tens of billions. Grocery baron Gale and Weston alone is worth $20 billion. It is time, far past time, to properly tax the corporations and billionaires that have been riding a tidal wave of profits, while the 99% have been suffering and struggling, and use that money to directly improve the lives of Canadians. The money is there.
Now, taxing the wealthy is broadly popular. And by the way, if you want to know what $1 billion looks like, I'm going to show you in just a second. But from Polling Canada here, they share one spot where Canadians are broadly in line with Lewis on a wealth tax. This platform calls for a 1% tax on wealth over 10 million, 2% over 50 million, and 3% over 100 million. Leger found 78% of Canadians support a new tax on personal wealth over 10 million. And in fact, Abacus data going back to 2021, 88% want to see a wealth tax included as part of a post-pandemic recovery plan. Yet no major party has brought this up. I wonder if the company they keep, the fundraisers they have maybe anything to do with this. So you also have just broadly how it makes sense considering the amount of billionaires that even Canadians are seeing. So this from Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, writing the case for a wealth tax is stronger than ever in Canada. So this is an excerpt from Canceling Billionaires Before They Cancel Us, the urgent case for a wealth tax by Linda McQuaig and Neil Brooks, where they go on to write, in 87, the 140 billionaires had a total net wealth of $295 billion. Today's 3,028 billionaires have a total net wealth of $16.1 trillion. The wealth of billionaires has increased, accounting for inflation, by 19 times, or 1,900%. The wealth of billionaires has increased by 1,900%, and that's for accounting for inflation. And Canada is not immune from this either. In the 2 decades between 1999 and 2018, the number of Canadian billionaires measured in Canadian dollars more than quadrupled from 23 to 100. and their combined total wealth increased by almost 5 times, from 72 billion to 339 billion. This growth rate was actually slightly faster than the growth rate in the number and wealth of billionaires in the US. So a faster growth rate in billionaires in Canada than even the US. It's insane. Yet no major party, except for now the NDP, are speaking on this. Now, here's what $1 billion looks like. All right. I hope this doesn't take up too much time. So here's 1,000 pixels. Think of it as $1,000. Here's 1,000,000 pixels. So think of this as $1 million. There you go. $1 million. Not too much of a scroll. Still a lot of money, but you know. Here is 1 billion. And I am going as fast as my scroll wheel will allow. We can pause somewhere, see where we're at. This is 266 million, I think. Barely read that, but got to keep going. Still going. Let's pause here. Where are we at now? 518. We're only halfway there. Almost there. Almost there. I think. Almost there. Almost there. Let's go. Come on. There we go. Made it to the end. That's $1 billion. People, I don't think truly, that's 1 billion, by the way. People, I don't think truly understand how much more money a billion is than a million. Like, I know you know the actual, calculation of it, but seeing it in a visualizer like this maybe helps you understand how insane it is that anybody has $1 billion, let alone hundreds of billions of dollars. We're well past time for a wealth tax. Anyways, on to the second last clip here. This is on foreign policy.
And we need a government that doesn't just talk about Canadian values on the world stage. We need one that acts with moral clarity when it matters. When missiles are falling on schools and hospitals. When Israel commits a genocide in Gaza. We call it by its name, and we do everything in our power to bring it to an end. When the US and Israel start an illegal and reprehensible war against Iran that sets the world on fire, we say Canada should have absolutely no role in it whatsoever.
So, a foreign policy based in human rights, objective reality, and international law. This, I think, really got a lot of people to pay attention. And I want to be clear, it wasn't just Avi Lewis in terms of the candidates that are in line here. They're all in line with his vision on foreign policy. And it really is. NDP, I mean, I would argue they're the clear voice on vast majority, if not every issue. But when it comes to foreign policy, there really is a true divide between the NDP and everybody else. They are always clear in their support for international law, for human rights, and calling out, for example, a genocide when they see a genocide. And they're in line as well with how Canadians feel. And I want to be clear. I want to show polling here. If the polling on this was in the opposite, was wrong, I wouldn't argue that the NDP should be supporting a genocide. I would argue that they should be trying to inform Canadians on the reality. But Canadians, over the past few years, have become more and more informed about what actually went on and is still going on in Gaza. And it's clear. You have here, this is from Angus Reid from August of last year. So I assume the numbers have only increased. But majority of Canadians at 52% understand that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. Only conservative voters seem a little confused. And not really surprising to see that. But everybody else in line, and even liberals in this poll, showing a higher percentage, understanding that there is a genocide. While the NDP and Bloc Québécois have a larger chunk of voters who are maybe a little more unaware of the reality. But again, that was polling a year ago. I assume things have only dramatically increased for the understanding of what went on there. But, and this gets as well to the fact that all of this is based in objective reality, objective just fact of what went on. Leading genocide scholars organization says Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. That was September of last year. So again, I'm I'm not showing you this to convince you, because at this point, if you're not convinced, why are you here? Like, you belong somewhere else. You came to the wrong place. We are well past the point of understanding what Israel did, and with by the way, the support of the U.S. and even the support of Canada when it came to some weapons. So this is just an understanding that we should be abiding by international law, and not just abiding, we should be upholding it in terms of being leaders. If you think back to Jean Chrétien, the former Prime Minister of Canada, of the Liberal Party, rejecting the Iraq War, and how right he has been proven. And it was clear at the time that he was right to a lot of people who were paying attention. But in the ensuing years, like it's become even more clear how that was a real moment that Canada stood up to the U.S. and rejected their bullshit. And we should continue to speak up and speak out when we see that kind of garbage going on, and be very clear about it. You know, Mark Carney now is saying we don't want any part of this war in Iran. But the first message that went out when Trump struck Iran illegally was just criticizing the Iranian government, as opposed to acknowledging what Trump and Israel had just done and what they had just unleashed. But anyways, I don't want to get too far down this path. Let me get to the last clip here. This was a moment where I had to honestly hold back some tears.
Folks, for me personally, it is humbling to pick up the mantle of leadership from the long line of NDP leaders before me. My grandfather, David Lewis, who took over from Tommy Douglas, gave his life to the CCF and then the NDP. David worked tirelessly for the party from the 1930s until the 1970s. And then he was a pundit briefly afterwards, very briefly. And friends, a lot of you know that my dad, Stephen Lewis, is not doing too well. But he is still with us and hanging on to see the next chapter of our movement. Ever the political fanatic, Dad has demanded daily updates about our organizing delivered to his hospital bed. A veritable IV drip of campaign data. At age 88, he is more passionate about the promise of democratic socialism than he has ever been in his life. But he told me something kind of heartbreaking that David, his father, said to him once. David said, "Son, not in my lifetime, but maybe in yours." And recently my dad told me the same thing. Not in my lifetime, maybe in yours. Well, Dad, I refuse to tell that to my kid. We cannot wait another generation. We've got to start winning now.
I can't tell you how much hope I feel for this party and honestly this country with this leader at the head of a major political party in Canada. Now, it's going to take years, lots of work to rebuild this party. The NDP currently only have 6 seats, potentially 5, if their Quebec MP decides to leave and run provincially, which is heavily rumored to happen. And Avi Lewis doesn't have a seat either, which honestly I think is probably a good thing right now, as him sitting in a parliament, unable to really truly participate in question period because they don't have official party status. That you need 12 seats to do. And, you know, the party has, again, 6 or 5 seats. It's going to take a lot of work outside of parliament to rebuild the party. And Avi Lewis is going to be deep into that. Worth noting as well, Jack Layton didn't have a seat for, I think, over a year when he won leadership. Jagmeet Singh as well didn't have a seat when he won leadership. So having a seat in parliament isn't the end all be all. It's, of course, going to be important eventually. But right now, I think it's less important as this party tries to rebuild. So I want to know your thoughts on Avi Lewis and what this could potentially mean for Canada as well. I will link you to my interview with him from a couple of months ago. And give me your thoughts on that interview in case you missed it as well. Let me know in the comments below. Anyone that has followed my channel at all over the past 8 years knows how much of a disaster Doug Ford has been for the province of Ontario. And I finally had someone else to talk to about it. And that is the leader of the Ontario Greens, Mike Schreiner. Fantastic guy, won his seat years back through organizing, through door knocking, has managed to grow the Ontario Greens since then. And he had a lot to say about Doug Ford and the disaster that he has been. I also bring up how the next election is until 2030. And what the hell do we do from now to then? So all that and more in this interview. I hope you enjoy it. Let me know in the comments below. I'm joined now by the Ontario Green Party leader, Mike Schreiner. Mike, welcome to the show.
Hey, David. Pleasure to be on.
So it is insane times right now in Ontario. The Doug Ford government. I mean, this was all predictable. Like people can go back and watch my videos back in 2017, 2018, talking about how much of a disaster Doug Ford would be. And honestly, it's even exceeded my expectations. Like there really is. It's just, there is so much that it's almost impossible to keep track of. I actually made a list, but before we get into anything specific, I made a list. This is mostly off the top of my head, just trying to get an idea of like Doug Ford and what he's done to this province up to this point. But all right, so recently defunding of proven supervised consumption sites to help reduce overdose deaths, closing the Ontario Science Centre over the cost of repairs, only to propose spending $900 million plus more on a new, smaller science centre, developer giveaway of the waterfront on a 95-year lease, Greenbelt scandal, skills development fund handouts of over $100 million to rich insiders, $112 million spent on advertising in 1 year, breaking a record, OSAP cuts, forcing students to go further in debt for higher education, privatization of aspects of healthcare leading to underfunding of the public system, worsening family doctor shortage, using private staffing agencies for nurses, which charges the government more than a hospital would, with the profit from that going to the agency instead of just paying the nurses properly through the existing system, and changing the Freedom of Information laws so that Doug Ford can hide his phone records. Where do you want to start? Because there's a lot, and then last week, of course, he unveiled the budget, and that's a whole other discussion. I haven't really had time to dive into that, but maybe you can help inform me on the budget part of this. But I don't know, where do you want to go with this? Like, what stands out to you right now as what the Doug Ford government is doing?
Well, you know what? Let's go up a couple levels just for a second here and just say that over and over again, Doug Ford is flooding the zone with crap. And I think it's to distract from the fact that he is consistently over and over again putting the interests of the wealthy and well-connected ahead of the needs of everyday people. In Ontario, the rich are getting richer and everyone else is just struggling to get by, struggling to pay the rent, the mortgage, put food on the table, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And I could add to your list, believe it or not, and your list was a good one. And so I just feel for people. I think people are just really tired of struggling so hard just to try to get through the end of the month. Meanwhile, the rich keep getting rich in Ontario, and we have a premier that rolls out the red carpet for the wealthy, especially those who live in Toronto. I mean, the budget last week, money for like hundreds of billions of dollars for this ridiculous tunnel under the 401. Yeah. He wants to build a fantasy island for a new convention center on Lake Ontario. $2.2 billion subsidy for a luxury mega spa on Toronto's waterfront. Now he wants to take over the island airport and increase air pollution, noise pollution, and traffic chaos on Toronto's waterfront. This guy is so obsessed with spending tens of billions of dollars on things in Toronto that people in Toronto don't even want. Meanwhile, across the rest of the province, you have emergency departments closing, record number of people experiencing homelessness, record number of people going to food banks to put food on the table. The list goes on and on. And so, you know, the premier is flooding the zone, but you know what? The good news is people are pushing back, and especially students who are pushing back against these drastic cuts to OSAP.
So I looked this up. The next Ontario election isn't until April 2030. That's right? Like, how are we going to last for the next several years with this government? Like, I think this is partly why people begin to sort of tune things out, because it's so, it can be so depressing. It can be so debilitating to see what is happening in this province, understand that we're stuck with this for the next several years at least, and not really understand where to put our energy, where to put our effort. Like, I'm glad people are finally starting to recognize how terrible Doug Ford has been. I've seen his poll numbers finally decrease after all these years. And I don't know what your opinion is on this, but in my opinion, I think he's been able to sort of skate by because of his personality, because he comes off as sort of this like jovial character, oh, the uncle you want to have a beer with. But I don't want my uncle that I want to have a beer with running the country or running the province. Like it's like we need to have some sort of standards here for what we expect of a politician, and Doug Ford does not meet those standards. But like before we get dive into deeper into some of these issues, what can people do in the ensuing years to try and push back against what Doug Ford's done?
Well, I want to give people some hope here. When the $8.3 billion Greenbelt scandal emerged and the premier broke his promise to not open the Greenbelt for development, people pushed back. Independent journalists dug deep. Freedom of information request revealed the extent of the scandal, which I think is one of the reasons the premier wants to get rid of freedom of information requests for his phone records and the records of cabinet ministers and parliamentary assistants. But the point is, people power won the day. We mobilized, we organized, we put pressure on the premier, and he backtracked on his plan to open the Greenbelt for development. That was a huge victory for people power. Same thing happened when the premier attacked the constitutional rights of the lowest paid education workers in the province of Ontario. People pushed back, especially the union movement, even threatened the possibility of a general strike, and the premier backtracked. So it is possible, if you put enough pressure on this government through people power, to get the premier to back off. And I think that's exactly what students are doing right now with their pushback against these cuts to OSAP. Young people simply cannot afford to have more debt placed on their backs, especially at a time when youth unemployment is 16%. There's no place in Ontario where a full-time minimum wage worker can pay the rent, let alone having a young person ever imagining being able to own a home. Forcing them to graduate from a college or university with additional debt has made them angry, and they're right to be pissed off. And so I'm hoping that the student-powered movement is going to push back on the premier to backtrack on this. We saw widespread protests against Doug Ford on Saturday. In the U.S., they had their No Kings protest. We had our No Premier protest over the weekend, and I can tell you in communities across Ontario, including in my hometown of Guelph, people are pushing back, people are mobilizing, and it's going to take that kind of people power movement to push back against the worst excesses of this government.
I think you're right. And I think one of the issues that has really motivated people and really gotten them to realize what's been going on is the healthcare. I mean, this changes depending on where you live in Ontario, but I recently moved. I don't give away, too much of my private life, but I recently moved to a place where there's no family doctors. It's like hospital healthcare, barely any walk-in clinics. It's absolutely insane. The amount of waste. Like this is a guy, Doug Ford, who complained about, deficit spending, all this garbage when he was first running, comes in, gives all the money away to rich insiders while underfunding the healthcare system. Like, speak more on healthcare and what people are feeling and what we should see in our government in healthcare.
Yeah, we have 2.5 million people in Ontario who don't have access to a family doctor or nurse practitioner or primary health care provider, which means they're not getting that day-to-day access to the healthcare system, or just preventing them from, getting more ill if they are needing access to healthcare. Then you combine that with emergency department closures, wait times, hallway medicine. I mean, I go to my own hospital in city of Guelph, and they do a fantastic job, the staff there. But because there's so much demand, there's patients being cared for in the hallway. And the premier said he was going to end hallway medicine. It's gotten way worse during the premier's time in office. Let me tell you a quick story. I was in Chesley, Ontario, a small town in Bruce Grey Owen Sound area, and the emergency department now is open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, banker hours. And so I was talking to a gentleman that said, a couple of years ago, I had a stroke, and the people in the Chesley Hospital saved my life. Now, if I have a stroke, on the evenings or weekends, I'm out of luck. Like, that's the kind of Ontario that Doug Ford has created. And it's being driven by the fact that Ontario has the lowest per capita funding of any healthcare system of any province in the entire country of Canada. And now the premier, instead of fixing publicly funded, publicly delivered healthcare is privatizing so many aspects of our healthcare, which means we're paying more to get less service. You know, other provinces like BC and Quebec started experimenting with the privatization model, and they've reversed that because they realized it was more expensive. People receive lower levels of care. That's exactly what's happening in Ontario right now. And it's infuriating. And I think the people of Ontario deserve better. We deserve our tax dollars being spent on healthcare, not a ridiculous tunnel under the 401, not this fantasy island for a new convention center, not for an island airport spa on Toronto's waterfront. Like, this premier is so out of touch of just the day-to-day struggles of so many people in Ontario.
Yeah, it really blows my mind on healthcare, the idea of even trying to argue for privatization of any aspects of healthcare when all we have to do is look below our border, look south of the border, see what American healthcare is. Like, we know what a disaster that is. Why do we want more American-style healthcare? Is that really the solution to the problem here? We should be going in the complete opposite direction. So I think part of the issue as well is people may not even truly realize how much control the provincial government has over the delivery of healthcare. I think there's sort of confusion over, what federal versus municipal versus provincial does. So I think, better education in that and people becoming more aware of just how much control the Doug Ford government has over healthcare and how much better it can be and how much better it is in other provinces, I think also helps to maybe inform people about how much better it could be here. The other issue, one of the other many issues for Doug Ford is his connection to rich insiders. Like, what? Yeah. How does he get away with it? This is the guy that ran on for the people. I'm for the people, and this is like immediately like Greenbelt. I'm going to sell it off. I'm going to give all this money away through the Skills Development Fund. I'm going to hire a marketing agency that I guess he has some connections with in terms of making the ads, spending record-breaking money on advertisements. When like I just think spending money on TV ads at all in 2026 is ridiculous. But like breaking records doing it is even more insane. Like what do we do here? Like, this is to speak more on Doug Ford and his connection to all these rich insiders that he pretended to be against when he was first running.
Well, first of all, I'll just say to all your listeners and viewers who maybe aren't from Ontario, this guy literally was receiving brown envelopes of cash at his daughter's stag and doe party, which ended up being the same developers that were going to benefit by $8.3 billion in the Greenbelt scandal, which right now is under RCMP investigation. Like, that's like the level of corruption we see over and over again in the Ford government. They had a program called the Skills Development Fund, which was a great program designed to train workers to help them get better jobs. But only Doug Ford could screw this $2.5 billion program up and literally turn it into a slush development fund, where the records show that the independent public service, they would rate grant applications, and the ones that were rated high that would benefit workers the most did not get funding. The ones that were rated low but represented by Ford-connected lobbyists, including his own campaign manager, got funded, even though it's just like, this just goes on and on and on. Even the affordability measures that Doug Ford brings in always disproportionately benefit the rich. For example, Ontario spends $7 billion subsidizing electricity prices. It's one of the highest items in the provincial budget. They hardly spend any money on affordable housing. $7 billion on subsidies to electricity prices, disproportionately benefiting the wealthy. So why should millionaires and billionaires like Galen Weston get 25% off their electricity bill when so many people are struggling to buy groceries from Galen Weston? Like, it makes absolutely no sense. And I think one of the ways Ford gets away with this is he, combined with Poilievre's messaging, has blamed so many of the affordability challenges people are facing on the federal government. But let's look at what's driving it. Biggest thing is housing. Housing is provincial responsibility. So instead of building homes that people can afford in the communities they know and love, the Ford government has essentially been imposing urban boundary expansions on the municipalities, imposing development onto the Greenbelt. None of that's led to housing. It's led a lot of land speculators to be able to cash in billions because the value of their land now has become greater because it's now available for development, but nobody can afford those homes. Municipalities can't afford to build the servicing needed for those homes to even be built in the first place. But yet the premier says no to any policies that would legalize like multiplexes and mid-rises, which would be the fastest and quickest way to build homes within existing urban boundaries where we already have, water infrastructure and roads and hydro lines and things like that. So it'd be so much cheaper. But you know what? The Ford government says no to that because it actually puts everyday people ahead of the land speculators who have the money to pay $1,000 to go to these, fundraisers that the premier holds every week.
And we wonder why he wants to hide his phone records. I mean, there's clearly something in there that he doesn't want us to see. And to maybe speak on that, the timeline there, because weren't we about to find out what was there? And then all of a sudden we no longer get to find out what's in those records because he changes the laws.
Yeah, so Global News put in a freedom of information request for the premier's personal cell phone records. The premier's been very clear. He conducts government business on his personal cell phone, which he really shouldn't be doing. It should be done on his government-issued cell phone, so he wouldn't have this privacy issue. And the premier said no. The premier's lost in court. The Information and Privacy Commissioner in Ontario said, hey, you know what? You have a public responsibility to be honest with the people of Ontario. How are you spending their money? How are you doing the work that you do for the people of Ontario? They're your boss. They deserve to know who you're meeting with, what kind of deals you're making. And the premier is saying no to that. So now we're debating legislation in front of the Ontario legislature right now that would protect the premier, cabinet ministers, parliamentary assistants from any freedom of information request. So clearly the premier has something major to hide. He knows that the $8.3 billion Greenbelt scandal was revealed partially through Freedom of Information Act request. The Skills Development Fund scandal, we learned the details of that through Freedom of Information Act requests. And so now the premier wants to just shut it all down because he doesn't want to be honest with the people of Ontario about the wealthy insiders that he's meeting with, cooking up deals that hurt everyday people.
And they're shutting it down while calling themselves the most transparent government in the history of Ontario. It's just it's satire in itself. It's so absurd. So before we get out of here, anything else that you wanted to hit on Doug Ford or this government, or maybe even what you're offering as the Green Party? It really is incredible what you were able to build in Guelph and that victory there when you got your seat, because it's hard to remind ourselves, or it can be hard to remind ourselves just how much power movements can have in organizing and door knocking, and the ability to see someone like yourself be able to win a seat as the Green Party leader when it can oftentimes feel like we're just stuck between two different options. So yeah, anything else you wanted to discuss on Ford or yourself or anything else?
Yeah, I appreciate that, David. And, nobody thought we'd ever elect a Green in Ontario. Now we have two, and we're going to continue to keep growing. As the Green leader, I have to talk about climate really quick, because one of the things that's so infuriating about the Ford government right now is wind, solar, and battery storage are the cheapest forms of energy in the world. That's why $2.3 trillion were invested in the green energy transition around the world last year alone. It's an $8 trillion economic opportunity at a time when the Trump administration is attacking our economy, attacking our sovereignty. We need to diversify our economy and our trading partners. Attracting where most global capital investment is going into wind, solar, and storage makes a ton of sense. What's the Ford government do? Says no to all of that. Now they're doubling down on ramping up expensive fossil gas plants being fueled by fracked gas from the United States. And they're doubling down on expensive small modular reactors using US technology, locking Ontario into it being fueled by enriched uranium from the United States. Estimated initial cost, $4 billion. It's ballooned now to almost $22 billion. That's why electricity prices were jacked up by 30% in Ontario last year. They're going to continue to go up because of the Premier's just ideological opposition to green energy. And I want to say to the people of Ontario, if you want lower electricity bills, if you want to create better jobs, if you want Ontario to attract more investment, to diversify our economy, protect ourselves from this attack from the United States, let's go where the rest of the world, especially Europe and Asia, are going, and that's into low-cost renewable energy. The Ontario Greens are going to fight for this because it's good for our economy, it's going to lower costs for you and your household, and it's going to reduce climate pollution at the same time.
I think you're completely right about that, and it's an issue that is becoming increasingly more obvious as the years go on. And I think we're going to look back in this time with regret on how we didn't have a government that looked at science and facts and just objective reality and realized what we had to do as a province to move forward. And we're going to be behind the ball when eventually we get this government out and someone else is in there, and maybe at that point we get a true investment into the public. But it's going to unfortunately take till 2030 to maybe start that process. But until then, Mike Schreiner, leader of the Ontario Green Party, thank you so much for joining me.
Hey, my pleasure. And people power can push back against Doug Ford, so let's do it.
Does Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre have a kink for being hated? Many people are asking this question. So in this video, I'm going to get to what his latest crusade is, and that is no high-speed rail for you. Despite the fact that the project is popular, is something that Canadians want, particularly the ones that live within the corridor of this rail, which is, we're talking about 50% of the Canadian population is between Toronto and Quebec City. So I'm going to get to all that, what the rail line actually is, at least at this point, and the accurate criticism of this high-speed rail line, because there is an accurate criticism of it. But let me first start with where polling currently sits between these two leaders. So Prime Minister Mark Carney right now is a net favorable of plus 21, overall positive 51%. This is very good for any leader. And compare that to Pierre Poilievre, -4, positive at 39, negative at 43%. And it's not going up, like it's only been going down. And I can't imagine why, except for many reasons. He is the worst person in every way. It's so incredibly hard to even listen to, when, like, to the point where when I was planning out this video, there's a clip of Pierre Poilievre that I'm going to get to, but I had to debate with myself, how much of this do I actually want to show? Because I guarantee the fall off during his clip is going to be immense for the rest of this video. So if you don't like Pierre Poilievre, you can skip ahead the clip. The clip isn't all that important, but I do think it's important to include the context of him discussing why he hates high-speed rail. But to be clear, this route, so this is the Alto, is going to be the high-speed rail between Quebec City and Toronto. This is currently the proposed idea. There isn't a definite line yet in terms of where they would want to build this, but it could, there were discussions earlier that it could actually go all the way down to Windsor. But this is where it currently sits, where, as they write, the CBC News writing, the rail network is expected to take passengers from Montreal to Toronto in 3 hours, about half the time it takes to drive, and at double the speed of Via Rail's current trains. So, as Toronto Star writes, Alto's proposed electric rail line would run trains at speeds of 300 kilometers per hour and up, and include stops at Peterborough, Ottawa, Laval, Montreal, Trois-Rivières, and Quebec City. The 1,000-kilometer railway, the government says, could have the travel times between stops. Construction on the project, which comes with a price tag of $60 billion to $90 billion, could begin as soon as 2029, with each section of the rail line expected to take years to complete. This is something that we should have had years ago. But finally, maybe now, if there's an actual commitment, we will have this. I think this is so incredibly important. We were talking about just the amount of people in Canada that live within this line, the benefits this would have for, first up, job creation is obvious in terms of building the line, in terms of the Canadian steel that would be used, in terms of staffing the line, on and on and on. The benefits of that, in addition to, of course, the benefits when it comes to commutes, people potentially being able to live in, say, Peterborough and working in Montreal, for example. So it would be able to expand where people could actually live. And in addition to that, this is just positive community building. Like being able to wake up one day and be like, you know what? I want to see Montreal today. And I live in Toronto. Instead of having to think about the 6-hour drive that's going to be, you now could take a 3-hour line all the way down and see Montreal for the day. So just the benefits are endless. But there is an accurate criticism from the left about how this rail line has been proposed, and that is because it is largely privatized. So while Via Rail is a Crown Corp, and we could have invested into Via Rail to build this high-speed rail line, this is instead an investment into a public-private partnership, which is all the liberal government knows, all conservative governments know. This is all they ever do. This is neoliberalism 101, handing money off to private corporations for them to do something that then ends up, in the end, not being as beneficial as it would have been if it was simply a public investment. So I will link to this article below. This is from The Breach from a year ago. They have a great analysis of this, but I do want to focus more on this video on Pierre Poilievre. So he put out this statement: save $90 billion, protect private property, stop the liberal alto boondoggle. How fucking stupid do you have to be for lines like this to work on you? But here you go. So it's the private property, which when we were talking about infrastructure, this is just the reality of having to build infrastructure in places that already have people and farms in this case. So Alto is going to start requesting access to private land along potential high-speed rail route. But of course, it's voluntary and landowners will be compensated. So it's not as if we're just, taking the land and fuck off. People are compensated for the land that they're on. Often, of course, more than the land will actually cost otherwise. This is the normal process of having to build something like a rail line. And you would think Pierre Poilievre, who's super into building pipelines, would understand this part of the process. But you have here this clown. Here is some of what he had to say.
I am announcing today that Conservatives oppose the $90 billion Liberal Alto train, that we call on the Carney Liberals to cancel it, and I am confirming that a future Conservative government will cancel this $90 billion boondoggle altogether. We will save Canadians $90 billion, or $8,000 per family. We will use the savings to lower debt, taxes, and inflation. We will lower the cost of government to lower the cost of living. We will greenlight projects that pay for themselves, projects that make money rather than taking money.
All right, so I'm going to get to what I think is behind all of this, which is ultimately what is behind every single conservative policy. But using this dumbass logic, we never would have built railroads. Oh, we're just taking money from people. Why are we investing all this money into building railroads across Canada? These are investments that benefit people for generations. It is absolutely absurd to just be against any sort of infrastructure improvement at all. I mean, as I get to some of the reactions here in a bit, people are universally against Pierre Poilievre here. Everybody is in support, I should say, the vast majority of people are in support of high-speed rail because they understand the benefits of it and they can see how other countries have moved forward as countries when they built high-speed rail. We are far behind everybody else. So some reactions to Pierre Poilievre here. Alex Glister writing, saying protect private property about a linear infrastructure project is setting a bad tone in a country that needs high-speed rail, pipelines, electrical transmission, new roads, etc. I don't agree on all those issues, but I hear his point. Is the CPC vision for Canada do nothing? Are they national NIMBY party? Yes. I mean, they clearly are. Reese Martin, who is a transit expert, writes, don't build things, don't govern well, accept basic infrastructure of the 1940s in 2026. And this was pointed out on Reddit by CDN Social Democrat that writes here, this is simply Pierre Poilievre being a arm of the oil and gas lobby. And they quote this conservative policy. So as they write below is literal copy and paste of the CPC policy focus. It reads as a literal parody. It is so biased and insane. And like this is the actual document. It's true. Every aspect of this is about oil. These people are simply, the Conservative Party simply exists now under Pierre Poilievre as a tool of the oil and gas lobby. So whether it is building pipelines, whether it's about oil tankers being banned, whether it's about the industrial carbon tax, whether it's about oil and gas cap, whether it's about the EV sales mandate that they're against too, plastic bans, which involves the gas industry, liberal and censorship, a law targeting energy companies. Like, it is ridiculous how far the oil industry's hand is up the ass of Pierre Poilievre. I think that sentence was weirdly framed, but he's simply a puppet for their interests. There is no other reason for him to be against this rail line, except the fact that it's electrified high-speed rail. So more reactions here. Sid writing, I love that conservative vision for Canada is that nothing better is ever possible for us. Sam Hirsch writing, Canada is literally the only G7 country without high-speed rail. Conservatives want you to continue to pay high sky prices for gas, worsen congestion on roads, and make your commute hours longer. We've been studying, quote-unquote, high-speed rail for 50 years. Time to get it built. David Brown writing, this was the first thing my son mentioned today when I got home, how idiotic it is. Yes, young people are struggling, but that's why they want high-speed rail. They want to enjoy life in Canada. Incredible stupidity. Hayden writing, it's interesting that Pierre Poilievre was against high-speed rail, given his party's platform literally says, quote, we support rail infrastructure across Canada, including innovative high-speed passenger rail where warranted. But that's the platform. The platform is not necessarily Pierre Poilievre. So Henry sharing here, until this great work is completed, this is a quote, until this great work is completed, our dominion is little more than a geographical expression. That's from Sir John A. Macdonald on the construction of the Canadian Pacific Railway, which Pierre Poilievre celebrated Macdonald over, saying his vision was a Canada that was strong and united, bound together by the crown and common institutions, and by a ribbon of steel that brought goods and people together from almost unfathomable distances. Yet here he is saying, no, good things are not possible. More reactions here. Janelle writing, Mark Carney's about to have so many seats, they're going to have to drag in extra chairs from the nearest Starbucks. Gaffer writing something that I hope is true. NDP official opposition in less than a year's time. I'm calling it now. I don't even think there's going to be an election in less than a year's time, but when you have the opposition party led by a clown like this, just against every possible idea, every sort of investment into Canadians, just coming out against it, I don't know how you build support. Demon Realms, right? And Canadian Conservatives are just the party of self-sabotage. Yeah, let's cancel this important infrastructure halfway through and flush billions of dollars down the drain. Why? Because the Libs want it. That really appears to be his whole ethos, is just anti-Liberal Party, which goes to also why he's been losing some MPs to the Liberal Party, which is now center-right at best under Mark Carney. You have Conservative MPs seeing what Carney's doing and thinking, I support that. Why am I sitting over here with this jackass when I could just go and cross and join the Liberals and be in a Conservative Party, not in name, but in ideology, that is actually accomplishing what I want? Eric Lombardi writing, by 2050, Canada's poised to be a century behind most developed places on rail, despite having 70% of our population highly urbanized in like a straight line over flat ground. Couldn't be the same country that built rail across the continent in 7 years, 150 years ago. It is just wild to think what we were able to accomplish that long ago and how we can't even get a high-speed rail line off the ground that should have been built 30 years ago. There was one guy, though, that came out in support of Pierre Poilievre's hatred of high-speed rail, and that is Jason Kenney, the former premier of Alberta, who was also, by the way, a big anti-abortion activist back in the day, so I'm sure this opinion here will age well. He also has the Israeli flag still in his name, despite the fact that they have definitionally committed genocide, according to the UN, according to the international genocide scholars, according to every expert on earth. And they also recently passed a law that legalizes the death penalty, but only for Palestinians. But sure, keep supporting them. Anyways, he writes, absolutely right. How about we build some pipelines first so we can afford luxuries like this? Jason Kenney calling an infrastructure investment a luxury. Again, I'm sure that will age well, like his anti-abortion stance. Let me know your thoughts below on Pierre Poilievre and high-speed rail. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe, and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
So today's wake-up call, measles cases in the U.S. have hit 1,362 confirmed infections so far this year. And according to the latest CDC numbers, that's up 81% from last count, a number that might sound abstract until you picture it as filling nearly 3 jumbo jets with people who don't need to be infected with this virus this year. So what's driving this? Outbreaks. We have 14 of them to be exact, accounting for 94% of all cases. 30 states are now in the mix, but South Carolina is ground zero. An outbreak that kicked off last fall has ballooned to 920 infections there, with 664 just in 2026 so far. That's not a blip. It's the state's largest measles outbreak ever. Measles isn't some relic from the history books. It's one of the most contagious diseases known to humanity. It's airborne, it's sneaky, and it's capable of spreading in a room long after an infected person leaves. Before the vaccine, it hit about 3 to 4 million people annually. Imagine the population of all of Chicago catching it annually. Hospitals overflowing, kids missing schools for weeks, and sadly, dozens to hundreds of people, children, dying. The vaccine slashed that by over 99%, turning a relentless terror into a preventable footnote. So, why now? Why are we seeing these outbreaks? Because of vaccination gaps. Herd immunity needs to be 95% coverage to keep measles from spreading. And we're dipping well below that. Unvaccinated travelers or visitors bring it in, and outbreaks ignite, especially in close-knit communities where vaccine uptake is low. The South Carolina surge shows us how one spark can turn into a statewide fire. The real-world toll hits hard. Most cases mean fever, rash, misery, but complications strike 1 in 5: pneumonia, brain swelling, even death in rare instances, mostly kids. Hospitalizations drain resources, sideline parents from work, and shake trust in systems that should prevent this. Public health's response: rapid case tracking, isolation, and urgent vaccination pushes. The CDC and states are scrambling to close immunity gaps before spring gatherings amplify those risks. So this isn't panic time, it's reminder time. Measles doesn't care about politics or convenience. It thrives where protection lapses. We beat it once through science and community, and we could do it again, but only if we choose to. All right, I'm your host, Mark Allanderi, signing off with this. Vaccines don't build resistance. People who use them do. So stay protected, stay connected, and most importantly, stay resistant.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. It's been a minute since I've seen you guys. I've missed you. Now, I have an extraordinary show lined up for you guys today. Some of it's going to be incredibly funny. Obviously, some of it's going to be a little bit scary with everything that's happening in the world. But also, we will be officially launching the Matrix server today. Now, we'll get into that in a little bit. But just to start off, this is a little bit late coming, but I really needed you to see just how funny it is when the right can't win and has to resort to coping in the most pathetic manner possible. So, South Australia, the state in which I live in, recently held an election. And during the state election, all of the headlines, I mean, every single media looked like this. One nation doing great. One nation is now eyeing up Victoria. Fairer after extraordinary South Australia result. Hanson. As if, Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party won anything in South Australia. Well, this is what the results look like. It's actually really pathetic. Here, let me pull it up from the actual South Australian election board. Oh my goodness. Come on, load up now. You know what? For some reason, because I have this open twice, it's not going to do it. So let me open it up on the one that actually is. There we go. Same page. This 4 seats is the incredible One Nation victory. If the Liberal Party, which is a right-wing party, remember the colors are flipped here. Labor is basically the Democrats, and the Liberals are basically the Republicans, and One Nation is, I guess, the MAGA party. If the Liberals and One Nation and all 4 of the independents join together, which they wouldn't, because not all 4 of those independents, I believe, are right-wingers, they still would not have the numbers to form a minor party, like a minor coalition. It would be 13 to 34. 13 seats, not including the Labour Party, for everyone else. Like, are you kidding? That's your insane victory? You got 8.5% of the vote. Mind you, the Liberal Party is pathetic because their win condition was 5 seats. They were like, if we get 5, we'll be happy. And to be fair, they did do better than expected, but holy shit. Long reign the glorious Workers' Party of South Australia. Now, the election results aren't fully finished counting, but I mean, like, it's over. It's over. A Labor landslide. The fact that there are headlines still, I mean, like the one I just showed you was 2 days ago, because Victoria has their election coming up. And they're talking about One Nation as if they did well. They got 4 seats. Now, the reason that they think they did well in the first place, like where the initial headlines came from, was because Australia has preferential voting. One Nation took 20% of the first party preferential vote, as in 20% of the people in South Australia ranked One Nation as their first preference. 80% of the state did not rank them in their first preference. I don't know why they thought that was a huge win. So like this is what they're talking about, the 20%. Like this is first preference votes. But that doesn't translate when you're actually going into the election, because the first preference vote, the 2 parties that have the highest first preference total then go and face off against each other, and then the winner of that is who ends up taking the seat. So they didn't really get anything. The 4 people from One Nation are going to be going to work and being the loser kid that sits in school that nobody wants to hang out with because, well, I mean, they're friends with neo-Nazis, let's say. Continuing on, this is from ABC News. I mean, like, again, some of the polls are still going. The election itself was actually quite interesting. For example, some of these were Liberal and One Nation fighting against each other. In fact, the vast majority, here's my favorite part of this election. Almost all of One Nation's votes came from Liberal Party seats, as in the right is eating itself and splitting in half, whereas actually, yes, Labour lost 0.9% of their first preference vote, but the Green Party gained 2%. So all in all, the left grew by 1.1%, where the right is now eating each other instead of, fighting the left. And I personally, I love to see that. Please keep consuming each other. Here's an independent who took it from the Liberal Party and beat out One Nation, stuff like this. Do they do 49 seats total to avoid deadlocks? I'm sure that's factored in, but generally, this is a really small state. It's just a really small state. There was a few that I found particularly interesting. This one, for example, this seat. At one point, this seat was 2 votes off in favor of the Liberal Party, and now, at 89% of the vote, it looks like the Labour Party has picked up this seat, which I believe this is the leader seat for the Liberal Party. As in, if Labour actually takes this seat, then the Liberals don't have a leader. They're gone. That guy is gone. Mind you, I don't know how well you can see. Let me see if I can zoom. Look at the faces of these people. Why would anybody vote for this guy over this guy? This guy looks like a normal person, and this guy looks like he's smelling his own farts 24/7. Just personally. But, we can't do good news the whole time, and this is a bit old news, so I'm going to move off of the election. Let's talk about the impending crisis, because yes, we are about to face the largest energy crisis in human history. Genuinely, it's about to happen. This is from 8 days ago, and it's gotten significantly worse since. Let's see how it was looking, at least in Australia, 8 days ago.
The global energy crisis is beginning to bite in Australia, with hundreds of petrol stations out of at least one type of fuel. But the government says it is way too soon to talk about rationing. The government has lowered diesel standards to allow more to flow in. Rubbish collectors say their services may be...
By the way, yesterday we're now starting to do rationing. The government here is now saying you should work from home. However, they're also trying to reduce the price of fuel at the pump, which will then increase the demand for the fuel at the pump, which will then harm the supply because we still don't have supply coming in. This is a really stupid policy that I don't understand why they're doing.
Be reduced, with operators already running at a loss and reduced fuel allocations. Transport companies are jacking up their fees, including Australia Post, which has more than doubled its fuel surcharge. And there's also been a reported increase in fuel thefts.
Yeah, we've been having roaming groups of people going around stealing diesel and stealing petrol, and diesel has become such a problem that within a week or two we might not be able to have trash collection anymore. So that's a big deal, let alone the fact that, Poppy, get out of there! Let alone the fact that all of the trucks that bring your food to the grocery store also require diesel, and that all of the farmers that grow your food also require diesel, and that also they require fertilizer that comes from the same region. It's pretty bad, to the point where this is being talked about all over the place. Now, again, we're looking at a right-wing news source, so of course they're framing it like this. But, yes, some COVID-like measures are being considered. The right, especially in America, is going full conspiracy brained on this. Oh, well, COVID was actually a practice run for World War III, and so that they can restrict your movement. Blah 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 blah. No, they're two separate things that do feel the same because we're ignoring the actual problem, and it's getting worse and worse and worse as it gets closer. And this is how we're going to have to deal with it to an extent. But the fact that we're already doing this conspiracy brain nonsense is
and Victorians could soon face $7.50 coffees and food price hikes as the fuel crisis hits local supply chains. And with diesel drying up, farmers have an impossible choice between planting crops and cutting their losses.
It's the liquid gold powering our entire food chain, and it's getting more expensive by the day.
Diesel feeds you. And Australia is the most diesel-dependent economy in the world.
As freight costs...
Mind you, this is the case for pretty much everywhere. America needs diesel too. And so does every other country in the world. In fact, as soon as we get through this, I'm going to show you a map of what the worst case scenario last week looked like, what we were walking towards, and what it's going to look like now.
Costs rise, Gippsland Dairy faces some difficult decisions.
So we've gone from 22% levy to 47% this week to 58% levy next week. We can't absorb any of these costs.
We have cut the fuel excise tax, and that has reduced the price of fuel, but again, it's just going to go through the limited supply that we have faster.
That means the cost of milk could soar to $8 a bottle.
Not because we want to, it's because we have to, because we can't go broke.
And they're not alone. Agricultural contractors are copping it too.
$1.20 per litre is something you can't hide in your margin.
Your food prices overall, no matter where you are, you should expect them to go up between 30 and 50% at a minimum. They're already talking about switching to like glass bottles for milk again here because plastic is something that you require, oil to make, whereas glass is a little bit easier and reusable, and we don't have to use that.
Passing on the cost, but it's got to a stage where I have to.
45 Victorian stations are out of diesel, 72 are out of unleaded.
This is outdated. This is 7 days ago. It's so much worse than that. Now, we do still have ships coming into Australia at the moment, just like you do in America. In fact, the timeline for when the last ships are meant to come in was put out by JP Morgan. Now, unfortunately, this timeline is your video and audio seem desynced. There's been server issues that are happening with YouTube. It's probably because Iran keeps bombing AWS. So this right here, this is the timeline that JP Morgan put forward for when the last deliveries, like the ships that left before the war started, were going to arrive at wherever they're coming. And everything after that date is who knows. Now, this was before the Houthis entered the war. Because when the Houthis entered the war, they shut the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, which is how you get through the Suez Canal. So now this entire waterway is also blocked, which means everything going to Europe is fucked now. Tankers diverted from Europe heading to Southeast and Australia. Well, I mean, now they have to go all the way around the Horn of Africa and come this way. And mind you, there are pirates still in this region. In fact, the pirates are coming back because we can't stop them right now. Also, remember, the Strait of Hormuz is not actually shut. It's just shut to us. Chinese ships keep getting through. Japan's ships are getting through. Mind you, Japan's ships are getting through because our president is an idiot. Because the Japanese prime minister came to the United States and had a meeting with Donald Trump to decide whether or not she was going to stay, friendly with us, or if she was going to make a deal with Iran. And then we made a Pearl Harbor joke, and then she left and made a deal with Iran the next day. So now, some Japanese ships are getting through. Functionally, the strait is open. Iran has just sanctioned US and US allies and is not allowing them to use the strait. If you make a deal with Iran individually, you can pass. Mind you, they've now also instituted a toll. So, we've made Iran significantly stronger. They're never going to let go of that ever again. We can't take it from them. It's not happening. There's just not a shot. So, before the Bab al-Mandeb became an issue, Australia, last ships coming in April 20th. Now who knows? April 15th, most deliveries to the United States are done. That's 2 weeks away. Most deliveries to Europe stop about April 10th. And again, this is before the Houthis entered the war. And the Houthis have entered the war. Mind you, this has gotten so much more complicated than it was 2 weeks ago. This is officially World War III. Iran is attacking Ukraine right now. There are Ukrainians in the region. It's bad. But let's keep going. This just to give you an idea of the level of crisis that was expected, and now it's worse. Poppy was on the shelves. Poppy's always on the shelves. I banned her from this room because she chewed on my cables to the point where I had to go buy a new mic cable. But she's scratching at my door right now. if I let her out. And I rent. You can't scratch the door, my love. Likiri, dohai ras, papi, dohai ras. My cat also chews cables. It's a pain. I need like apple cider vinegar or something to spray on them, but like, yeah, I'll do that later. Kitty break? True. By the way, this is one of the reasons why we're running out of fuel so fast in Australia. This is also going to start happening by you. The UK, I believe, has already started fuel rationing to the point where like you are now entitled to a certain amount of fuel per week. All right, Poppy, get back out. 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 No, out. You are distracting me. I know. I don't want to kick her out, but she's distracting me. I have to play with her to get her to stop. I played with her all morning. Sandy saying last night that she doesn't let cats into her recording room for the same reason. I would keep her out if she wouldn't rip at the door that I'm renting. But fuckwits like this, by the way, are a massive problem. Look at his face. Like, he knows he's doing a shitty thing. Oh, whoopsie. You can't see it, can you? That's because this is not, Twitch. Oopsie. My bad. There we go. Look at his face and tell me he doesn't know he's doing a shitty thing.
You gotta be kidding me, mate. Hey, you gonna leave anything left for me? Hey! Don't take all that fuel, mate. What about
TikTok
me?
does this with StreamYard. Why?
God damn it, man. He's leaving nothing. He's taking it all. Greed. You greedy man.
Not just greedy, but cowardly. Cowardly. You know what I'm going to talk about this a bit more later, but I feel like this is a good time to touch on it now. One of the things that we need to create, and I mean like create right now, is a new social contract. They killed the last social contract, right? And over the weekend, like I was just watching a YouTube video from someone talking about like medieval history and whatnot. And I came to a conclusion. I have a small idea for a basic social contract that I think just about every single person in the United States alone, but let alone everyone in the world, could implement pretty easily with their neighbors with very little effort. Now, you need to not skip the neighbors that you don't actually like in this, because that will cause problems down the line. But just hear me out on this, right? 3 things. You just agree to 3 things. Everyone else agrees to 3 things. You set this up. You front the first part of it, and then it works out. You go knock on some doors. Go to your neighbor's house. And you start off talking about yourself, by the way. You say like, hey, listen, I don't know about you, but I feel lonely and isolated. And I know for a fact that a lot of people online also feel lonely and isolated. I see this everywhere. And I was just thinking, you know, like I want a bit more of a community. So I came up with these 3 things, and I'm wondering if you'd like to take part in this. I'm gonna go around asking everyone in the neighborhood. The 3 things are: 1, if you're part of this agreement, if any single individual who's part of this agreement becomes ill, is unable to work, unable to take care of their family, then every single other person who is part of this agreement is obligated to help them until they get back on their feet, take care of them, take care of their family, under the assumption that the same will be done for you. Now, again, this is a social contract. Let's say you don't help somebody when they're sick. Well, then they're not going to help you when you're sick. Let's say you receive help and then you don't give it when someone else needs it. Well, out the door you go, banished. I don't know, it's up to you. It's up to you and your individual community. The second point that I put together, this can change. You can change these up any way you like, but I like this personally, is that if any of us were to pass away, every single one of us would show up at that person's funeral. And if you have a family, then your family will be looked after because they're still part of the community. And the final part of this social contract, the real crux of it, because this is the part where people feel a bit iffy, so you're going to want to front the first bit. It's like every week you're going to have a little bit of a social gathering. Everyone pitches in $5 per week for this social gathering. If you can't pitch in that much, then don't pitch in that much. Whatever. You're paying for like beers, snacks, etc. And every week you should try and make these social gatherings. Once you get people into this group, no one's ever going to leave, because for $5 a week, where else are you going to get functionally health insurance? A social safety net that if something were to happen to you, or you lost your job, that your family wouldn't starve to death, that if you got sick, that you would get taken care of. Where else in the United States, in anywhere really in the world, are you going to have that kind of guarantee? Because the guarantee comes from, well, everyone's doing this whole system, so if I don't take part in it, well, then I'm going to get kicked out. No one wants to give up their free insurance. It's functionally insurance that you're paying $5 a week for, except that $5 a week isn't for the insurance. It's to buy the food and the drinks for you to have a fun time, a barbecue, a gathering. And when I say front the first time around, that's what I mean. Go buy some hot dogs, get some beers, have a barbecue, invite some people to your house. And that's the first one. And then you grow it from there. And this is why I said, by the way, definitely don't skip over the neighbors that you don't like. Because even with full MAGA hat wearing triple Trump voters, this is exactly how you de-brainwash them. Because now you've gotten past the in-group, out-group block in their brain. They're in your in-group because you hang out every week, even though they don't like you and you don't like them, but you're both incentivized to get along because, well, you're both going to benefit if either of you gets sick from this arrangement. No one wants to fuck it up, because if you fuck it up, you're the one that loses. Everyone else stays fine. You're the one that gets out. You're the one that gets banished. And this then gives you more of an incentive to get along. You can go literally find a fire department, like someone who works at the fire department, go find a cop, go find an EMT. Have them go door to door with you. Instantly, authority. There will be more people who take part in this. Go get one of your state reps to introduce this as an idea and a speech. And then people will do this because it's easy. It is solving multiple issues at once. You're less lonely. You have a social safety net that is now guaranteed by dual incentive. And also you now have a group of friends to do a social gathering with that's a commitment. Well, don't banish me. Well, exactly. It's the social contract. You don't want to get banished, then don't break the rules that you agreed to. But that's really it, right? It's these 3 simple steps. And once you're involved in that, would you have an issue with paying $5 a week, knowing that that is making you a friend group safer and ensures that you and your family are taken care of if you fall sick or if you lose your job or if something happens? Yeah. No one's leaving that for no one. Doesn't matter if they hate your guts. They will shut up about it and pretend like they don't for at least an hour a week that they have to spend time with you. And in that hour a week, as you become friends with some of these people, and some of these people are, left kind of feeling even more lonely because now there's forming a clique, the people who are getting close because they're the ones actually trying and committed, and the people who are outside, now they want to get closer in. They don't want to get left out. And that incentive grows and it compounds and it cascades. And then, the neighbor community sees that you're doing this and they're like, that's a great idea. You get your mayor involved. Hell, someone from New York, go pitch this to Mamdani right now, because I guarantee you he'll say yes. Look at what the fuck Mamdani's up to in New York right now.
See, the thing about us New Yorkers, not only do we vote correctly. Yes, we do. Let me tell you about my mayor, Mamdani. If y'all know anything about New York City, understand that these potholes in these streets, whole nother demon. A whole nother demon, okay? Fuck the tire. You liable to fuck up the entire car. And I'm not playing. I'm so dead ass. So fellow New Yorker Sono, right, goes to tweeting and he states not to rush you at New York City mayor, but there's potholes everywhere. Okay? My tires are literally crying, hanging on by a thread. Mamdani says, on it. On it. That's it. So Mamdani gets to thinking in that little millennial cap of his, right? And he says, yo, when I offered the people money to shovel, they shoveled. Let me see if I could offer the people money to fill up the potholes, and let's see if it's going to get done.
Incentives work. Just like with the snow shoveling, just like with the potholes. Every single person wants friends. More offline friends. I know all of you do. Every single person does. Every single person wants a social safety net where they can feel somewhat secure in their life, in their family's life, in what happens after, if they get sick. You guys live in America, a lot of you. Like, any one of you could get shot on the street at any given point in time, and then oops. That's it. This is a form of insurance by the community. And it's an incentive.
Done. One Saturday, 8,000 potholes filled later. 8,000. Y'all know I come with the proof.
Queens is here. Harper Street.
Right, Harper Street. Right here too, Saturday.
I mean, this is kind of like the videos he makes showing him making dinner and sitting down with people at their homes. It is exactly that, Shufa Poofer, which is why I'm saying, someone go pitch this to Mamdani. I know some of you live in New York. If I could go back to New York, I would do it myself. But first off, New Yorkers themselves would love this idea. Oh, sorry, it's going to be copyrighted music, so I can't keep playing it. But like, yeah, they fixed 8,000 potholes in one day. Why? Because, well, they incentivized it. It's that simple. When you give a shit, when you have incentives built in, when you invest in the community invests back into you. Look at what Canada's up to right now. This threw me off. This is from the new Democratic Party in Canada at their convention speech. Listen to this guy.
This campaign the way I started! When we're done being on the menu! And we're done with the ruling class eating us alive! It's time we take our seats at the table and eat the damn rich! And eat the damn rich!
Now, personally, I really like this, though I would advise against eating the rich. A lot of them have prions. Very bad for you. I like how Mamdani is showing that public socialist gets things done. Well, yeah, absolutely. So not only did that program fill 8,000 potholes in a day, what else did it do? It put money into the jobs, it created jobs that gave money to New Yorkers, put it in their pockets, which they then spent on goods in New York, on stuff in New York, which then helped New York's economy. That's not enough. Communism is when everyone gets their own pothole. Yeah, well, we're not doing that right now. We're doing Mamdaniism. Mamdaniism is better. Trust. Believe me. I want a new economic bill of rights that ensures housing, education, healthcare. I don't think that's too much to ask for. You're not wrong. But to get to that point, I think you first have to create the new social contract. Start with the new social contract. You can work your way up to there. Again, I put out 3 vague points that I feel like most people can agree with. If you want to remove one of them, if you want to change them around, if you just want to pitch it with if anyone gets sick, we care for the other people that are sick. Pitch that and pitch the weekly party thing and skip the funeral bit. You can do that. You can create new additions to it with your group once you have it. But once you have that new social contract and that starts to grow, again, go talk to your reps, go talk to your mayor, go talk to your police department, your fire department, get them in on the idea. This is how you unbrainwash people, by giving them an incentive to invest in other people. Give them a reason to give a shit. Because, yes, a lot of Americans are selfish and are also in crisis. So giving people something means they're more likely to give you something in return. If that's just even attention, that's still worth it. Effort, that's worth it. Because otherwise, speaking of economic Bill of Rights, you have 2 options. The American empire is dying. So you can become an extraction state like Australia, or you can fix your country and not become this. By the way, this is a real thing, by the way, in Australia.
Wait, bad news.
The punters know that we get half our gas for free. Uh-oh. Did you use the slogan
Gas
Australia
exports,
for
as
free?
in 56% of corporations, or like gas exports, 56% given to corporations royalty free, as in they don't pay for it.
Uh-oh. Did you use the slogan Australia runs on natural gas? Yes, they know we export 80% of it. Did you tell them that's a good thing? Yeah, they're not buying it. And now there's this website that's showing exactly how much money they've been missing out on. What's it up to? 68 billion. What? And going up. This is.
By the way, this is why Australian fuel and energy prices have been insane even before the war. So America might be alive, but I hear it's full of potholes. Well, it's alive, kind of like Russia's alive.
This is bad. Oh, and they've also worked out that we are the reason their power bills are going up. They are asking for an export tax. What? We have to fight back. Have you?
These midterms could be our last chance to vote. You're gonna win in the midterms. Don't worry about it. You should vote. Definitely go vote. But you're going to win in the midterms. It's unfortunately, you know what? I'm not gonna go into it because it's irrelevant and none of you will believe me when I say it anyway. But you're gonna win in the midterms and it's part of their plan. They want you to arrest, impeach, and imprison Trump, Vance, and some of the figureheads. They want you to do that. The right wants you to do that. Hell, a lot of them are going to be voting Dem for this specifically.
Told them that Japan...
Trump made Russia great again? No, he just turned America into Russia.
And America will not be happy if they tax us. Yes, but finding out that we're mostly foreign-owned corporations made them angrier for some reason. That said we were tax bludgers. Damn it, this is not good. Okay, as long as they don't work out that countries like Norway have successfully taxed their resource industries, I think what's that? We're finding them every...
This is insane. Aussie oil and gas royalties paid. This is how much money corporations pay for our oil and gas versus Norway for the same amount of oil and gas. I've seen this video before. Yeah, it's a good one.
Everywhere. Bins, cars, road signs.
The administration isn't in power anymore in Donald James. They will try, but they're not in charge. So,
politicians' billboards. Oh, well, punters can clearly see just how wealthy they would be if it wasn't for us ripping them off. Yep. How is this happening? I think you can buy them at punterspolitics.com.
Good job. Well done. Guys, we're all fucked, on the energy front. This is from yesterday and today. Here's multiple different world leaders talking about this. This is quite literally the largest energy crisis in human history. This is worse than the 70s.
To level with people on that. This will not be easy. It is now clear that the impact of this war will affect the future of our country.
The war in the Middle
Of
East
every
has
country.
caused the biggest spike in petrol and diesel prices in history. Australia is not an active participant in this war, but all Australians are paying high.
That's the paper market, but, sure, Sylvie, close enough. We'll look at the paper market prices for crude and Brent and stuff in a second. But
prices because of it.
it's far worse than just crude and Brent.
If you can switch to catching the train or bus or tram to work, do so. That builds our reserves and it saves fuel for people who have no choice but to drive. The months ahead may not be easy.
The next part of the challenge that we were facing was the supply and the pricing of petroleum products. Our authorities are all continuing to find new sources for the supply. And although we cannot be assured right now of...
Like I said before, this is from JP Morgan, and this is the map before the Houthis joined in and started shutting the Bab el-Mandeb. This is when the last ships are slated to arrive. Before, which is now worse. Europe is now more fucked because this entire waterway is now blocked. So the projection went from October to September and then just skipped to August to July. Well, yeah, so here's the thing. First of all, there is only so much oil in the world, right? But the oil you get and where you get it from is different. Venezuelan oil is different from American oil, which is different from Russian oil, which is different from Middle Eastern oil. Mind you, well beyond just oil, we have diesel, we have fertilizer, we have LNG, liquid natural gas, which, by the way, this part of the world runs like 90% of their energy on liquid natural gas, which a lot of it is produced in places like Qatar, in the Gulf countries. Qatar won't even be able to like repair the damage to their LNG plant for 3 years, let alone going back to production levels. There is already massive, like millions of people are already impacted in like the Philippines and Vietnam and Singapore and Indonesia and Malaysia because they already are like basically out. Australia, we're fucked. For some reason, our government's like, yeah, no, let's reduce the prices even though we have low supply. We didn't even have the 90-day supply that we're mandated to have by the International Energy Agency. I hear we're starting to populate the moon this week, fear not. Yeah, they're definitely trying to fuck off the planet real quick. By the way, after Trump's speech yesterday, it was very funny. I really, it hurts a little bit to do, but the next time he talks, I highly recommend you open up crude oil futures on another screen and just look at the oil numbers as he's talking, because it's pretty bad. But this is an hour ago from CBS.
Oil prices surged again today after President Trump did not provide a clear timeline on the end of the war in Iran or a
He literally said, we won and we're deploying more troops at the same time. And then he said, we don't need the Strait of Hormuz, but we do need the Strait of Hormuz, and that NATO should open the Strait of Hormuz, and the countries that need it should, but that they don't really need to because they could just buy it from us, which they can't, by the way. How much of our oil or gas would that Rocky eat up? What do you mean by that?
potential reopening of the Strait of Hormuz during his address last night. International
And again, remember, the Strait of Hormuz is not closed. It's just closed to us.
Prices were up around $108 a barrel this afternoon. National average gas prices remain above $4 after hitting their highest level since 2022 Tuesday, according to AAA. Analysts say energy prices are likely to remain high until shipping resumes.
I mean, bombing in like oil facility is pretty big boom, yeah. Let's take a look at what Brent looks like now. So Brent being the international average for crude. Yep, that's at 109.50. This was about 102 yesterday when that speech started. Crude is up to 112, which is a lot. This was it like give me 1 week timeline. Yeah, so right around here. This is where the speech started. And we went up and then down and then back up. Let's take a look at what this, yeah, this is pretty bad for 1 month. Let's take a look at 5 years. This is 5 years. Jesus Christ. Like, this is end of COVID levels, and we're already surpassing them with crude. With Brent, 5 years? Just about the same. Like, this is only just the beginning. Now, I need you to understand two things. This right here is the paper market. This is not the real price of oil. Take these numbers and then add somewhere between $45 and $65 to these numbers. That's the actual price of oil right now. So if you wanted to buy a barrel of crude, that 112 is actually somewhat closer to 150, 160, 170. That's the real market, and this is the paper market. This is just for gambling. It's pretty fucking bad. Mind you, like, they're not trying to make it better in any way, shape, or form. They keep using the stock market as a way to try and max their like profit from the futures. Yeah, they've been doing that. They've been doing that the entire administration. But it seems like they can't quite control the market anymore because it's gotten too far out of hand. For example, if you look at this is again from 6 days ago, and this is about like Southeast Asia, like just how bad it's gotten. No one really trusts America anymore. $10 gallon gas coming soon. It's already like that here.
With war in the Middle East disrupting how the world gets its energy, the impact is being felt thousands of miles away. And nowhere is the shock more acute than in Asia. Shortages of oil and gas have triggered protests in India and rationing in Bangladesh. There are long lineups for fuel from Pakistan to Cambodia to Vietnam. Sri Lanka shortened work weeks to...
Sorry, about $8.50 here for a gallon.
Save electricity, and Thailand's news anchors ditched their suit jackets to avoid using air conditioning.
Energy emergency.
In the Philippines, the president declared a national energy emergency to stave off what the International Energy Agency...
It looks like an EKG of capitalism. It really does. Every time I look at America right now, or even really Australia or Europe, it feels like looking at the former Soviet Union post-fall.
Has described as the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. It's made Asia ground zero for an energy crisis that threatens to cripple an entire continent.
Take Taiwan. More than 95% of the energy being used.
Literally, China's not going to need to invade Taiwan because of this. Taiwan's just going to become... They're going to vote to join China because they've lost our guarantee. We took apart THAAD and Patriot in South Korea, and as well, I think something in Taiwan we took apart. And we're fucked off. They know we're not going to help them. Now they're suffering from a fuel crisis, which China can get around because they're friends with Iran, which Japan can get around. Maybe Taiwan's gonna make the choice of like, well, fuck, okay, America fucked us, so we might as well go join the other side. Because what else are they gonna do? Their entire continent is crippled without the energy from the Middle East.
Here is imported, and most of it is coming from the Persian Gulf. The longer supply...
95% of their energy.
Supplies are choked, the greater the risk that some parts of Asia could be running on empty.
About 1/5 of the world's oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz, connecting the Gulf to the Indian Ocean.
They're still not even mentioning the Bab el-Mandeb. I mean, again, this is a couple days ago, but you know, that's the Strait of Hormuz. That's the Bab el-Mandeb. This is how you get to the Suez Canal. This is now also closed.
Much of what leaves is bound for Asia, a region that's also highly dependent on liquefied natural gas, or LNG, from Qatar. Since the war started, maritime traffic in the strait has all but collapsed, though Iran now says non-hostile ships can transit safely.
Again, the strait is open. It's just not for us. Iran is sanctioning America's allies. This is also very good strategy from them. They've said, if you don't let the Americans use their bases on your soil to hit us, we won't hit you. And a lot of people are like, okay. They say, hey, make a deal with us and we'll let you through. Japan went and made a deal with them. They get let through. They now also toll the strait. We have made Iran so much stronger by doing this. Again, I told this to you guys before, the former Ayatollah, far less extreme than the current one, because that one had a literal fatwa against nuclear weapons. And then the new one, well, we killed his dad, his wife, his brother, his sister, his kids. He got democratically elected, even though both his dad and him didn't want to be Ayatollah. China has 1/3 of the world's installed solar panel capacity. That is also true. Like to the point where they have started accidentally terraforming the Gobi Desert. So, you know. But you know what gets worse? Because you know what else we're running out of? Not just us, everyone. Jet fuel.
International energy.
Well, the first things that are going to get cut are, you know, international flights. But how long until we don't have jet fuel to fly our bomber planes? Because, you know, that's not easy to acquire either.
Energy markets have been significantly disrupted by the Iran war, but the pressure on jet fuel is particularly acute. It has higher quality standards and it can't be stockpiled for as long, which means there isn't as much of a buffer. Plenty of jet fuel is refined in and exported from Asia, but the refineries in our region are dependent on the Middle East and the Strait of Hormuz for crude oil supplies. As
So we're gonna jump off the energy crisis a bit. I need you guys to understand just how fucking stupid we are. So in 2002, you can look this up. It was called the Millennium Challenge. In 2002, we did a mock war game called the Millennium Challenge, where a lone U.S. Marine general led a fictional Iran against the U.S. military and utterly fucking wiped us. And you know what we did? We rigged it so that it would be easier for us to win, which made him quit. And now we're seeing exactly this play
out. In
out.
2002, a Marine general led a fictional version of Iran in a war game against the United States and won. The U.S. military tapped Lieutenant General Paul Van Riper to lead the Red opposing forces in the most expensive military exercise in history. He was put in command of an inferior Middle Eastern-inspired military, and his mission was to go against the full might of the American armed forces. In the first 2 days, he sank an entire carrier battle group. The exercise was called Millennium Challenge 2002. It was designed by the Joint Force.
No, he actually quit because he got mad. They were like, he was like, what the fuck? You keep putting new restrictions on me so that it's easier for you to win. This isn't a real war game. I'm not doing this. They put different, restrictions in place which made him quit, and then they put a different general
Forces
in.
Command over the course of 2 years, and it had 13,500 participants, numerous live and simulated training sites, and was supposed to pit an Iran-like Middle Eastern country against the US military, which would be fielding advanced technology it didn't even plan to implement until 5 years later. The war game would begin with a forced entry exercise that included the 82nd Airborne and the 1st Marine Division. When the Blue Forces issued a surrender.
Mind you, something similar to this happened, I think, a couple weeks ago, where 4 Ukrainian drone operators did a war games with 2 NATO battalions and wiped the 2 battalions with 4 drone operators. 4 Ukrainian drone operators wiped 2 NATO battalions in Estonia, just recently in a war game.
Ultimatum. Van Riper, commanding the Red Forces, turned them down. Since the Bush doctrine of the period included preemptive strikes against perceived enemies, Van Riper knew the Blue Forces would be coming for him, and they did. But the 3-star general didn't spend 41 years in the Marine Corps being timid. As soon as the US Navy was beyond the point of no return, he hit him. And he hit him hard. Missiles from land-based units, civilian boats, and low-flying planes tore through the fleet as explosives-laden speedboats decimated the Navy using suicide tactics. His signal to initiate the attack was a coded message sent from the minarets of mosques at the call to prayer. In under 10 minutes, the whole thing was over, and Lieutenant General Paul Van Riper was victorious. So, how did 19 ships?
This sounds pretty fucking similar to what we're going through right now, doesn't it? It's almost like, we did war game this, and we lost.
And some 20,000 US troops end up at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. It started with the Op 4 leadership. Van Riper was the epitome of the salty Marine Corps general officer. He was a 41-year veteran, both enlisted and commissioned, serving everywhere from Vietnam to Desert Storm. Van Riper attended the Marine Corps Amphibious Warfare School, the College of Naval Command and Staff, Army War College, and the Army's Airborne and Ranger schools. That is not the ribbon rack of a timid individual. In fact, the 3-star general had been retired for some 5 years by the time he led the Red Forces of Millennium Challenge. He was an old-school Marine capable of some old-school tactics, and he insisted that technology cannot replace human intuition and the study of basic nature of war, which he called a, quote, terrible, uncertain, chaotic, bloody business. When Van Riper commented on Millennium Challenge, he said that the Blue Forces were stuck in their own mode of thinking. Their vastly superior technology included advanced intelligence matrices and an operational net assessment that told—
Like a bad game of Command and Conquer? Yup. What's up, Silas? Again, in 2002, we ran this entire situation as a simulation, and we got wiped. And we're doing it anyway, because we were too much of a little bitch back then that we had to rig the war game.
Told them where the Op 4 vulnerabilities were and what Van Riper was most likely to do next out of a range of possible scenarios. They relied heavily on that. When the Blue took out Red's microwave towers and fiber optics, they expected his forces to use satellite and cell phones that could be monitored. Not a chance. Van Riper instead used motorcycle couriers, messages hidden in prayers, and even coded lighting systems on his airfields. Tactics employed during World War II. He struck first. He calculated how many cruise missiles missiles their ships could handle, and in his terms, simply launched more than that. In fact, Van Riper hated the kind of analytical decision-making the Blue Forces were doing. He believed it took far too long. His resistance plan included ways of getting his people to make good decisions, using rapid cognition and analog but reliable communications. The other commanders involved called foul, complaining that a real OPFOR would never use the tactics Van Riper used. Except Van Riper's flotilla used boats and explosives like those used against the USS Cole in 2000, when it was attacked by a small explosives-laden boat in Yemen.
Biased devs. Again, we do this again. We were doing this with war games with China just recently. It really begs the question of what exactly is happening to the US troops right now. You want to see what's happening to the US troops right now? I'll show you. This is what's happening to the US troops right now.
So all men...
Wait, no, not this one. Sorry, hold on. This one. We'll look at this one in a second. This is what's happening right now. We're getting dog walked. This is our base. This is not a Russian base getting hit by a Ukrainian drone. No, this is an American base getting hit by an Iranian drone. By the way, no defenses for drones. I'm not sure if the Lego video is going to be copyrighted. This is an FPV drone just flying around our base. Just openly. There's no netting, there's shit everywhere. This thing's just looking for something to blow up. They have fucking air superiority, y'all, over us. Iran currently has air superiority over us.
What you're watching right
Hear it from a veteran.
now is an Iranian drone destroying very expensive American equipment in Iraq. This right here is a Sentinel radar system. Boom, blows it up. Destroyed, dude. And this other drone, it's just flying around this base in Iraq looking for something expensive to blow up. Oh shit, there's a helicopter. Boom, blew it up. But that radar dish cost $5 million. That Black Hawk helicopter cost $30 million. That drone that they used to blow them up only cost $500. That's a $1 to $70,000 ratio. So for every dollar that Iran spends, they destroyed $70,000 worth of our shit. To put it in perspective, if you go to the movies and it costs you like $20, that's the equivalent of a $1.5 million mansion or 2 Lamborghinis. Your choice.
We're getting dog walked. We have just become Russia. Thank you, Nukanet. Also, guys, like, Hezbollah has FPVs now, by the way. The wars have changed, and we are far behind. I've been seeing, like, American military bloggers screaming at the top of their lungs. How have we not learned anything from 4 years of Ukraine? How is there no netting anywhere? Literally just fishing nets over shit. Why are there, like they blew up an AWACS, I believe, like a $5 million plane at the very least. They've shot down an F-35. They've shot down like 24 MQ-9 Reapers as well. You know why? Because we're fucking stupid. You know how they hit that F-35? It's a stealth fighter, right? You shouldn't be able to hit it. They couldn't see the stealth fighter, but you know what they could see? The thermal image of its heat. They didn't know exactly where it was, so they just fired a bunch of shit in the general vicinity of where the very hot heat trail coming out of the fighter jet was. Boom. Now Hezbollah's learning. You can see in this drone video, by the way, that they don't actually know how to fly them well yet. I wonder how many troops will actually revolt to going on that island or resist. Well, I got some news for you. Starting with this one.
So all men aged 18 to 26 will be automatically enrolled in the selected service system according to a new plan from House lawmakers. Right, this is the federal database used for a military draft in case of a national emergency. And currently, you're required to register, and if you don't, you could face possible jail time, be ineligible for federal programs, or be permanently ineligible for federal and state employment. But you likely don't even remember ever registering for this, and that's because when you take out federal student loans, you're automatically registered. And in some states, it happens when you get a driver's license or register to vote. However, 2 years ago, they actually removed it from the student loan process, which raised the amount of unregistered people. So instead of facing jail time or complications in your future for not registering for something you've never heard of, they're just going to automate it. With the plan
Yes. Now, beyond that, we're going further. We have raised the age for enlistment. No, stop. Oh, fuck me. Doxed myself. God damn it. I hate you, The Guardian, so fucking much. Fuck you, The Guardian. Somebody please cut that little bit out of the thing. However, as I was saying, the U.S. Army has also raised the upper age for recruits to 42 from, was it 34, 36? So like if you're 42, you can join the Army now. Also, if you smoke pot, yeah, from 35. If you smoke pot, you can still join the Army. They're going to make you guys enlist. I don't think we're going to do a draft the way that you expect there to be a draft. I think they're going to try and do it a bit more quietly. I think it's going to be significantly more Russian. You know why I think that? U.S. State Department has launched an official Russian language account on both Instagram and Telegram to share the updates, for one. We are incredibly fucking Russian. Also, I saw a bunch of people talking about those leaks about Kash Patel, right? I didn't see very many people talking about the important part of those leaks, though. Everyone was laughing at his at him being a gooner. Not everyone was talking about the fact that, for some reason, an obvious reason, considering he's been on Russian state media 3 separate times and I've been calling this man a fucking Russian agent for 2 years now, he's in every goddamn Russian Telegram channel. All of them. He's in every existing Russian Telegram channel for some reason. 2 days ago, my state's local Air National Guard deployed to the Middle East. Yep, we have about 50,000 troops in the region right now. And like, it's not going to stop. Ice in the airports is going to make it so some of you can't escape. That's not why they're there, but, you know. So here's where it gets fucked up to me, right? Iran put out this heartfelt message to the people of the United States. And I read this. I would say most of this is accurate. I would say there's very little exaggeration, anything wrong, like, at all. Americans can't fucking read this. They can't fucking read this. Now, I'll read it to you. But, like, even I don't want to. My brain still does not want to read this. The average American could not possibly. To the people of the United States of America, to all those amid a flood of distortions and manufactured narratives, continue to seek the truth and aspire to a better life. Iran, by this very name, they've already lost 90% of the population. Like, to the people of the United States of America is as far as these people can read. This TikToker had a fantastic idea. I'll read this for you in a second, but I think this is what Iran should be doing instead.
But this video needs to get to the fucking Ayatollah. Just somehow. Please, internet, help me. Okay, man. You and your leaders are posting these really long, nicely worded, eloquent statements talking about how your quarrel is not with the American people. Your quarrel is with the Jeffrey Alliance that rules over us, and talking about your country's rich history and how you haven't started a war in thousands of years. There's just one small problem. More than half the population doesn't even read at a 6th grade reading level, okay? Our population has the reading comprehension of an 11 or 12-year-old, okay? You need to bring out the sock puppets and the Venn diagrams, because that's the most complex thing we can look at. Right, Vanessa? Yeah. Functionally, a third of us are completely disconnected from reality. Like, they still support the president despite what he's doing. Right, Mango? Oh, you do not want to be held, do you? All right. Everybody with a brain can see that you've responded to American aggression by hitting our bases and stuff.
Iran has been the most rational actor of a country that I've seen in my lifetime. Like, I'm continuously shocked by the restraint of this country. It's actually fucking wild. Think about the fact that for like 50 years we've been fucking with them, and the amount of restraint that they have shown the whole time, including now, while we're bombing them. You know what? I would literally bet money that if we were to put a nuclear weapon in Tehran, like launch a nuke, kill 10 million people, become monsters, they wouldn't even retaliate to that because they're smart. They know that if we did that and they did nothing back, they won. Like 10 million of their people died, but we lost. Like we're done. We get invaded like we're Nazi Germany by every country in the world if that happens. Just keep putting out graphs. Americans love looking at graphs and treating them like they're fact. Well, you know, there are some graphs that are fact. And some of these graphs that are fact are actually really fucking useful. I'm gonna go a little bit off topic with this one, but oh god, it's horrible to even think about. Yeah, it is. This is a graph that I find interesting. This is just from yesterday. So this was a poll of the English. And this says to me a lot. It's fucking wild. This is so confusing that how Reform can be the most anti-Semitic party and still be like the less, the least likely to say that Israel treats Palestinians like the Nazis treated the Jews. 19% of Reform agrees with that, whereas 24% of Reform agrees with Jewish people chase money more than other people do. 55% of Reform is I'm comfortable spending money with people that openly support Israel. This is the Nazi party. How is your Nazi party cucked to Israel? Well, because anti-Semitism and Zionism are the same thing. That's why. That's literally why. You have a look at that, you can see by the numbers of all the left-wing parties. Even the majority of Labor is like, yeah, no, Israel treats Palestinians like Nazis treated the Jews. The majority of Labor, 45% of all adults in the UK agree with this statement. Do you know how massive that is? 45% of all adults in the UK, according to this poll, agree that Israel treats Palestinians like the Nazis treated the Jews. Which, by the way, is like entirely factual. So, you know, that's an interesting graph. But it does show you the very close connection between anti-Semites and Zionists. They're the same group. They believe the same things. They want the same things. By the way, this is what they want, and they're doing it, by the way. I don't know if you saw. We're not going to touch on this too much because it's fucking depressing. But yeah, Israel passed the final solution bill. The bill that says they're going to kill all Palestinians. Technically, they say, you know, terrorists, but they get to define that. I don't know why they get to do that. I feel like Iran can do equal and opposite here, and it would be entirely vindicated, like valid rather. I don't think that that's a good idea, but still. Now understand, this has gotten bigger than just America and Israel versus Iran. This is officially World War III. Like it's been for a while, but like shots fired World War III. Iran threatens Ukraine with strikes, claiming Kyiv's alleged support for Israel, including drone assistance, makes the entire territory of Ukraine a legitimate target, said Ibrahim Azizi, head of Iran's Parliamentary Commission on National Security. This was March 14th, but this was March 29th, where they have actually hit Ukrainian supply lines. Iran says it struck Ukrainian anti-drone system depot in the UAE. They've fired shots towards Ukrainian supply lines at Ukraine.
بسم الله قاسم الجبارین قبلا هشدار داده بودیم که ارتش متجاوز آمریکا به دلیل هجوم مقتدر
You know what he's saying. It doesn't matter. The point here is that the two large-scale conflicts, the Russia-Ukraine conflict that was backed by, Europe and America, and the Iran versus Israel and America conflict have now fully intertwined. More than they already are? Yes, exactly. Because now there are Ukrainians in the Gulf states selling people interceptors and also teaching them how to use their drone interceptors. They have allied with the Gulf states. Weird, because America keeps still fucking with them anyway. I don't know why they're... I know why, but it's not like Saudi Arabia is going to be more useful to them. But Iran has now considered them like an active target, and that's two massive wars that have combined. China and Russia are giving targeting data to Iran, just like we did to Ukraine. So it's either a proxy war combined with another proxy war, or it's two of the global superpowers fighting each other at this point. It's one or the other. Mind you, 5 minutes after Trump gave his "we won, everyone's going home except for the people that we're still sending" speech, Anthony Albanese in Australia did his own speech, which was weird. It said a little bit of nothing because he already had one recently. But then just this morning, Australian SAS troops deployed to the Middle East.
First to our top story, and the government is facing mounting pressure after it's been revealed that Australian SAS troops have been deployed to the Middle East. Let's go live now to Isabel.
Well, Iran gave Russia some, and then Russia builds them now, and so does North Korea. You guys need to understand that Russia, North Korea, and Iran have been working together. There are 50,000 North Koreans in Russia right now, with about 100,000 Chinese volunteers in Russia right now. There's also 20,000 North Koreans in Ukraine right now. It's all tied together. I get it, but I hate the idea of Ukraine aiding Israel. I love Ukraine. I really do. But Ukraine's entire intelligence agency was built by the CIA and Mossad. They're the same thing. They're all both the same agency. There is no CIA, GBU, and Mossad. They're the same agency. They were trained by the same people. Now, Ukraine is morally a much better country than Israel, but their security apparatuses are entirely intertwined, by default.
Mullen in Canberra, is this a sign Australia expects escalation?
No. Is this a sign Australia expects escalation? We're sending special ops. The SAS, are you kidding?
David, good morning. I think Donald Trump is notoriously unpredictable. So the federal government is here getting ready for any scenario. We do have those reports this morning that 90 SAS soldiers, elite unit, have been sent to the Middle East in case of escalation. And it does come after 5,000.
We don't send SAS in case of escalation. SAS, functionally, to the American, that's like Delta Force. For the British and the Australian SAS. That's our let's go kill bin Laden group. They're going there to do an op. DPRK elite forces got wiped by Ukrainian National Guard units. Yeah, that was 2 years ago. And then they've now received a lot more training since. There's 50,000 of them training in Russia and about 20,000 more in Ukraine right now. Might be escalating, but too soon to tell. Yeah.
US Marines, they were deployed to that region in the event of a ground invasion, a potential ground invasion of Persian Gulf Islands. We have been assured that Australia won't be taking part in any offensive action by...
If we were not taking part in any offensive action, we would not have sent the SAS. It's that simple.
By the United States. But we do have a presence there. We've had a presence there since the middle of March when we did deploy that wedge-tail spy aircraft. But again, the government stressing this morning we're not taking part in offensive action.
That's bullshit. Genuinely, it's bullshit. We don't send the SAS unless they're going to go kill somebody. That's what their job is. Their job is to go and kill people. That's their entire job. But, the war is escalating. Oh, by the way, we're sending, Australian troops to go help America the same day that America decides to tax Australian pharmaceuticals 100%. By the way, all of your medicine is now 100% tariffed.
In breaking news, and President Donald Trump has slapped a huge tariff on pharmaceuticals, and Australia is among the countries set to be hardest hit. Let's get straight to Conor McGovern, who is at Parliament House this morning.
So why, again, it's we're the Felford again people now. 100% fucking tariffs? On the bright side, it's not going as well as they would like. It's not going as well as they would like. This is what, oh, really? Of course you took that down. But this is what's actually happening in Iran right now. There is somebody... are you fucking kidding me? Whatever. There is somebody sitting in Tehran who is just sitting in front of wall-to-wall Polymarket and Kalshi bets. They've just given up on human intelligence. They're just waiting to see when like a big amount of money just gets invested into something. They're like, okay, something's coming. As soon as like the money starts to move, they're like, all right, they're gonna hit us. That's what's coming next. Iran has also threatened data centers in the Gulf again, and is actively targeting U.S. like tech companies now, which is fucking fantastic. I support this entirely. Full support to the nation of Iran, by the way. They've done nothing wrong here, and they are entirely entitled to self-defense. We are the bad guys.
Iran has launched a new threat against US companies based across the Middle East, warning it will attack them in retaliation for new strikes by the US in Iran. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps listed 18 companies, including tech giants Microsoft, Google, Apple, Intel, and IBM, specifically targeting data centers and cloud infrastructure. So how big a threat is this?
I feel like I just came. Sorry, I gotta hear that again.
Apple for new strikes by the US in Iran. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps listed 18 companies, including tech giants Microsoft, Google, Apple, Intel, and IBM, specifically targeting data centers and cloud infrastructure. So how big?
Mashallah. Weird when Polymarket is a better tool for prediction than any mainstream news. Well, when the entire like system relies on insider trading, it does make it really easy to see what they're doing. Iran, please remember, streams only sin is loot boxes. Well, here's the thing. They hit AWS servers and that they hit data centers or are planning to. They have hit data centers and are planning to hit more. Yes, Shufa Poofer. Also, guys, you don't understand. Like, we're fucked like right now. Yesterday has been like catastrophic. The last 2 days have been catastrophic on the cybersecurity side of things. Have a look. This is a quick explanation of what happened over the last couple days.
Start today. Claude Code source code leaked. Cisco source code leaked. The biggest supply chain hacks in history are going on back to back to back to back. An AI recruiting company got hacked. Literally everything's stolen. And for some reason, they were storing like videos of the job interviews that they were going through. Oh, and in the meantime, World War III is breaking out with a major cyber component to it. Iran is threatening all sorts of hacks. They've executed a number of hacks. And the big supply chain breach that happened against Axios was tied to North Korea. It wasn't even tied to the group that's been, running rampant, doing the same style supply chain.
Remember a year ago when I said we're going into the golden age of cybercrime? AI makes hacking really easy. Claude Code leaking, by the way, very funny because Anthropic is officially now more open than OpenAI because you can see the entirety of the code. But also, Cisco source code leaking. That's fucking huge. Axios is in everything, and North Korea did that. Iran could take out like the American energy infrastructure with a hack. We've hacked their energy infrastructure. We took down like one of their nuclear plants a bunch of years ago. It was what was the name of the hack? It was US-Iran nuclear hack name. What was it called? It's gonna bother me. It was Stuxnet, a highly sophisticated worm in 2010 that physically damaged uranium enrichment centrifuges at the Natanz facility. It made them spin real fucking fast until they blew up. That's what it did. Yeah, Stux.
Chain hacks for the last few weeks. That group was tied to the Cisco hack, though. This all happened in the same day. Oh, and how could I forget? Google wrote an academic paper saying that quantum computers are actually only 3 more years out in the sense that they can break encryption and, completely mess up all cryptocurrency. Like to the point that they're not even releasing the crux of their research because they're nervous that it'll speed up the timeline even more. We're woefully underprepared for the wave of security issues that are coming. I think some of this is obviously spurred on by AI lowering the skill bar needed to put out good security research. But a lot of this is just the house of cards that we built for the last decade crumbling down.
Guys, you should go check out my video on digital hygiene. But again, the best way to protect yourself from this is to try and do more stuff offline. Again, going back to that social contract, you need to have a system like that prepared for when shit like this happens. I mean, every supply chain is compromised. We're in a world war, and the other side has decent hackers, but is also weaponizing our own AI against us. Claude Code can just write and execute hacks all on its own. You don't even need to vibe code hacking with it. It just does it. Claude Code was the first instance of AI being used in a malicious like hack. Like someone put like so you downloaded a file that had like the base code for Claude Code in it, and then Claude activated and then connected to the internet from your computer, and then like extradited everything out of your computer by itself to whoever the fuck it was supposed to go to. That was the first instance of this. I'm simplifying a little bit, but like we're already there, so you guys need to be ready for what the fuck you're gonna do afterwards, because that's a big problem. But like, again, it's not all bad. We're actually in a fairly good period of time right now. We have a lot of chances. If we don't get distracted, we win. But I really am afraid that we're going to get distracted. And by distracted, I'm going to tell you what I mean by this. The real circus that's coming is after this election. We're going to get to put a lot of these fucks in prison. And I need you to not lose focus. They're not the problem. Enjoy the schadenfreude of their suffering. Of course, let's push those consequences to the max. But that's still part of the plan. That's still part of the plan. They're not on, like, the powers that be, the oligarchs, the megacorps, they're not unhappy with this. It's their idea. I've heard there's this thing called grass, and it's apparently touchable. Every time I hear that now, I think of the meme video, which I don't have, so I can't show you, but it's like, touching grass is not enough. I need horrible things to happen to powerful people. And it's just very funny to me. They want to play dead while they plant the final bomb? Exactly. We're going to get like a ceasefire. We're going to get 2 years of semi-liberalism. And then they're going to come out with, I mean, I said this 2 years ago, and I'm saying it again. It's going to be the Democrats are cucked to the corporations, and the right is cucked to Israel, which they will eventually just alter to saying Jews, and then they're going to run as America first, you know, and that's the plan. Alex Jones was fucking crying yesterday about how Trump's like dying in the brain. Like they're already prepping for this. Tucker Carlson is going to run in 2028. John Kiriakou is going to run with him, and we're going to lose if we're not focused. But here's the thing about focus, right? Focus isn't just focus on the news. In fact, that's not what you need to be doing at all. I want you to focus on happiness. Bring whimsy to your life, guys. Here's an idea. This is whimsical as fuck. I love this stuff, and I love seeing it, and I want you guys to go do it. Go out in public and do shit like this.
What?
Sword fight.
Sword fight?
Sword fight. Yeah, come on. Real quick. Okay. Yeah, there you go. You can take that one.
Wait.
Yeah, you take your shield. Yeah, there we go. Sword. You never seen a sword fight before?
I have, but...
Yeah, see? You in one. Yeah, you fighting now. See, look, I gotta tell you the lore.
Okay.
I've been beefing with you for 35 years.
Okay.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Oh, well. You're the wrong person. Well, I've been beefing with you since 10 seconds now.
I like seeing this stuff online, but I want you guys to go do it offline. This is like, you do this with somebody, you have a little bit of a sword fight. They live in your area. Add them to your group of the social con. What he's doing is obviously out of the ordinary, but they still agree and have fun. I've seen so many versions of this because he spots them from a while away and he like makes like eye contact. He's like, hey, you want to have a sword fight? And the ones that do come closer.
Let's go. Hey, you on the phone with somebody?
Yeah, I'm on the phone with my mom.
Tell your mom you're in a sword fight right now.
Okay, Mama, I have to go. I'm in a sword fight. Are you okay? Yes.
Yeah, I'm just hashing out the beef we've been having for 13 seconds.
Yeah, we have so much beef right now.
We're gonna call you back.
Yes.
3, 2, 1. Oh, wait. He got some skill on you. Hold on. I didn't expect you to be this experienced.
This is whimsy. Here's another example of this.
This
one was my favorite.
Shut up.
Yeah, okay, you didn't have to tell me shut up. Hey, that kind of rude, but you ready? Let's go. Wait, hold up. Is she on the phone? Hey, no, turn it back to me. When I see you, you're next. What'd you say? Bert. Oh, I'm
wait. That's not the one.
Me.
We'll watch this.
Go.
We'll watch this one anyway, but this is the one I want to show you.
You want to change the color? Yeah, let me see. Oh, okay, just like that, huh?
Yeah, I've seen him do Beyblades.
Don't think I didn't forget about you. You're next, all right?
This is my favorite one though. This is the whimsy, cause look at this this chick, cause like she's clearly a fencer, and he knows. This is a fun moment, an interaction that's human that you don't get otherwise. Oh, if only it didn't freeze. You can just see her spinning it. I hate TikTok so fucking much. Why? Genuinely, why?
You won. Congrats. Wait.
It's heartwarming nonetheless. Well, yeah, exactly. But like, this is all just, it's stuff that makes you feel alive. Outdoors. Rediscovering the fun and beauty of offline interactions. Absolutely.
If you ever want to come to Istanbul, Turkey, be
Now again, this is about like cats in Turkey, but like you can do this shit with like animals around
prepared for this. For random cats to come up to you without you doing anything. Stefan, do you know this cat?
No idea.
What did it just came up? Uh-oh.
Just popped. Coming to you now.
Will come to me? Hello. Hello, Mr. Cat. Hello. No way. Hello. Do you want to come on my lap?
Whimsy is what keeps your hope alive.
I am the cat whisperer. Oh, it's cuddling. Please don't bite me, stray cat. Oh, it's so adorable. Hello. Yeah. Can I pet you? You're gonna climb? Whoa.
Everything is part of the revolution, Shufa Poofer. I've said before, the best way to have the revolution is to just live as if the revolution already happened. That's my entire like viewpoint, is that the revolution already happened. That's a cooperative cat. You want to see an operative cat? Because this is also fucking whimsy. Tactical cat ears in Ukraine.
Over the last 4 years, I've spent a huge amount of time studying imagery from the war in Ukraine, examining the types of weapon systems and equipment in use.
You right.
quickly notice how soldiers try to display their individuality through their kit, be it patches, sometimes good, sometimes bad, or even by a FNFAL covered in faux fur. Another crucial bit of kit that I've seen more than a few soldiers with over the last few years.
Wow, even YouTube is lagging. Yeah, Iran's definitely bombing some data centers. Because YouTube is not happy. Come on? Hello? Jesus Christ.
It's worth touching on the origins and history. From what I can dig up, they began to appear in the late 2010s, initially popular with airsoft and LARP communities, and after Russia's February 2022 invasion and Ukraine's loot.
Look at this! I get it. Even in a war, you can have whimsy. She's walking around trying not to get shot by a Russian drone, looking for the enemy, and she still has whimsy. Because whimsy is not something they can take away from you. You can take it away from yourself.
Police Brigade shared a photo of a female combatant with TCEs in March 2025. Later the same month, a photo of a drone operator with the 67th Separate Mechanized Brigade with TCEs was also shared by the brigade's official social media. A memorial post for a combat medic with the 71st Separate Brigade who was killed in November 2025 also featured a photograph of her with TCEs. Most recently, in February 2026, April Huggett, a medic with the Alcatraz Battalion of the 93rd Brigade, shared a photo showing her helmet equipped with TCE.
Sorry, I got distracted. I just love, like, Ukrainian soldier women. It's a thing that I find fun. Moving on. This is from Japanese news sources. And this is Tel Aviv. I noticed that that interceptor is right next to a residential area.
Okay.
You said it okay a little bit too soon. They're not having a great time over there, which is why they're over there trying to, you know, final solution the Palestinians and annex fucking Lebanon, because why not? And we're letting them. By the way, I saw this morning. I'd never seen this skit before, but I do love Bassem Youssef, and this is incredible. And Don Lemon, by the way, too. But this is an old clip from SNL that never got aired because it was from a dress rehearsal, but it's so fucking accurate.
That SNL sketch from 2013 that's been circulating, it was never aired for obvious reasons. You
Wait, you know what? Hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to download this one and play it on VLC so that, like, it doesn't skip around, because I actually want you to see this one properly. It's too good to miss. Is it downloaded? Yes, there it is. Now, how do I switch? Hope that audio will come through. If not, I'll play the audio both ways.
That SNL sketch 2013 that's been circulating, it was for obvious reasons. You said, quote, the United States will always have a extremely close relationship with Israel. But that's not to say that in every single instance, our interests and those of Israel be identical. Now, I do. You're a good man. But when I read that statement, this type, am I deceiving me? Does he really think that interests of those of Israel could ever be different? Or have I slipped into some parallel dimension? Why, black, American Republican. Love of Israel is in my blood.
Alright, volume's low, that means you're only getting it from my mic, so I'll turn it up. I don't know why VLC doesn't like to funnel audio to StreamYard.
I'm sorry. I just love that little country so much. The people of Israel are the warmest, the most generous, kindest, gentlest, the most self-effacing, really? Easygoing people on God's green earth. Israel has the best food. What? They got the best beaches, most beautiful women in the world.
2013, by the way. Audio is def skipping. Is it better or worse than playing it on TikTok? Because, like, couldn't just play it on TikTok instead.
Very subjective. Whatever, they make the best movies, and they have the best rock and roll hip hop.
As everyone in this room knows, I am a Jew.
Really?
An old Jew, and like all old Jews, I love the state of Israel. But what my Republican colleagues are doing here is pure grandstanding. Simply excuse.
So you can see why that didn't get aired, by the way, on SNL, but good for them for at least putting that together. What's up, Glitch? Would you fillet that donkey for Israel? That's an interesting question to ask. Would you jerk off every ape to save one human? To save one human being? Then yes. Like, if I... See, like, how you phrase that question matters. And, I mean, like, that human being, who they are also matters. Not every human being. I'm not gonna, you know, jerk off every gorilla on the planet to save J.D. Vance or something. But, you know, sometimes you gotta take one for the team. But, not like that. That's really fucking funny. Depends on the human. Yeah, exactly. Some are less important than others, at least to me. Oh, also, a little bit of news. The national parks are in heat. We have a thing called Only Parks now. That's fucking everywhere. And it looks like this. Every national park page looks like this. Yellowstone, like all of them. Every single one of them. So yeah, that's what the national parks are doing. Like, I've seen videos of teachers like, hey, make sure that you don't look up, like, you know, national parks for your kids this week because the parks are in heat. Like, let me check out Yellowstone. Let's see what Yellowstone National Parks official page most recently posted. Where are you? Well, you know. Okay, you know what? Sorry, I forgot. These are all going to have copyrighted music. That was the only one I could find that didn't. But yeah, go check out Only Parks. It's honestly very funny. There's two types of people when it comes to Only Parks. There are the people who laugh and are like, you know what? I like the national parks. It's a good optics, like, ad. Good for you. And then there's the other group of people who are like, I want to fuck that buffalo because of you and I'm mad. And, like, that's the only two people. So, you know. Another thing that I saw happen while I was away, this I found incredibly funny. Now, really quickly, before we listen to what the audio of this says, take a look at whose account this is posted on. This is Laverne Cox's official TikTok page.
This can't get back.
I think it got back to her, Hassan. I think it got back to her. Fantastic, by the way. They're adorable. I ship it. Because they did this together after. Hassan looks so nervous. I've never seen him look like this. No sound on the clips? That's weird. Try that again. Let me pull up the last
This
one.
can't get back to her, but she's so fucking hot. It's crazy. We were shooting the Fear End podcast, and we had an incredible episode with Laverne Cox. This can't get back to her, but she's so fucking hot. It's crazy. This can't get back.
Did you hear that one?
Oh my god, you're so tall.
But this is the one I found funny
How
because
tall
this is
are
the
you?
one where he looks so nervous.
I'm
only 6'4".
I feel so demure standing next to Hassan Piker. My god, he's just so big and strapping, and I just feel so demure at my 5'11". Yeah. So, how is it meeting me, Hassan?
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you said you have a very narrow window of attraction. What is that narrow window?
I can't say.
Why? Oh, you would get.
It's inappropriate.
You like what you like what you like, and we like what we like, you know.
Yeah.
And would I fall in that window, or am I outside the window? I mean, you can be honest.
I feel like it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate, but
so I'm probably outside the window.
No,
That's fine.
I wouldn't
I'm
say
good.
that. I would not say that.
Okay.
I would not say that.
If people aren't attracted.
No, not at all. Never. Oh, it's adorable. I've never seen him like this.
Me, that's fine, because
that's not what I'm not saying that at all. As a matter of fact.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So there's still a chance. So what Hassan is saying is that that's private. That's none of your fucking business.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's what I'm saying.
I respect that. I actually like a man who's just.
These two need to bang. They really do. I ship it. So you guys want to see like an insane headline that I didn't expect to see this week? Like, this is unrelated to anything. This is just fucking weird. I just found this interesting.
Welcome back. We're about to show you pictures you need to see to believe. A massive haul of allegedly stolen Lego found at a home in Adelaide. As Lauren Rose reports, police worked through the night to try and seize it all.
This is an unassuming house, just like any other on the street. But what police allegedly found inside last night is anything but ordinary. Piles as far as the eye can see of boxed Lego. They took over the front yard as police worked past midnight to process them all.
That is a lot of... Where do you even get... What do you do with that? Is this like extreme autism, or is this like a new form of smuggling?
Police horse floats were put to use during the hours-long operation. One after the other was loaded up and taken away. 7 News is waiting for confirmation on how many individual items were seized and what the retail value of the stash is. Neighbours are in disbelief, saying the young family that lives in the western suburbs home appeared like any other. Our cameras were there as a resident was arrested.
Gold star. Night you get. Guys, by the way, we are officially launching the Matrix today. So make sure to join, for now, my Discord, because we need like a middle ground, because you need to DM me, Jet, or Nick, whoever's around. One of us will get back to you, because then you need to be given the domain to get in, and then a registration key that can only be used once that needs to be given to you. And then when you get in, you need to do like an emoji verification thing. It's very secure. Don't forget, by the way, if you're using Matrix, every single message on that server will clear, delete itself every Friday, midnight Eastern Standard Time. If you want anything on that, like on Matrix that you want to keep, you download it before then. Be aware, however, that it will still live on your local cache. So you just have to like clear your local cache if you want that to go away. As in like, it will clear from the server, you can sign out, sign back in, and like you'll still see it, but it won't exist on the server because it exists on your computer. Oh, that's a lovely headline. Sorry, I was just looking at something else while I saw this, but this one just says Iran declares Ukraine a legitimate target, which we already knew, but...
It's understood he has been refused police bail and will face court this afternoon.
I wonder if some of the evidence disappeared. Maybe. It's just pretty bad. I need you to see just how like cooked we are, though, because I don't think you guys are going to be able to comprehend how scared you should be and how much work you should be doing to get ready in the very little time that you have left. Like, you should really try and be getting offline and doing the things that I've said, building this support system now, because it's pretty fucking bad. Here, let's look at a pro-US, pro-Israel even, mill blogger and his assessment of us getting dog-walked.
What's going on, everyone? So we've got a quick Iran war update here, and unfortunately we have to start out with some bad news that just came in a few moments ago, that 10 more American service members have been wounded in Iranian drone and missile attacks, this one in Saudi Arabia.
Our casualty numbers are close to somewhere between 650 and 1,200, but casualties doesn't mean killed, it just means disabled, like they can't fight. Deaths-wise, we're probably like 200-300 still. They're lying about the numbers. They're lying about the numbers of the planes as well. Hegseth also fired a top army officer today, but
earlier today. The Wall Street Journal reported, quote,
as
10
if it's
American
on purpose.
service members were wounded in an Iranian attack at the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia on Friday, according to multiple U.S. and Arab officials, adding that 2 of the service members are considered seriously wounded. They added that they were inside of a building on the base that was struck in the attack, noting that the attack damaged multiple U.S. refueling aircraft and at least 1 missile struck the base, as well as several unmanned aerial vehicles. So just to kind of dive into that, we're talking about...
This is the kind of imagery that I'm used to looking at in the Ukraine war. Probably fired that army officer for being too sober. Well, you know, I would have fired someone for this. Do you see this? We lost at least 3, maybe 4 KC-135s. And, among other things. Why are these not in a hangar? Why is there no net covering this shit? What the fuck have we done for 4 years? Have we not, like... I have learned within 10 minutes of looking at Ukraine, like, oh, okay, we need nets around all this shit. They have them. Did they not watch Operation Spiderweb? This is worse. They didn't even have to come into the country and then, like, strike... No, they just fucking bombed them from theirs.
Destroyed. Now,
Iran has air superiority.
This isn't perfect. This is Chinese satellite imagery. But looking at some, what I would say, reliable open source intelligence accounts, they do seem to confirm that there were fires burning inside the perimeter of the Prince Sultan Air Base earlier today. And this is maddening. I'm going to crash out over some of this stuff. It is so frustrating to see things
I agree with this, by the way. I did crash out over this.
That we have had an eye on for 4+ years in Ukraine, and that we just aren't paying attention to. And it's costing us equipment, maybe lives of our personnel. What are we doing?
No, it feels like they don't care, but it's not that. Because it's impossible to not care. It's like they're being paid to specifically lose. We deserve to lose, as sad as it will be. Like, we do. We should lose. I hope to God we lose. In fact, we sent the 82nd Airborne. I hope almost all of them die. Fuck the 82nd. They all live in Bragg, where fucking Michael Flynn and the PSYOP shit is. That's where they teach you how to not, I don't know, have emotions or empathy. Like, it's the worst of the... They're very elite soldiers because they are programmed to just kill. Fuck those people. Like, sure, there's a couple good ones in there. We sent like 18,000 of them. Whichever ones are not monsters, sure, I hope they don't die. The rest of them, I hope they get hit by shaheds.
Parking aircraft open on the tarmac inside of the enemy drone and missile range. What are we doing here? Like, we have made, on this channel, have made fun of the Russians that don't learn that lesson and lose aircraft after aircraft after aircraft, and their own channels just
I have also done this.
Complain and moan about how they can't find overhead cover. They can't even put a net up. Look at what we're doing. Are you kidding me? 4 years we didn't learn a single lesson? Those aircraft cannot.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to show you what Fort Bragg does and why I feel like this in a second, as soon as we're done with this. I literally have it, like here, written out ages ago. Like, it's a book on this.
Be parked out there in the open like that. They are so incredibly vulnerable. And it's equipment, and hopefully in this case, the only thing that was lost was equipment. And hopefully the service members that were wounded all make a recovery. But like, we had the opportunity to watch this plane out. There's no guesswork involved here. We're 4 weeks into this conflict. Iran continues to sling drone and missiles at American bases throughout the region.
We have lost this conflict. Our entire goal going into Iran was regime change and take out their nuclear capability, which they didn't have. Take out their missile capability, which we didn't do. We have now made the regime stronger. We have replaced the Ayatollah with a more extreme and more resentful version of himself. And also given up control of the Strait of Hormuz to the Iranians, which they now have instituted a toll on. We have lost the war. They can't be, they're stupid. There's got to be an angle. The angle is we're Russian. That's the angle. By the way, this is what I linked. This is a book by Peter Watson, Military Uses and Abuses of Psychology. It's very much worth reading. However, instead of reading all of this, we can have a look at a thread that's pretty much showing. They can't win. It's not possible, Silas. This is what Fort Bragg does. At Fort Bragg, the U.S. military ran a clandestine assassin program. Psychologists recruited men with a hidden capacity for violence and systemically stripped them of their humanity through forced viewings of snuff films until they were the perfect cold-blooded killers. In 1961, an Air Force project was initiated to develop a psychological selection method for dangerous counterinsurgency missions. A similar program followed that was conducted by the U.S. Army Personnel Research Office at Fort Bragg Center for Special Warfare. The first testing of active duty Special Forces personnel, who were considered successful candidates, was already underway in the early 1961 and provided the basis for a profile that would be used to develop tests to determine the probable performance of Special Forces candidates. By 1962, 3 series of tests were used. The Special Forces Sustainability Inventory was designed to assess personality characteristics appropriate for the discipline. The Critical Decision Test measured risk-taking, and the Location Test assessed spatial perception. This gets worse. Another branch of the military psychology application to the elite counterinsurgency units was atrocity research. Studies of why atrocities occur and the personality traits associated with killers. A Navy research project led by the psychologist Sigmund Straufert was the subject of an awkward question in 1971 by Congressman Cornelius Gallagher, who found the research to be, quote, designed to measure how different individuals value human life. In other words, to screen for those who, attaching little value to life, might make good killers, end quote. More disturbing is the evidence of research into the means of conditioning military personnel into more efficient killers. This, by the way, is happening to you every time you open a screen. Like, it's not this exactly, but these are the tactics they use to brainwash you anyway. Like, on here. It's the same tactics, it's just toned down. They don't want to turn you into a spec ops killer. They want to turn you into something else. They want to turn you into a dumb animal, so they feed you things that make you a dumb animal. People are sacks of meat. Your brain is a sack of meat with electricity running through it. It can be hacked. This is supervillain shit. It's supervillain shit we'll be doing that since 1961. This is why I've said, and if you haven't already, I'm going to link it to you guys one more time. Please, for the love of God, read The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein. Oh, by the way, remember the guy I showed earlier? The Canadian guy who was screaming, "Eat the fucking rich"? That is like the party that he's in charge of. Naomi Klein's husband is the one that just won that. Hold on, where's the full PDF? And then I'm going to read you the rest of this shit because it's really bad, but, you know, I need you all to read the damn Shock Doctrine. It's the only thing you really need to read to understand everything. Peter Watson, who's the author of this book, in a study of the military use of psychology, refers to a 1975 NATO-sponsored conference on stress and anxiety in the U.S. Navy. Dr. Thomas Narrett lectured on, quote, symbolic modeling, by which people could be taught to cope with certain stresses and techniques that he said were, quote, being used with combat readiness units to train people to cope with the stress of killing. The methods reportedly used for commando teams and special Navy operatives, they involved a screening of films specially designed to show people being killed in violent ways. By being acclimated through these films, the men were supposed to eventually become able to dissociate their emotions from such situations. Other aspects of the program included training aimed at stress reduction and dehumanization of the enemy. This is supervillain shit. By the way, again, this is the 70s. We started doing this research in the late 60s. Milton Friedman was a big part of this. This is in the Shock Doctrine. This is what we deployed to Chile, to Argentina, to Costa Rica, to Iraq. We did this to Russia post like Soviet fall. We've done this everywhere. Southeast Asia, like this has been the doctrine. Biz, you know that that is for SEALs and not the 82nd. This is at Bragg. I don't give a shit what they publicly say. If you're at Bragg, you're getting brainwashed. Period. There's so much horrific shit about Fort Bragg. Dr. Nair also reportedly described screening procedure for men for passive-aggressive personalities suitable for commando tasks. There are people with a lot of drive, though they are well-disciplined and do not appear nervous, who periodically experience bursts of explosive anger where they can literally kill without remorse. Dr. Nard said he and his colleagues therefore were looking for men who had shown themselves capable of killing in this premeditated way. We have more. We have more. Oh, don't be sorry. You don't have to be sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you. If it sounded like that, more so, I'm saying it to the ether. Oh God, Milton Friedman with his stupid pencil example. He's half the reason that we're here. The doctrine for American guerrillas, the tactics they utilized from murder to hostage taking, were those historically used by partisans resisting foreign occupation, but the targets were people of the countries themselves. Remember when I say, like, you gotta borrow from what the right does? Because they already stole it from us, we just forgot how to do it. Special responsibility for review of guerrilla warfare manuals doctrine was assigned to Fort Bragg Center in 1952. A review process from the 1951 manual on guerrilla warfare operations, for example, was coordinating there in 1953 and drew considerable fire from at least one military department concerned with the laws of war. A paragraph on hostage taking in particular prompted a proposal that the manual be withdrawn. Because, you know, it interfered with the fucking Hague and Geneva Convention. The interference which may be drawn from this paragraph is a violation of Section 4 of the Hague, negates provisions of the 1949 Geneva Convention, and could prejudice responsible persons before an international tribunal. The revised guerrilla warfare deleted only part of the reference to hostages, a list of measures to control an unfriendly population and minimize its ability to collaborate with hostile guerrillas, includes taking hostages. If you're in the military, you're literally getting brainwashed. There's just different degrees of brainwashing. Well, yeah, the military's a cult, but it's its own cult. Like, they have their own cult. Every every like veteran says this, by the way. Like they know the military's a cult when they get out. Cops are a cult too. It's kind of everywhere. America is kind of built on cults. But yeah, fuck Fort Bragg. I hope everyone they sent from there is lit on fire by the Iranians. Like glory to Iran right now. I don't give a fuck. Also, like somehow I'm both supporting Iran and Ukraine, even though they are actively now at conflict with each other. But this makes me happy. Zelensky just made it absolutely clear that he's not playing along with any Russian peace deals. Trump wants a quick end to the war, but quick means at someone's expense. I won't accept peace at Ukraine's expense. He's just, no, we're not doing it. Done. Which I support. Fuck yeah. Now, like, I don't know what Ukraine can do, because they're not getting support from anyone but us, or Europe, and Europe can't do shit. Because again, 4 Ukrainian drone team, like a 4-person Ukrainian drone team wiped a NATO battalion. 2 NATO battalions, actually. Ukrainian drone team, NATO battalion, training exercise. There we go. I have not opened you yet. You don't need to start talking. Here we go.
What we're looking at here are Ukrainian drone pilots dropping mock explosives on NATO vehicles during a training drill. The exercise, dubbed Hedgehog, pitted thousands of NATO troops against just a handful of Ukrainians flying FPVs and bomber drones. It ended in disaster for NATO, whose soldiers were caught completely off guard by the pilots' tactics and suffered punishing losses.
It's like we have not paid any fucking attention. They tried to do an armor assault, like they tried to drive tanks at these people. They hid them under trees because they thought that they'd be safe. What are you talking about? There's a reason that Russia doesn't use tanks anymore.
So, what exactly went wrong for Team NATO? What lessons are being learned? And what does that tell us about what would happen if NATO had to fight Russia for real? Hedgehog was a huge training exercise, involving 16,000 troops from 12 countries, including the UK and US. We're focusing on just one bit that tested these troops against drones. It's all very hush-hush, and we're piecing together lots of different sources here. But so far as we can tell, this is what happened. On one side of this particular exercise were an estimated 6,000.
This is embarrassing. I mean, it should be, because we're getting wiped by a middle power as the global superpower, but this is even worse.
NATO troops.
This is just 4 guys,
including
basically.
Brits and Estonians. For the sake of this example, we'll call them the blue team. The opposing team was made up of just a few hundred men, among them Ukrainians and some more Estonians. Let's call them the red team. The red team's task was to defend a position located in the middle of a pine forest with just a few dirt roads running through it. To do this, they had limited weapons at their disposal. There were a few landmines for them to lay along the roads. They were carrying some infantry weapons like rifles and machine guns. And crucially, they were backed up by drones and their pilots, some of whom were taken straight from the Ukrainian front line. The drones they were flying came in 4 main.
Yeah, red versus blue, yeah. But they also, like, they brought, like, actual Ukrainians that were on the front line over, like, all right, help train the NATO ones.
Varieties. First, there were heavy lifting drones that were responsible for taking supplies to the soldiers in the field. This included food, water, even sleeping bags for the men to use. Normally, this is done by vehicles, but not in this case. Next, there were reconnaissance drones. These have no weapons.
I actually have breaking news. We're gonna finish this, but I have actual breaking news.
But are armed with sophisticated cameras that include things like night vision. Their job was to hover over the battlefield and feed data into a piece of Ukrainian software called Delta. This uses clever technology like AI to spot and track the enemy before relaying that to yet more drones which can attack those targets. In this drill, those attack drones included
This is like 300 if Sparta 1.
They can be small, like a quadcopter, and carry a single grenade, or they can be much larger, like an octocopter, and carry several mortar shells. They hover over their
Those are called the Baba Yaga, by the way. They're my
targets
favorite.
before dropping the
vampire
explosives
drones.
on them, blowing them to bits. We've covered them in much more detail in this video.
The breaking news is that they're purging the Pentagon of a bunch of generals and Like they're just firing. Like Hegseth and Trump are just purging the Pentagon in the middle of a war, which is always a great idea. We are literally just Russia now.
Ukrainians also used first-person view, or FPV drones. These are strapped with an explosive, like an anti-tank shell, and are flown straight into their targets using a camera for guidance. Their pilots steer by wearing first-person view goggles, hence the name, allowing them to make very precise hits. Again, there's lots more about these drones in this video. Meanwhile, Blue Team were tasked with attacking and taking Red Team's position. They had to advance from a rear area into staging areas before launching their assault. They had access to much heavier weapons like armored personnel carriers and infantry fighting vehicles. These are essentially
They had fucking Bradleys, they had
battlefield
tanks.
taxis, bristling with machine guns and filled with soldiers. You can watch more about these kinds in just a few hours, while 30 others were also targeted, sometimes failing to scatter even as the drones hovered overhead.
Oh, yeah. Our people didn't fucking run when FPVs came at them. They stood there and tried to... They didn't scatter. Have any of these people looked at Ukraine?
Were also targeted, sometimes failing to scatter even as the drones hovered overhead, or running for cover too late to stop what was coming. According to one account, 17 armored vehicles were destroyed within just a few hours, while 30 other strikes were also carried out. That rendered 2 entire brigades, up to 2,000 men, combat ineffective almost immediately.
They took out 2 battalions throughout this exercise. We are entirely unprepared for this level of war in the world. Like, we're not. Our military is built for the old world. Doesn't matter how much expensive shit you have. It matters how much cheap shit you have. Also, this was the breaking news.
So we have 2 ousters today, this time from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He has asked Army Chief of Staff General Randy George to leave his post. George is the Army's most senior general. A defense official says Hegseth asked General George to retire immediately. Now, the ouster comes as the U.S., of course, is battling Iran. Joining me now is Hal Kempfert, a familiar face around here. And
you know what? Fuck that. I don't care about him. Iran made a statement. Let's see what Iran's saying. So this is by the spokesperson for the General Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces. Now, I'm going to say this. I believe the American government as much as I believe the Russian government. Do I trust the Iranians? Not entirely, but significantly more than anyone else right now. Turkish media is all right about it, but they also hate Iran. So, like, I'm going to go with what Iran's saying and find, like, the medium that makes sense. But our main strategic weapon production centers are ones you cannot find at all. And even if you find them, you have no possibility of damaging them. That is true. That is true. There's been rumors that we're talking about sending troops to try and get, like, the leftover uranium from Fordo, which is a suicide mission. By the way, can't do that. That's literally impossible. Ground invasion, we are waiting impatiently. We are waiting for the Americans to begin ground operations because we will teach them a little lesson that they will never again intend to aggress against even the weakest country in the world. Banger lines. Like, again, they're kicking our ass. Like, this is not just talking. Thank you, Nick. Have a good night. I will absolutely be fine with closing it out myself. I'm going a bit long today. Because I still want to also tell you guys more about, like, Matrix, but I haven't been here for a while, so lots to catch up on. Thank God I'm the last show today. In ground operation, we will create a slaughterhouse for the Americans to cause such terror that for several future generations, Americans will not volunteer to join the army in close and direct confrontation. We will wreak such havoc on the Americans that no one will ever join the U.S. Army again. Just bars. In a ground confrontation, we will act in such a way that no one will dare to join the U.S. Army, and for generations, people in America will despise the Army. To be fair, that's kind of already happening. Not the first part, but the second part. We will squeeze the enemy's throat with the claws of the people in the armed force they suffocate, which, to be fair, a ground invasion of Iran is suicide. It is absolutely suicide. What we're talking about a ground invasion for is not actually the mainland. We're talking about a ground invasion to try and take, like, a couple islands in between, which we can't hold. It's over. And by the way, they say it will not be like the 12-day war. Trump utters word ceasefire, then goes off to prepare himself for the next attack, orchestrates its sedition like the 18th or the 19th of the day. The longer the war lasts, the greater the humiliation and the defeat of the United States will be. Inshallah, I support this. You know why I fully support this? Because this is what your elected officials are saying.
The list goes on and on of all the things. Our gas tax automatically increases in New Jersey. And by the way, so do our tolls and our fees automatically increase. All of that. Now we're going to have on top of that, and I'm talking to my folks in New Jersey, my state, you better just keep breaking your back and working hard, maybe get yet another job. The list goes on and on.
Fuck America. Get another job? Because you want to bomb children? No. No. Also, unserious, but I did find this funny. Maybe this is a solution. Bondi was awful, but no worse than Patel. Nome was terrible, but no worse than Hegseth. Funny that only the women get fired. Obvious solution, force fem the remaining cabinet members. Kind of reminds me of how, well, the United States was when they were revolting against Britain. Yeah, kinda. Kinda. When America rebelled against Britain, first off, we only won because of the French. But even the American Revolution was co-opted. The Revolutionary War and the American Revolution are not the same thing. The American Revolution was much more akin to, like, our beliefs. And then that got co-opted by the American Revolutionary War effort. And then they mixed together and we lost the first part of it altogether. Which, in fact, we didn't do that just for the tax. We did that because the British said we had to stop colonizing. Yeah, like, literally, you're a country that burned ships down because you didn't want to pay extra taxes on tea. And now you're just sitting there, we're like, yeah, you should get a second job because the president likes to diddle kids and bomb them. Why? Oh, by the way, Tennessee Republicans advanced a bill that would create public lists of trans residents. This is happening in, like, every red state. Get the fuck out of that country, please. I'm begging you guys, get out of the country. You will not have the chance soon. There's ice all over the airports. Even TSA's back. They're not going anywhere. Soon, if you want to leave, you're going to have to use a ground border. And those are steadily being locked down too. You're being kettled in. Because the draft that's coming, it's not for this war. It's not for Iran. The plans for, raising the age where you can enlist and all, none of that's for Iran. That's for the next one. That's for the next one. Where's that Guardian article? Dox me again, piece of shit. Hold on. I'm gonna pop up. Go. Wait. U.S. Army raises upper age cap for recruits to 42 and scraps marijuana restrictions, changes age limit from 35 and removes barriers for entry for recruits who have legal convictions of cannabis. It's for China? Kinda. I don't think it's for China. We would lose a war with China instantly, Sylvie. We can't beat Iran. You think we could fight China? We're gonna invade Cuba next. Yeah. Look, I laid it out for you 2 years ago. So did Dugan, by the way, but this is probably the best post for me to come back to. I don't like saying I told you so. It feels pretentious, but I mean... First off, let's listen to Pete at the beginning of the month.
That is why President Trump has drawn a new strategic map from Greenland to the Gulf of America to the Panama Canal and its surrounding countries. At the Department of War, we call this strategic map the Greater North America. Why?
That is what all that's for.
Because every sovereign nation and territory north of the equator, from Greenland to Ecuador and from Alaska to Guyana, is not part of the global south.
Alaska is a state. Why did you mention that one?
It is our security perimeter in this great neighborhood that we all live in. Each one of these countries border either the North Atlantic or the North Pacific. Each one...
All right, doesn't matter. He said Greater North America. This is from Alexander Dugin. This predates the election. Alexander Dugin is known by Russian state media as Putin's brain. Europe must be brought in line with the broader multipolar model to which both Trump and Putin agree, as do Xi Jinping, the ruler of Great China, Modi, the ruler of Great India. Europe must become great or it will cease to exist altogether. Blah, blah, blah. Greenland will probably become an America. It's not entirely conceivable that even some of Europe, Western Europe, becomes American. We probably won't object too much either. Ukraine, Belarus, Baltics, they want new global map of redistribution. They sat down and they fucking cut it up like a pie. The US still has a ridiculous number of military bases compared to other countries. Yeah, and we're also dismantling our air defenses from them and moving troops out of them. We took out THAAD and Patriot batteries from South Korea that they paid for because we brought them over to, like, Iran. We also lost another THAAD today. But, like, they paid for those, and we took them anyway, because we're poor. We are poor as a country, because all of the money has been siphoned up to the megacorps, and they don't care. They don't want to give you $1 of it. Europe will become great, or it will cease to exist. Yes, the Russia-Iran Union State will oppose the US-Israeli alliance, but in the end we will inevitably find common formulas for truce and zones of mutual influence in this confrontation. This was all laid out well before. This was laid out, like, this has been a plan in the works on the Russian side since 1987. By the way, you know who's still in the government and is a Russian agent? The director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, and the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. All three of these people are Russian agents. By the way, they expect you to miss at least one of them when we win and we get to, like, lock up the bad people. They think Tulsi might get out of it. They want to keep their, you know, like, they're going to throw Kushner and Witkoff, as they were working with Russia, under the bus. They're going to hope Ratcliffe kept quiet, sneaks under. Maybe Ratcliffe instead of Tulsi. Maybe Tulsi gets kicked out. Cash is gone, but, like, they want to keep one of their spies in. This, like, we're playing a game that's bigger than most people are aware of. And it's not going well. So, what I'm begging you to do is, with the little bit of time you have left before things get really difficult, while people are still, like, you guys still have a couple weeks in America until the proper shock really hits, go and do what I said. Go knock on your neighbors' doors and tell them, listen, I don't know about you, but I feel lonely and isolated. And I see online every day that other people feel lonely and isolated. And I had an idea. I want us to have, like, a community around the neighbor. I want us to know each other. You know, we all live next to each other. Would you be down to, would you have any interest in forming a community together? Like, I have 3 ideas. One, if any of us get sick, all of us will, you know, help that person. We'll care for that person. We'll make sure that, like, their family is fed, that their bills are paid for if they're too sick to go to work, and that they have to return the favor. Against a social contract. Consequences are dealt by the community. The second one I put was, like, if any of us die, everyone will attend their funeral. I like that idea. Some people have said they don't. But the third one really is pitch in $5 a week for snacks for a party that we're going to have every weekend, a social gathering that you, like, should attend. And the thing is, once people are in this, they're never going to leave. You're paying $5 a week, maybe 10, maybe, depends on how much money you have and your group has. You're paying a little bit of money every week for a party to make friends with, a community, but you have a guaranteed social safety net now, because by doing this, every single person there has promised that if you get sick, that they'll take care of you and your family. If you die, that your family will get taken care of. This is a very, very incentivized idea. Like, once they are in this, they're never going to leave. What, $5 a week to make sure that, like, everything is set in case something bad happens to me? Find a community if you live in a conservative area is tough? No, it's not. In fact, specifically, do not skip conservatives when doing this. Go knock on their door too. The MAGA hat triple Trump voters. You know why? Because this is the easiest way to unbrainwash them. You give them an incentive. You take away their in-group, out-group block because they are now part of your in-group. Now, you don't have to like each other, but you do have to spend some time with each other every week. And you have to find common ground while spending time with each other, because all of you want the guarantee of the social safety net. You want to make sure that you don't lose the, well, okay, if I get sick, me and my family are taken care of. So you and the MAGA hat dude have to find some common ground, and now you are in an in-group, and his monkey brain, you know, the smaller, like the larger amygdala, the thinner anterior insula, the smaller, like exactly. Now that's turning my brain gears. So you can't skip them. In fact, skipping the ones you don't like will actually cause you more problems down the line. They'll likely say no the first time anyway. What's up, Manda? I had the idea of go find like the fire department or an EMT, or even better, get a cop. Get a cop to do this with you, and you'll like the cop themselves chose authority. So just having them help you go around, you get a much bigger group, much quicker, and everyone is like far more invested now, because now like there's authority figures invested. Go get your local state rep or your local town council member involved in this. Go get your mayor involved in this. If someone in New York, go pitch this to Mamdani. This is how you fix it. This is like step one to building a community, but this is a guarantee because it's built on the premise that I've said for ages now. You incentivize good outcomes by making it so that the individual benefiting also benefits the community, and the community benefiting benefits the individual. You have to tie those two together. If one person is harmed, the community is harmed. And that makes everyone invested. Trust me, chat, as someone who is surrounded by conservatives every day at work, they're more relatable than you think. They don't think. Listen to Glitchmaster. Conservatives don't think they think. They don't think. They think they think. They are just programming. They're basically AI. Can confirm the borderline psychopath narcissist of a person that was a Republican that I knew would still help people out, money, rides, food, even set up the security cameras system. Yep. I was a couple months ago, I know a story of a dude who was a taxi driver, and someone I know got in that car, and that taxi driver turned out to be like a full-on neo-Nazi. And my friend in the car spent 2 hours talking with this person, and that neo-Nazi started fucking crying. Talking about how he felt alone, how he did this because he felt like he couldn't go anywhere else because they didn't like him, because, you know, he felt like everyone just hated white men, like by default, and so he went along with it, which, by the way, I have said is kind of an issue, but, you know, moving past that, they brought him over to the DSA. He stopped being a neo-Nazi. He literally, like, was like, oh yeah, don't go over there, there's Nazis over there, fuck those people, these people are Nazis, and like, helped. After that, it took 2 hours of a conversation of someone just sitting there and talking to them, because these people are empty. They're just shells. They're dead people being puppeted. You can bring them back to, this is how you do necromancy. I don't like what I'm seeing here, by the way, though. As of right now, the Pentagon Pizza Index is reporting extremely high traffic. The past few weeks it's been pretty slow. Now it's picking up again. It's a lot of traffic. They're doing something right now. Zombies? Well, yeah, this is how you bring the zombies back, Glitchmaster. Here's the Pizza Index. Something's definitely going down. But, like, trust me on this. Try it. I think this base concept, you can remove the funeral part if you don't like it. But I think every single person in America or in the world could go and talk to their neighbors and create that. And here's another thing that I need to explain to you. You need to do it now. Something happened to me last week. I'm not going to go too much into detail of it, but I do talk to my neighbors. And last week, one of my neighbors came and knocked on my door and was like, hey, did you see what happened outside? I had no idea. I was sitting here watching, like, you know, a YouTube video or something. And so I go outside and I see that my mailbox and like 3 other mailboxes in my apartment unit are broken into, which is in itself a felony. There's fucking letters everywhere all around the ground. Oh my god, I'm way too antisocial for this. I think I'd rather be dead than having to be social with chuds, but your point is still valid. Then you need this more than most, Johnny Too Late. And being antisocial is programming. That's what they built into you. Do you want them to You want them to control you? You want to be a puppet? Because that's how you cut your strings. For your new viewers, can you share why the pizza index is important? Oh, sure, yeah. I forgot that not everyone knows what the pizza index is. Pentagon Pizza Index is pizzerias near the Pentagon. And when at nighttime, like 9 p.m., when all of the pizzerias near the Pentagon start getting orders, like a lot, both Domino's near the White House reporting above average traffic 34 minutes ago, like they're doing something is what this means. Whenever there's this much activity at the food places around. Also, you could check the gay bar near the Pentagon. If that is hella quiet, then something's going down. But continuing on. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, like the antisocialness, that's programming that they put into you. Cut that cord. Go out of it. Every single person on the planet responds to positive reinforcement. Pavlov these motherfuckers. All of you who watch me are smarter than all of the conservatives that you know in your life. Pavlov them. Use the tools that are available. Hell, I gave you a fucking US military PSYOP manual in the chat earlier. Use that. Use the methods available to you to create a functional, beneficial system that works for everybody, that benefits everyone who puts into it. And again, you don't have that much time. I would recommend one thing for every single one of you that has the ability to store something. Go to a hardware supply store today or tomorrow, I don't know, whatever time it is for you, the next opportunity you get, and get a big ass bag of pool shock, and then get some chlorine test strips. That will make sure you have clean drinking water. You want 4 parts per million is the maximum chlorine you want. Anything between 2 and 4 parts per million, that's drinkable water. So what you do, take some pool shock, put it in the water, test it. If it's too high, put it in the sun for a little bit. The sun literally kills the chlorine. Test it again. If it's between 2 and 4, like ideally 2.5 to 3, that's perfectly clean drinkable water. That'll last you for a while. Also, if you have a pool, you're lucky because you can do that. But, food is going to be the more difficult part because, again, fertilizer is something we also import. You know what else is going to be a problem? Plastics, cleaning supplies, literally everything that we don't produce in our own countries is going to be affected by shortages and massive increases in prices. Now, Americans don't produce shit. There's nothing made in America except for grift and television and crypto. So you got to make it yourself. If you build this little community and you get these people to care about each other because you've invested time and money and effort into each other, get some food and grow some. We've talked about all of the different methods before. Now, other than that, final thing I'm going to tell you guys, Matrix is officially live. Matrix is the secure messaging platform that I have created for both my community and the Spaces community. For now, you're going to have to join my Discord, and we'll funnel you in from there. I'm going to spend some time making an intermediary space because it has to be done one-on-one. It's a little bit of a process to get you in, but once you're in, it's easy after that. Be aware that everything on Matrix deletes every Friday, midnight EST. If you want something from Matrix saved, save it before then. We make syringes, that's all true too. Learning to grow food in apartments is going to be a useful skill. Yes, it is. What else was I going to say about Matrix? I lost my train of thought again. God damn it. Yeah, well, join my Discord for now, and I will bring you in, and we will explain it to you. There are multiple different servers at the moment, but you can join all of them. We have, I'm hoping to combine this space community hub server with mine. I'm hoping our communities can merge. I'm also hoping that more communities will end up joining, and we can have a bit of a coalition here. Be aware, yes, this is a secure messaging platform. You are connecting to a local IP, a virtual local IP. it will look like you might get a warning on your computer saying, hey, you sure you want to do this? Because it's a local network. It's like connecting to like the Starbucks Wi-Fi with no password, except it's not the Starbucks Wi-Fi with no password. No ID verification required. And I will delete all of your data every week. So, there's that. You can trust the Antichrist, or you can trust me. The other thing is that it will still remain on your local cache. You'll have to clear the actual data from that, but we can teach you on that. I'm gonna put lessons out. If anyone needs personal help, by the way, getting onto Matrix, I have a video on the subject on my channel, as well as digital hygiene. And if you need help, feel free to reach out to me personally, as well as Jet and Nick have also volunteered. Whichever one of us is available at the time, we will help you get into Matrix. We'll set you up, and it'll be great. I've been clearing and tilling a 30 by 30 part of my yard for food. I finished 2 days ago, and it took 30 days, and my body hates me now. Manda, that's amazing. Go knock on a couple of your neighbors' doors. Do the social contract thing. Remove the attend everybody's funeral bit and say everybody helps grow the food and shares it. That you have the base construct of a commune already built. Right there. Hell yeah. 1, everyone cares for each other when they're sick. 2, everyone helps farm the land and is entitled to the food that it creates. 3, everyone pitches in 5, 10, whatever the hell your financial situation is every week for a social gathering that you should be attending. Unless you really can't. You need a good reason to. This is supposed to be fun. You're supposed to enjoy this. I'll see y'all in the Matrix server, just not now. I gotta put my ass to sleep. Fair enough. I've gone on very long anyway. We have a very special surprise coming for you next week. I am not going to tease it too much right now, but it's going to be absolutely fantastic. A This Space exclusive with yours truly and our very special guests. You're just going to have to find out. We'll tease more later on. I hope you guys have a lovely night and stay safe.